President Bush in the White House tonight. Has he decided to go to war? In the streets of Baghdad, defiance as the UN deadline passes.
This is NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw, reporting tonight from NBC News headquarters in New York.
Good evening. The war can begin at any time. At any time. That was a calm and yet ominous announcement from President Bush's spokesman today. It came as the UN deadline passed without any sign whatsoever from Saddam Hussein that he's now ready finally to withdraw. We begin tonight with NBC's John Cochran, who is at the White House. John, is there a new urgency there tonight?
There is indeed, Tom. There are indications, but only indications, no confirmation yet, that we could hear from President Bush later this evening regarding the Gulf crisis. So with war apparently so close, the president's attempt to carry out other business today had a strange, unreal quality about it.
Certainly, it was hard to believe that the quality of the nation's schools was uppermost in Bush's mind when he met with education advisors.
Life goes on, and this subject of education, which joins everybody here today, is very, very important.
And how do you feel, Mr. President?
What you see is what you get.
The same could be said for anti-war protests outside the White House. And what you saw was not much. Only a few dozen remained of the thousands who gathered here last night. Now, war seems inevitable. For security reasons, the White House canceled all public tours indefinitely. Cabinet officers have been told to vary their routes to and from work. And before seeing the president, they must now undergo 3 security checks. The U.S. still says Iraqis can avoid war by withdrawing, but
please deal with what's real. And the real world is there has not been one sliver of an indication that they intend to do such.
In London, the British pushed for quick action.
This has to be a powerful and swift operation, and that the casualties will be much more limited if it is.
In Paris, despite anti-war rallies, the French Parliament overwhelmingly approved the use of force. President Mitterrand said everything now rests on the shoulders of Allied troops.
Vive la République, vive la France.
In Rome, more peace demonstrations, and letters from Pope John Paul appealing to the president and Saddam Hussein to avoid catastrophe.
White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater said that if war does come, the administration promises that no matter what, this administration will not lie, it will not try to deceive the American people. Tom?
John Cochran, what about instructions to the White House press tonight? Any unusual instructions?
Not go home. Just don't go home. Hang tight. All indications are some kind of announcement. Also, a lot of indications that the White House has been talking to congressional leaders this evening. Nothing firm yet, Tom.
All right, thank you very much, John Cochran. Obviously, we'll ask you to stand by there. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater today warned all U.S. journalists to leave Iraq, saying the president was deeply concerned about their safety. In Baghdad, the mood was first anxiety and then defiance as the UN deadline of midnight last night came and went without an attack. NBC's Tom Aspel filed this report from Baghdad.
When the mist began to thin out an hour or so after the deadline passed, Baghdad seemed to stir itself, breathe out, look around, and get back up to speed. It took a while for the town to open, but it did. And by mid-afternoon, it looked like Baghdad, a city of 4 million people waiting for what Saddam Hussein himself calls the mother of all battles. He'd been in Kuwait right before the deadline, visiting the front lines, boosting morale with the troops. Others in the leadership were saying there might not even be an evacuation of Baghdad. Civilians will probably remain in the city.
We have prepared all necessary measures regarding the civil defense, and we have prepared all facilities and services to protect our citizens.
The children weren't even allowed to skip school today. Not that too many of them fully understand the sheer power of the forces poised all around Iraq now. The foreign press may understand a fraction of it only too well. Those who've elected to stay behind here now are being given unprecedented assistance from the Iraqi government. The Ministry of Information says it's going to provide direct dial international telephones, transmit our television pictures until the link to the outside world goes down, and even try to transport pictures to the nearest border by road if necessary, and protect our lives as they would their own. They want us to be able to show what's going to happen here. It's in their interest to show the death and destruction which is going to rain down on this country. There are still flights out, 3 left for Amman today. Almost every passenger a foreign national. The Iraqis have nowhere to go. So there's a kind of resignation in the air here now. The attack didn't come today, but it will. They know it. Tom Aspel, NBC News, Baghdad.
That report from Tom Aspel earlier today. Tonight, when we made telephone connection with him, we then lost the telephone connection. These late developments, we are told now that House Speaker Tom Foley and the ranking Democrat on the House floor, Richard Gephardt, are en route to the White House. This as there are reports from the French press agency that 5 AWACS planes, those are the big surveillance planes that control radar and tell other planes what's going on in the airspace around them, that they are in the air from Riyadh. On the ground right now from Saudi Arabia, and on the air with us is NBC's Mike Betcher. Mike, what are you seeing? You're right next to the big airport there at Dhahran.
Yes, Tom, behind me you can probably see the blinking lights in front of the runway. In about the last 30 to 45 minutes, we've had about at least 20 fighter jets take off with afterburners glowing to destinations we do not know. They've been taking off at the interval about 1 per minute. They stopped about 5 minutes ago. There is unusual air activity here, Tom.
It's worth pointing out that it's something after 2:30 in the morning, your time, also in Baghdad. What about the Joint Information Bureau, those people who have been your minders, in effect, the military men who handle public information? Any unusual activity in their office?
None whatsoever. As of 5 minutes ago, when we checked last, there were just a couple of people there, no unusual activity. As far as that is concerned, it's a normal night.
Thank you very much. NBC's Mike Betcher tonight reporting live from Saudi Arabia. Obviously, we'll ask him to stand by. And standing by in Washington with us right now is one of the most influential members of the United States Senate when it comes to military affairs, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Sam Nunn, who had reservations about starting war now, but then when the authorization was voted, he closed ranks with the president. Senator Nunn, tonight, what does your instinct tell you?
I think we're very close, Tom. The president, of course, has full authority, and he said it will be sooner rather than later, and it would not surprise me if it was imminent.
And what is your greatest concern as we approach this moment of decision?
First, for the men and women in uniform, of course. We pray for them and their safety. We also great concern for the families, and I know they're anxious, and I can assure them that their military forces out in the field are well-trained, they're well-led, they're well-equipped, and they're going to have the complete backing of Congress. I'm also concerned about civilians, innocent civilians in the Middle East, concerned about the cities in Saudi Arabia and Israel that could be vulnerable to Scud missiles. All of these are concerns, but I have no doubt that our men and women in uniform will do the job and do it well, and that we will prevail.
Senator Nunn, this is a large and complex force that we have assembled in the Middle East. Are you confident that the command and control has been absolutely worked out, because that will be crucial in the decision-making?
They've worked on it very hard. There's no such thing as perfection, and anytime you have different countries involved in attacks, offensive actions, you can't have things go wrong. For 40 years, we've been training in NATO, and we still have a lot of when we have war games, we have a lot of problems with identifying friend and foe, and a lot of the aircraft that are shot down in the war games are shot down by friendly forces. So this is the fog of war, Tom. It's not going to be perfect, but I know that General Schwarzkopf has worked it very hard, and I'm confident they'll come as close to coordination, good coordination, as humanly possible.
Finally, Senator, should we expect that we'll have a sizable American military presence in the Persian Gulf area for some time, no matter how well it turns out?
I think so. We've got to plan a security force for the future. I envision perhaps Egypt, funded by the oil countries, being a vital part of it. Certainly the U.S. will be there with naval and air power, maybe some prepositioned equipment. It's hopefully going to be a war of weeks or days even, and not months, but we're going to have a continuing challenge over the long haul, and we've got to start thinking about the long haul.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Sam Nunn, who's chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. He may be at the White House before this evening is over. At the Pentagon right now, NBC's Pentagon correspondent Fred Francis, who has been particularly busy tonight. Fred, all the indications is that an attack is underway. We do not want to be preemptive here, but what are you hearing at the Pentagon?
Tom, there's been a certain up-tempo here for the last couple of hours. Remember that this war will not be fought from the Pentagon. If it is war, it will be fought from Riyadh, that command center. But all the signs have been unmistakable. It could be one grand rehearsal, sort of psychological operations, but it's highly unlikely. And the time is perfect, Tom. It doesn't take a rocket scientist in either Baghdad or this building to figure out that the United States fights best at night. And we are in a phase right now where we have 5 moonless nights, and there's still a couple of hours of daylight and darkness in Baghdad, and it is the window for combat.
All right, Fred, the whole world knows by now that the United States plan is to go in with massive airstrikes. What are the targets in Baghdad, the capital of Iraq?
The primary, the #1 target, Saddam Hussein himself and the leadership. For 5 months now, U.S. intelligence has been tracking Saddam Hussein, tracking his generals, where they work, where they sleep. So that's the primary target, knock out the military leadership. The secondary targets in Baghdad are all the communications facilities, because the Iraqi military is centralized. All the orders come from Baghdad. So if you can knock down their communications, you can cripple them in the field. So the primary target, Saddam and the communications facilities, and you do that at night.
And Fred Francis, let me ask you as well, Baghdad is a low-level city. That is, it's not tightly compacted like Beirut and so on, so they'll be able to find those targets. They'll know which ones they're going to hit, and hopefully they'll confine the spillover into the civilian neighborhoods?
I would not say so, Tom. There's so many targets in Baghdad. Someone told me 12 to 20 that have to go right away. And there's no such thing, Tom, as a surgical strike. We learned that in Panama. We certainly learned that in Libya, where we sent 9 aircraft in after Muammar Gaddafi, and only 2 dropped their weapons, and they still missed him. Right. So surgical strikes are a thing of the past, or of novels, in fact.
All right. Thank you very much, Fred Francis. We can now tell you that the attack is underway. There have been a number of reports, even from Baghdad itself, of flashes in the sky over that city at this hour, reporting live anti-aircraft fire going into the air at about 2300 Greenwich Mean Time. That means that it's about 3 o'clock in the morning or approaching that in Baghdad right now. President Bush had said that once the UN deadline passes, that war could come at any time. One cannot say that Saddam Hussein has not had adequate warning on all of this. So that's the situation so far as we know it. At this hour, NBC's Mike Boettcher is in Saudi Arabia tonight. And Mike Boettcher, are you seeing any additional activity or getting any word there about what may be happening?
Well, Tom, there have been no takeoffs since I talked to you last. As I said, in about a 45-minute period, we had about at least 20 takeoffs of jets with afterburners glowing. So far, no unusual activity. If there is a counterattack, we'll know very quickly here. There are jets flying now, but it is a commercial jet, which is unusual. You wouldn't think a commercial jet would be flying at a time when there's a major air attack going, but the plane flying over now is commercial. Conflicting signals, but it does appear that war has indeed begun.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Mike Boettcher tonight. Ed Peck is a man who's familiar with Baghdad and with Iraq and with Saddam Hussein. He's standing by in our Washington studios at this hour. Mr. Peck, it's going to be helpful for the American audience to understand the character of the city of Baghdad. You have been there in the past. It's a big place. It's spread out over a wide range. What are the chances that there will be unusual civilian casualties, deaths and wounded, as a result of a bombing attack, no matter how pinpoint that may be?
Well, that's the key question. What targets are they going for? You're quite right. It's a very spread out city. They don't build high. They build wide because land is plentiful. Reminds you of Los Angeles in a sense, built around the curves in the river. The population centers themselves are everywhere, and some of them approach and are on the edges of the military bases, on the edges of the city. And of course, the governmental headquarters are located in a very densely populated part of the city, right in one of the major bends of the river.
Fact of the matter is, when I was there over the weekend, there were any number of buildings that were easily identified as highly secure buildings, and they were tucked in close to the hotels and the commercial districts as well. If there is a loss of life that goes well beyond the Iraqi leadership, that is children, let's talk about that, and innocent civilians, what is likely to be the reaction in the Muslim world, even with the alliance that has been cobbled together by President Bush?
Well, you're talking now about what happens after this war, and it's a key time to raise the issues, because the The Muslims, and the Arabs in particular, will feel very strongly that this is a terrible thing that's happened and it be seen as having been done by the Americans. So that the reaction, I think, worldwide, wherever there are Arabs and Muslims, are going to be that their people are being hit. And no one likes to see that. I mean, you know, we can do what we want with our own folks, but don't welcome outsiders becoming involved.
For the past several weeks now, you and I have been trying to get into the mind of Saddam Hussein. You know him well. You met with him when you were serving in the U.S. Embassy there. Any chance that he will be so impressed, indeed terrified by what is going on tonight, that he will emerge from the bunker tomorrow morning and say, okay, I surrender?
You know, I have a difficult time imagining him as being terrified. He just does not have the personality and the mentality to begin with, and the 25 years of being a form of demigod has certainly solidified him in thinking that whatever he's doing is the right thing. But it is entirely possible, or it's conceivable at least, that if he gets badly savaged in Kuwait and maybe in Baghdad itself by these attacks which are apparently underway, that he may be able to come out and say, okay, I did what had to be done and now I step back and you guys win. Still, I have a hard time visualizing him doing even that.
Thank you.
Flexibility is not his middle name.
All right, Ed Peck will ask you as well to be standing by tonight, because it does now appear certain that an attack is underway. Of what dimensions we cannot say, what the targets are we can't say as well, but there are reports from Baghdad, the Iraqi capital, of tracer fire in the air, sirens sounding, and planes that have been taking off, including the big AWACS planes. Those are the advanced warning planes that go up and they activate all of the radar so they can keep track of the air traffic and help the planes. Fred Francis at the Pentagon with late news for us right now. Fred?
Tom, apparently what has happened is the United States, more than an hour ago, fired some missiles in the direction of Baghdad. I am told by a senior official that the planes are not actually over Baghdad at the moment, but what witnesses are seeing in the air, those traces are firing at things that are moving low and slow, which would indicate to me and to the source with whom I just spoke that the United States has fired Tomahawk cruise missiles at certain targets in Baghdad. So I'm not saying it is not an all-out air attack. We may be seeing the preliminaries of an air attack, which we always predicted would be started by cruise missiles, which cannot be shot down very easily.
And Fred, what about the accuracy of those cruise missiles? Do they hone right in?
Yes, Tom, they can be fired from ships in the Persian Gulf and go all the way to Baghdad. In fact, their range 700 miles, and these cruise missiles can hit a target within 25 feet of center at 700 miles. Never been tested in combat. Nobody ever knew if they would work in combat, and I guess we're going to have to wait a while to find out if they in fact did work. At $1 million apiece, they've been on Navy ships for several years, and we were told authoritatively here over the last several days that they would be used in the opening stages of any conflict with Iraq. And from a senior source who just spoke with NBC News, they said something flying low and slow was fired at Baghdad more than an hour ago, so that would have been approximately 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and or approximately 1 o'clock in Baghdad. So we're going to have to wait and see, but apparently we have begun some form of attack on key installations in Iraq.
All right, thanks very much, Fred Francis. I'll just set your clock for you again, if I can. In Baghdad at this hour, it would be coming up on 2:50 in the morning there. It would be the ideal time based on all the descriptions that we've had of military planners about when they would want to launch the attack. There is some religious sensitivity in that area. Friday is the Muslim Sabbath, of course, and the deadline now is more than, well, just about 24 hours old on Saddam Hussein's opportunity to get out of Kuwait. That's the deadline imposed by the United Nations, backed up and reinforced by President Bush. It does appear that an attack of some kind, what dimensions we cannot say, is underway tonight on Baghdad itself and perhaps other military targets in Iraq. As soon as we can learn more, we'll be back to you with additional details.
One day there was just too much gray. I thought, should I or shouldn't I? I didn't. I was afraid it might look phony. I wanted natural-looking color, and I wanted to do it fast and easy, with no pouring and mixing. Nobody else could give me what I wanted until Clairol Option Instant for Men. I figured if it's from Clairol, I could trust it. I could. I went from gray to my natural-looking color in 5 easy minutes. My hair looks great, feels great. When I look in the mirror, I don't see gray. I see me.
Do it right with Option, also in gradual formula.
I used to feel so guilty
about snacking. And so I found the perfect snack, Sunsweet pitted prunes. They're just bursting with flavor and so naturally sweet. Perfect. Only one prune tastes Sunsweet.
I've got to pick up some Vaseline Intensive Care lotion. My skin's so dry.
How do you get dry skin?
From doing dishes and housework. And someday you'll be old enough to help me.
What? And get dry skin?
We're back. We want to tell you that there's an attack underway on Iraq, on the city of Baghdad, perhaps by Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from the sea. We do not know yet the scope of this attack. We do have on the telephone right now NBC's Tom Aspel. It is approaching 3 a.m. there, and Tom Aspel is in a hotel. Tom, what are you seeing and hearing at this moment?
Tom, here in downtown Baghdad, I'm looking slightly west towards the airport. For the last 15 minutes, here it is, it's starting again. For the last 15 minutes, we've seen the sky lit up with tracer, anti-aircraft guns firing right up in the air, near the television center, near the airport on the edge of the city, and several other locations. We do not hear any incoming. We have not heard any incoming yet, so perhaps this is a false alarm. Some more tracer, I'm just looking out over towards the airport now, some more tracer going up in the air, the odd bang, but lights are going out in the city now. About 15 minutes ago, there were air raid sirens all over the city. No traffic moving on the street. Here in the hotel, there are probably about 100 guests, everybody down in the shelter now. But I have not heard any incoming yet, Tom. We heard what sounded like engines, what sounded like jet engines, just very faint, and then all the guns all over the city opened up. But we have not heard a bomb or a missile, Tom.
All right, Tom Aspel, what about the activity in the hotel itself? Have they shut off the power? Is there any television transmission going on or radio transmission that you can tell us about?
As far as I know, Tom, we are down to emergency power in the hotel, which means just emergency lighting. Here in the NBC office, we're on the 6th floor. We're looking over the city. The hotel and the grounds are dark. The area around the edge of the hotel is dark. But the stairway lights are on. And all the guests in the hotel and the staff were hustled very quickly. About 15 minutes ago, security men just appeared from nowhere. Very politely directed everybody to the stairway and said, go down to the shelter, go down to the shelter. So most people are about 3 floors underground in a shelter. There are polite people all over the hotel. And just emergency lighting, Tom. Now I'm looking out over the city again. I don't see any more anti-aircraft fire. But for a while there, it was quite heavy. But as I say, no bombs have fallen, at least not that we can tell. A couple of heavy crumps out there by the airport, but difficult to say whether they were bombs or just maybe a caliber of the heavier kind firing up in the air.
What else is out there by the airport, Tom, on the western edge of the city? What may be the primary targets in that area, besides the airport itself?
I would think there probably are a couple of radar installations out there, and I know there's an important military base out there. I've seen that airborne control system, the AWACS plane that the Iraqis have. I've often seen that out there. There is a military base also a military air base at least next to the airport. That's possibly a target, but I'm guessing, Tom, but I would think that would have been some sort of recon flight, despite the sound we heard of the engines and then suddenly a lot of firing.
Yeah, we were talking the other day, Tom Aspel, about your experiences there during the Iranian-Iraq War, and when you said the Iranians made an air attack on the city of Baghdad, missiles went up from neighborhoods all over the city?
That's correct, Tom. The Iraqis seemed at that time, that's 10 years ago, they seemed to have a lot of SAM-6 batteries all over the city in those days. But we have not seen a missile go up tonight, just sort of heavy caliber anti-aircraft guns.
All right,
I'm sure if they used their air defense missile systems, I'm sure we would have seen the fireworks all over the sky, and there hasn't been anything that big yet, Tom.
All right, Tom Aspel, stay on the telephone if you would, please, and keep your head down. We're going to go now to Saudi Arabia, where NBC's Arthur Kent has posted. He has an update for us now on what kind of aircraft took off and how many. Arthur?
Tom, we're still trying to get an accurate fix on the number of aircraft that were scrambled from this very large air base here in northeastern Saudi Arabia. However, it would seem, based on the information that we just heard from Fred at the Pentagon recently, if indeed what we're talking about is a long distance, an attack by long distance by guided missile, the scrambling of F-15 and Tornado aircraft here would be consistent with an increased protection of the northern border of Saudi Arabia with Kuwait and with Iraq. You mentioned that AWACS planes have been taking off from Riyadh. They will be positioning themselves in quadrants across the northern border of Saudi Arabia and trying to direct these American and Saudi interceptors into place to keep that border sealed. Perhaps there will be a counterstrike by Iraqi aircraft. That's the sort of thing that has to be guarded against. No indication yet that any of the aircraft here have actually been scrambled to cross the border and to cross into Kuwait or Iraq and attack Iraqi positions. Tom?
Okay, Arthur Kent, you'll be at your post in Saudi Arabia. We're going to return now to the Defense Department at his post at the Pentagon as NBC's Fred Francis. Fred, what do you have for us, first of all, that is the very latest information?
Tom, we know that approximately 1 hour ago that the United States fired something flying low and slow in the general direction of Baghdad. We were told it was probably a Tomahawk cruise missile. Possible explanation for what we're hearing here, and I agree with my colleague Arthur Kent in Saudi Arabia, is that we may be teasing the entire air defense system of Baghdad. We may have hit a couple of targets outside the city. There may be other military targets that were hit around the country that we don't know about and may not know about for quite some time. But clearly, we have touched off their entire air defense warning system. We have got them to light up all their targeting radars and fire a great many missiles based on what Tom Aspel has told us from the hotel in Baghdad. So we may not be seeing an all-out attack on Baghdad itself right now. What we may be seeing is some psychological operations, and other targets may have been hit. So that's one serious possibility.
Fred, isn't there the possibility as well that we deliberately wanted them to light up their radars so that we would know where they are? Thank you very much for the roadmap. And then the key to any successful air attack would be to knock out those radar systems, since they would guide the Iraqi missiles.
Exactly. One thing Iraq has in abundance, and one thing that has worried military planners here at the Pentagon, is a ragged but a very widespread air defense system where they can fire missiles into the air and fire bullets, rounds into the air everywhere. But most of those are directed by radar systems. So if you can knock out those radars, if the electronic intelligence can be sucked up from those radar systems, the aircraft, those AWACS, can see where they are, and other planes can see where those radars are, and they send missiles at those radars. Once those radars are knocked out, the air defense system is knocked out. And one of the reasons for conducting an attack at 2 o'clock in the morning, or roughly that hour in Baghdad, is you do that for several hours, and then in the morning you send reconnaissance planes over to do battle damage assessment. It's just a battle damage assessment to see how much you have destroyed, and then you target a follow-on attack. So again, a great deal of this is speculation, but those are the battle tactics which are doctrine in the United States Air Force, the Navy, and in this building.
Fred will let you attempt to find out some more information as we return now to Baghdad to NBC's Tom Aspel, who is on the telephone from there, the 6th floor of the Hotel Rashid, looking out across the city. What are you seeing now, Tom Aspel?
Very quiet out here now, Tom. Not a shot going up now. Power's still off in the hotel here. Very quiet in the city. No cars moving now. A bit of a feeling that maybe something spooked all the gunners and maybe one followed another, but something's up for sure. They had air raid sirens about 20 minutes ago. Just a quick burst seemed to come from 4 or 5 different directions on this side of the river, here towards the western side of the city. Looking from here towards the airport, it's quiet.
And no Iraqi air activity, I gather.
Negative, Tom. We've not heard a plane. Just at the start, about, say, 20 minutes ago, maybe 25 minutes ago, we thought we heard a jet engine way out towards the western side of the city, and that's when the firing started. It could well have been something to spook the Iraqis. We just don't know at this stage, but it's very quiet. Everybody from the hotel down in the shelters now, and I'm looking over what's normally a road that would probably carry a car at this time. 3 o'clock in the morning, probably carry a car every 10, 20 seconds or so, but just nothing moving there. Tom?
All right, thank you very much. Tom Aspel, who is on the telephone from Baghdad for us, and NBC's Mike Betcher is in Saudi Arabia. Mike, what are you hearing there?
Tom, we've just received a pool report from the Pentagon pool. A reporter is saying, is quoting an official release from military officials at a air base in central Saudi Arabia, that F-15E fighter bombers armed with cannon and air-to-air missiles and loaded with bombs and long-range underwing fuel tanks took off there this evening to destinations unknown. So that is another air base in Saudi Arabia where we have confirmation that there was much activity, that many fighter bombers took off, F-15Es, to destinations unknown. These fighter bombers can be used to attack ground forces as well if they are loaded with the underwing bombs, and that could be one use, but we just have to speculate right now. Tom?
NBC's Mike Boettcher. Let me ask Fred Francis at the Pentagon if we could get him. Tom Aspel, let me ask you whether you're seeing any air activity over the city at this hour.
Tom, here it goes. Here it goes now. The sky just full of tracer now. And and there's a very big explosion right off to the west of the city there, just winking. Here it comes now, Tom. There's a very big bang right out on the western side of the city. And now guns, there you go. You can hear that, Tom. There are guns, and there's more explosions on the western edge of the city. There's red tracer, white tracer. It's going up all over the place. I haven't seen a missile yet. Another big green flash out towards the airport. Can only see in one direction here, Tom, but let me see if I can get just over towards the edge of the window. Maybe you can hear this. Wow, what a sight. What a sight. A lot of flak going up in the air, all these tracers crossing, white blinking. Two big explosions. I can now see a pool of smoke out there. One was red, one was green, maybe some kind of flare. We're just not up on a war of the 90s. You know, we don't know what these explosions mean. We've never seen them before. We don't know how to recognize exactly what they are.
Are you hearing any airplanes?
Not yet, Tom. We do not hear any airplanes yet. Another big flash on the edge of the city.
Tom Aspel, yeah, I'm afraid that we have lost that telephone connection. We trust that it was just interrupted and that he is okay. He was reporting to us from a hotel in the heart of Baghdad. I will tell you that Tom Aspel is a man who is a veteran of many wars and also of that particular part of the world. The attack clearly is underway. The airport west of the city has now been the site of several explosions. Tracers have been fired. So far, no airplanes heard by Tom Aspel. That does mean that it's consistent with what Fred Francis was reporting. Probably Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from the sea are the first wave of attack being carried out by them, perhaps to soften up the city, to knock out the radar, which can launch the Iraqi missiles. NBC's Fred Francis, what do you have for us?
Tom, while our colleague Tom Aspel was describing what he was seeing, I was on the phone with a senior military official who was also listening to that description, and he said, those are cruise missiles. That's what it sounds like, cruise missiles. And so, again, the prime targets, communication centers and bunkers in Baghdad, and every evidence, also from what we've heard from Mike Boettcher in Dhahran, that the JIB there, the Joint Information Bureau, has released that F-15E fighters have taken off fully loaded. Those are the ground attack versions of the F-15s. So clearly we have the early stages of an attack, perhaps just to light off everything in Baghdad and the other military bases, perhaps an all-out attack where there is still approximately 3 hours, 2.5 to 3 hours of nightfall, black night, over Iraq. Tom?
Fred Francis, the F-15Es, however, would not be the primary airplanes, would they, for an attack on Baghdad?
No, not at all. The primary aircraft for the attack on Baghdad would be the stealth fighter, used only one time, two of them in Panama. They didn't cover themselves with glory there, but since then they have practiced this kind of raid, and they've been practicing over there for 5 months. That stealth fighter is uniquely suited for this type of attack because it was designed to go against Soviet radar and Soviet air defense systems, which is what is ringing the capital of Baghdad. The stealth fighter can fly in without being seen by those air defense radars and attack targets. But from what we heard from our colleague Tom Aspel, I do not think we were listening to stealth fighters attacking the city of Baghdad. I think we were listening to Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from Navy ships. And that's the best guess we have at this moment.
Certainly we would have heard the airplanes, or Tom Aspel would have heard those airplanes had they gone in, because it would have been an enormous fleet of them. So it is conceivable. Let's just talk for a moment. What's going on here is that they send in the cruise missiles to light up the system, in effect, to take out some of the radar installations. Then they know what they're up against, and the AWACS, which are in the air, those big, cumbersome-looking airplanes, that it's an air warning surveillance system, they can tell the F-111s and the stealths and the other attack bombers what to look for. Is that a correct assessment?
Well, the way an attack is layered like this is you get everybody, the Iraqis, to light up their air defense system, turn on all their radars, and not only do you send the stealth fighters in, which cannot be seen by those radars, but they send in F-4 Wild Weasels, which is a 30-year-old airplane, but specifically designed to attack radars. And as the radar lights up, it sends its radar signal out. The F-4 Wild Weasel will fire a missile and track right down that radar signal into the radar and blow it up. So that's the first layer of attack. And after that, the stealth fighters and the F-111 bombers can come in, and they come in with impunity because the ground air defense systems and the missiles cannot see them to fire. Now, it's not foolproof. The way they have designed this system in Baghdad and around all of their population centers, they have put what is traditionally known as ACAC guns, the regular artillery guns on every hotel. And as these weapons from the United States are coming in, whether missiles or planes, they will just fire everything in that direction. We lost a great many planes over North Vietnam that way, where the men on the ground could not see what they were shooting at particularly, but they fired everything off and hoping to take out some targets. And by firing the Tomahawk cruise missiles first, if in fact that is what they have done, by firing those missiles first, they hope to eat up all that ammunition on the ground for that second echelon to come in and take out other targets. That's doctrine. That's the way it is practiced out in Arizona, out in the Mojave Desert, and virtually every other fighter base and bomber base in the world, and I expect they have done that.
Thank you very much, Fred Francis at the Pentagon. We want to remind you that NBC News will have open-ended coverage of what is now effectively a war on Baghdad, and here is NBC's John Cochran at the White House. John?
Well, Tom, in just seconds, we're going to see Marlin Fitzwater, the president's spokesman. He'll come through the door behind me, make the official announcement, and here he is, Tom.
Harry. I have a statement by the President of the United States. The liberation of Kuwait has begun. In conjunction with the forces of our coalition partners, the United States has moved under the code name Operation Desert Storm to enforce the mandates of the United Nations Security Council. As of 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Operation Desert Storm forces were engaging targets in Kuwait and Iraq. President Bush will address the nation at 9:00 p.m. tonight from the Oval Office. I'll try to get you more as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
John Cochran, that's more information than we've had at this point. They're attacking targets not only in Iraq and Baghdad, where we can see that going on, but also in Kuwait. He did not say anything about the character of the attack. We can only presume, based on everything that we've been hearing, that it remains primarily an air attack. Are you learning anything about that there?
No, and all the indications out of here have been that it would be an air attack first. All indications we've had is that they would soften up first with an air attack. And, of course, one of the scenarios, Tom, is that we have an air attack. We pull back. We see how the Iraqis respond before advancing further, either with air or ground forces.
And, John Cochran, the president is now scheduled to appear before the nation in just about 2 hours. That's a very short time frame, relatively speaking. They must be very confident about what they're doing, because you would think that he would want to get results first.
Well, he'll have some, I would imagine he'll have some initial assessment. He will also have talked to congressional leaders. He doesn't have to have a full assessment of damage done. And after all, it's primetime television, and I think the feeling was he wanted to get out and announce this sooner rather than later, just as it's clear that he meant it when he said he wanted to take action against Iraq sooner rather than later, Tom.
All right, John Cochran at the White House, thanks very much. We just heard, of course, that President Bush will be addressing the nation tonight at 9 o'clock. The war against Iraq has begun, as the president described it. It is the liberation of Kuwait under the mandate of the United Nations resolution. The operation is called Desert Storm. Targets in Kuwait and Iraq now under attack. The president expected in about 2 hours. NBC's Fred Francis, any additional information for us?
focus obviously is on Baghdad because that's the central control for all of the Iraqi military. But I will tell you that if Operation Desert Storm is in fact underway full tilt, the very first targets that would have been struck would be the Scud missiles, Saddam's medium-range missiles, which can strike Israel and obviously strike Riyadh. And those missiles are also in Kuwait. We heard Marlon Fitzwater talk about targets that were attacked also in Kuwait. So I would fully expect that other attacks around the southern border of Iraq, where other targets around the southern border of Iraq were also hit, Scud missile targets to keep them from firing into Israel and keep them from firing into Saudi Arabia. Tom?
Fred Francis, can you tell us as well about the targets that may exist in the south of Kuwait where those green troops were dug in? You reported yesterday that B-52s now have been brought to the area. Is it likely that we'll hear some carpet bombing before too long? That is a saturation of those Iraqi troop positions where green troops, not seasoned, may be induced to some kind of panic.
It's part of the overall war plan that they would be carpet bombed at some point, but I don't think that would happen in the initial stages of combat. Everybody has to be focused on getting the primary targets. All of the command, control, and communications facility, Saddam, the military leadership, the Scud missiles, the Air Force, the Iraqi Air Force. Only 700 planes, only 75 of the 700 planes can fight and fly at night, but a primary target knocking out the Air Forces. So that the troops in the trenches are not primary targets tonight and will probably be spared in the initial hours of any conflict. Again, overall war plan, we'll see this evolving, and it's also evolving a lot slower than we anticipated that it would. We anticipated, in fact, Les Aspin of the House Armed Services Committee was predicting in the first hours of combat, the first day of combat, the United States would fly 2,000 sorties. That's individual attack planes, individual targets, and you can't fly 2,000 sorties when you begin the attack at 7 p.m. Eastern time. There's just not enough hours in the black night to do that. So we'll watch as this evolves. We're also told, Tom, several days ago that the president would make an initial announcement after the attack had begun, and he talked to the nation, but we were told not to expect those key specifics on which targets were hit and how successful the attacks were, because if they were not successful in knocking off all communication, they didn't want the Iraqis to know how successful the attack was.
Fred, let's talk about Saddam Hussein. He is the pivotal figure here, obviously. He is the primary target. How able are they to track his movements? After all, however else you think about him, this is a very canny man, and they've had a lot of experience with war and with high security. Everyone who's been to Baghdad has something to report on all of that. Do they think they know where he is?
They know where 4 of his bunkers are. They know that one of his bunkers is quite deep in the ground and very hardened. That is, there's something like 10 to 12 feet of concrete because Saddam has built these bunkers. So they know where he conducts his business, and they know many of the locations where he spends his evenings. However, intelligence is faulty. A lot of this is overhead intelligence, and a lot of this is communications intercepts where they pick up telephone calls and radio intercepts. So it's spotty at best. So one of the things they have to do is target all of those locations. And Tom, as you know, in Panama, they tracked Manuel Noriega for days, and then they lost him in 4 hours. The same thing when we attacked, the United States attacked Gaddafi in Libya. They tracked him for days, and they were absolutely certain he was in his compound. And I think he was in his compound that night, but they missed him. So there's no such thing as surgical strikes. So this is not an exact science, and it will evolve slowly. And to be successful, they have to take out the leader of the country, because especially in this case, this man's word is law. And if they have to ask for surrender, they want to ask from this man. And or if he's not there, they hope the country just sort of crumbles. The military leadership crumbles around him.
Fred Francis, we're going to go now to Saudi Arabia, where NBC's Mike Betcher is on duty. It is now the middle of the night there. It is about, what, 3:15 in the morning, I guess now, Mike, at this time, right?
That's correct, Tom. And yet another plane has taken off. I can see the orange glow of the afterburner as it heads into the night sky to destinations unknown. You know, Tom Aspel, who we've lost contact with in Baghdad, does indeed have a front row seat. He's at the Al Rashid Hotel. Fred was talking about targeting. The Al Rashid Hotel sits between the presidential palace and a small airport that would be used by Saddam Hussein in the event he has to make a getaway or wants to make a getaway. While I was in Baghdad in December, there was a Soviet press report quoted in Baghdad papers which said that there were underground hangars to be used for airplanes to carry Saddam Hussein out of Baghdad in case they thought that all was lost. They quoted that report, the Baghdad papers, saying how it showed that the Soviet Union betrayed them. But all around that area are many government buildings, and
in fact,
there
there's one,
are
Mike,
very few civilians.
Yeah, there's one right across the street, as a matter of fact, and there are lots of government complexes in that area as well. When Perez de Cuellar was there the other day, he was meeting in a government house, in effect, in a compound not too far from the hotel. I was struck by the fact that it was a very short distance away. I would think that those government compounds could be targets as well. There is the city of Baghdad as it is spread out. You heard Ed Peck earlier say that it looks like Los Angeles. That's a fair description. It is a relatively low-level city. It is not a city compacted like, say, Beirut, and so the bombing targets can be isolated to a certain degree, at any rate. Out by the airport, Mike Boettcher, everyone who flies in there is struck by the fact that there are lots of military installations around there.
In Baghdad or here in Saudi Arabia?
Baghdad, Mike.
Yes, in Baghdad. You're struck by the anti-aircraft guns, on roofs all over the city. There were air defenses. You know, one of our drivers there was in the Iraqi reserves, and he said, you know, my job, if there is a war, is to fire one of the ACAC guns, one of the anti-aircraft guns. And he said, if I'm called up, I'm not looking forward to that task. He said, how would I hit a missile? How would I hit a fast airplane with these old guns? Now, he was on the old guns. There are modern missiles, surface-to-air missiles, all around Baghdad. Those are well hidden, but there are a lot of air defenses guarding that city. It would be very precarious for a manned aircraft to make an attack there. That is probably why the cruise missiles were fired first.
All right, NBC's Mike Boettcher, who is in Saudi Arabia for us tonight. The post there is right next to the big air base at Dhahran. That has not been a secret to anyone, although it has been tightly held as a result of military restrictions. Several planes did take off from there tonight. They were F-15Es, we believe. Other F-15Es took off from other sites. To bring you up to date at this hour, 7:16 Eastern Standard Time, an attack has been underway for some time now against targets not only in Iraq, but also in Kuwait. We believe that those would probably be the forward troop positions of the Iraqi forces who have been in Kuwait now since early August of this year. The operation is called Desert Storm, and President Bush is scheduled to go on television tonight at 9 Eastern Time to report to the nation on what is going on. One of NBC's resident experts is with me at this hour, and that's Gary Sick, who served in the Carter administration, the National Security Council staff, has spent his adult lifetime studying that part of the world, and he was a man who believed until the last moment that maybe war could be avoided. Now it cannot.
No, it cannot.
And what is the greatest concern that you have as a political student of that part of the world?
Well, the one thing that if Saddam had started this, of course, the onus would have been on him for the attack. Now it will be seen as a clear case of the West launching an attack against Saddam Hussein.
But with fair warning to Saddam Hussein.
No. But I'm simply talking about the political realities. Right. And there are people who, in the Arab world, who will respond to that with anger. It brings out all of these anti-American feelings and so forth. And as the damage reports begin to come in from Iraq, I think that is going to be one of the things that will be seen. So politically, whether it's right or wrong, that is one of the things that we will see.
What would you be advising the President of the United States to be doing and saying to follow the military operation?
Well, it would be interesting to know if there was, in fact, any alert that caused this.
We're going to come back to you, Gary Sick. We've got a development going on in Saudi Arabia right now, if you'll just stand by, because we do want to get into that. NBC's Mike Boettcher is in Saudi Arabia at this hour. And Mike, what can you tell us about what you're hearing and what is going on there?
Well, Tom, the air raid warning has gone off. Sirens are blowing. We're getting our gas masks out just in case. Need to screw the canister on here. We'll just have to wait and see what is to come. There are extremely good air defenses around this area. We hope they are extremely good. There haven't been any more takeoffs in the last 3 minutes, and so the entire city right now will be heading towards their underground shelters. Certainly many of our staff should be taking off to those shelters at this very moment. We'll stay here with you as long as we can.
Mike, let me just ask you about procedures. We don't want you to stay there a moment longer than you feel that you should for your personal safety. What were you told beforehand about what would happen if you heard air raid sirens in the Dhahran area?
If air raid sirens were sounded, it meant that the city would probably be under attack, that it could be gas, that we should proceed to bomb shelters where we would put on our masks. They would then seal the doors, and we should be in safety there. And that's the procedure. We'll just have to see what happens. We hear some noise right now. We hear a jet engine. The sirens are still going. Let's listen. As many of you folks as you can should head to the shelter now.
Mike, get Arthur Kent to run up to the Joint Information Bureau. Get Arthur Kent to find out. We just lost Saudi Arabia. That's not an encouraging sign. We've lost the transmission from Saudi Arabia. They are at Dhahran. It's an air base that's one of the major launching pads for the fighter jets that are in that area. The Saudis have secured the area. I want to reassure everyone that this could be just a regular interruption on the part of the Saudis. That is one of the most secure areas that exists in Saudi Arabia. It's on the Persian Gulf itself. It's a large complex. That's the place where those American troops were landing. We've had a tactical fighter wing that has been based there as well as ground troops in that area, so we have no reason to be unduly concerned. But prudence, of course, requires the people who are on the ground to take whatever precautionary moves that they must at this time, and we trust and pray that they are, and we will be attempting to reestablish contact with them as quickly as we possibly can. NBC's Gary Sick, he's not NBC's, but he is for the moment, is our expert in this area. We were talking just a few moments ago about what you would be telling the president about the political consequences, the potential fallout once the military operation is over, what he should be sensitive to, and the message that he ought to be sending to those parts of the Arab world who are not under attack tonight.
I think at the first place, he should, if there was in fact a reason, let's say the Iraqis were arming their missiles or something, that this was a reason for us to go in, then he should obviously stress that. I think he has to stress very much that this is not an attack against the people of Iraq or against the Arabs generally, that it is in fact an attack against specific military targets, and to the very best of our ability, that will be maintained.
How much help can he get from Hafez al-Assad in Syria at this hour, from President Mubarak in Egypt, from King Fahd in Saudi Arabia on that count?
Well, the third point that I was going to mention is that he should stress also the fact that we're not in this alone. And I think the presence of even a token part of the Arab forces in this attack would be very, very important from that point of view. How much he can actually count on, of course, Syria has no air forces in the battle, in Saudi Arabia. So they're in no position to offer anything at this point. I think what we have to worry about with Assad is a couple of days from now, when he judges how the Arab reaction has gone, as to whether he'll stick with us or not. And I think it's a very open question.
And there's some question about whether he'll even use his troops in this attack. And that's a concern that Secretary of State Baker had when he was visiting Saudi Arabia just a week ago.
You know, the thinking was very much that the first phase would be purely air, and that it would probably go on. It's only been underway now for a couple of hours. It will go on at least until midnight Eastern time, when daylight begins to break over the area, and then we'll see whether it goes on. That's the first time we're going to get any real indication of how much has been done.
All right, can we put up now an electronic map to show you the area and what we think is going on at this hour, and then we'll just give you a kind of an evaluation. What you see in the lower right-hand part of your screen is Kuwait, and just below Kuwait is Dhahran, where we had that report interrupted just moments ago. And we believe that the F-15s have left from there and from central Saudi Arabia, going to target somewhere in Iraq. The indications are that the first attacks on the city of Baghdad, the capital of Iraq, were by Tomahawk cruise missiles. We've lost contact now with Tom Aspel, who is our correspondent there, and we have not been able to get back to him since that time. He is at the Al Rashid Hotel. He was looking west to the airport that you can see on the map. He reported that there were numerous very large explosions, lots of anti-aircraft fire that had been set off earlier. NBC's Fred Francis was telling us as well that he believes that it may have been a deliberate attempt to get the Saudis to light up their systems so we could take a look at their radar. Their radar would guide their missiles as well, and we would want to knock them out so we would knock out effectively their air defense system. That's what we know at this hour. When we left NBC's Mike Betcher and his colleagues, our colleagues there moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding in Dhahran. We have not been able, however, to get any additional report from them on just what is going on. There has been concern that Saudi Arabia would come under attack, but with all of the air cover that could be provided by the Allied force, led principally by the United States, we have no reason to get ahead of the story to believe that they are in imminent danger at this hour. And the hotel in Dhahran, the International Hotel, has a very large and substantial bomb shelter. Arrangements were made for people to get down there. It's where the Joint Information Bureau is as well. In Washington right now, two students of the Middle East. One of them is Robin Wright, who has written extensively and authoritatively about that part of the world, and Ed Peck, who served in the United States Embassy in Baghdad and is a man who is very familiar with Saddam Hussein. Robin Wright, let's begin with you and pick up on this business about what's the most important thing that President Bush can do once the military strike is over.
Once it's over? Well, I think that we're going to have to wait and see three things. First of all, whether Iraq carries through with its threat to strike Israel, and to see if the scope of this war expands from being a liberation of Kuwait into a full-fledged Arab-Israeli conflict. We'll also need to see within the next 4 or 5 hours as daylight breaks in the Arab world the kind of reaction from the Arabs, not only in the Gulf, but also in countries like Jordan, Yemen, Algeria, places that have showed some sympathy for Saddam Hussein, to see if this is going to create the kind of outrage, the kind of furor that Gary referred to earlier, if this is going to be a conflict that is judged as the West against the Arabs. And I think these are the issues that President Bush has to look at as he's evaluating what happens next.
All right, Robin Wright, we're going to go to Mike Betcher on the telephone right now. We've been able to get a telephone contact through to him, much to our relief. Mike Betcher, what can you tell us about what's going on in Saudi Arabia, apart from the fact that you are able to talk to us right now?
Tom, the air raid siren is still blowing. There has been no explosion, so I assume that no missile or airplane, enemy aircraft has struck anywhere near this location. People are in the bomb shelter at the present time. I am in a safe location at a phone, calling you now with my protective gear at the ready. So we are fine at the present time. The sirens are still blowing, and everything's okay. I think everyone said a little prayer before they headed down. And so far, everything's okay, Tom.
Well, Mike, that's the best news that we've had so far this evening after that interruption, and we are...
Power went out, by the way. All power was gone. The lights went black. At that point, we gave up the ship on the roof of the hotel and headed down. And I'll stay on the phone here with you as long as I can.
All right, Mike, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to let you catch your breath a little bit, and we'll catch ours as well collectively here now that we have reestablished contact with you. In Baghdad, so far as we can tell from other news agencies, the hotel has not come under attack in any fashion. We're attempting to reestablish our contact there with NBC's Tom Aspel. Reports still coming out of Baghdad. The city took a big hit on the western edge by the international airport, where we believe there was a large military installation, and Fred Francis had been able to report to us that the first wave of attacks came from Tomahawk cruise missiles. They're low and slow, but very deadly, very tough to shoot down, and very accurate. At that, they cost $1 million apiece. They are launched from ships, in this case, the Tomahawk. So that's the military situation as we are able to determine it at this hour. That is what is going on in that part of the world. Let me go back now to Washington, D.C., where Ed Peck is standing by next to Robin Wright. We introduced him earlier as a man who served in the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and he's with us tonight as well. Ed Peck, let's go back to the mind of Saddam Hussein. Over the weekend, when I was in Baghdad, top Iraqi officials were telling members of the UN Secretariat staff that they believe that they can take 2 waves of attacks from the United States, emerge from their bunkers, and claim victory. Is that viable?
Viable option, I suppose, that he has after he considers all the other routes that are open to him. I would tend to think that one of the things that he's going to do first when he comes out of his bunker is call on the Arab world to rise up and support him, and to call on Muslims everywhere to do the same thing. If you remember back in 1967 in the Arab-Israeli war at that time, when the Egyptians accused the United States of taking a role on the Israeli side, they sacked and burned American embassies all across the North Africa and through the Middle East. Now, when it's the United States that's done it without Israel, so far as we know, I'm certain that Saddam Hussein can count on a very strong and very violent reaction from Muslims virtually everywhere. So that'd be one of the things he's going to do when he comes out.
And what are the prospects of that succeeding with the Arab masses, to say nothing of some of the other marginal leaders there?
Well, I think it's going to succeed very well. Well, fairly well, and that's not something that pleases me, of course, but I think that there's going to be a very strong emotional reaction on the part of all Arabs when they know that the United States has struck co-religionists, co-Arabs, co-ethnists, if you will. It's going to be a strong reaction. It depends, the strength of the reaction will vary from country to country, and it will depend to a great deal on what happens in the succeeding days. But I think that even in countries far removed from the actual conflict, and I mentioned Algeria that Robin Wright just mentioned a moment ago, the Algerians are not going to feel very happy about this at all, and the Americans are going to be the ones who will take the brunt of their reaction.
Thank you very much, Ed Peck and Robin Wright in Washington, D.C. Gary Sick would like to add something to that.
Just one point, and that is I think the place to watch is, first of all, tomorrow morning when things begin to break, will be Jordan, first of all, where the situation is already very, very delicate, and where the Palestinians can take to the streets and destabilize things. And the other is Egypt, where Saddam is not that popular, but we'll have to watch what happens there and whether Mubarak can handle the threat.
Another big part of the equation, of course, is what happens to Israel. We have NBC's Martin Fletcher on the line for us now. Of course, just last week, Tariq Aziz, the Iraqi foreign minister, was saying, yes, absolutely yes, we will attack Israel if we come under attack. Martin Fletcher, I can hear you in the background on the line. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you fine, Tom.
What's going on in Israel tonight?
Well, surprisingly little, Tom. We were expecting that the first move Saddam Hussein would be a rocket attack, a missile attack on Israel. That hasn't happened yet, as he promised. He, of course, said his first thing he would do would be to attack Tel Aviv. That hasn't happened. What that suggests is that the missiles in H2, H3 on the Iraqi border, which is where Iraq would fire those missiles from, it appears those missiles were not ready to be fired, which was one Israeli fear. So now Israel has 5 hours to count down. That's the maximum time it takes to load the missiles, the Scud-Bs. It could take a shorter time, but that's the maximum time. So Israel will now wait 5 hours. If those missiles don't fall, it would then appear that in that first American attack on Iraq, included in the targets was H2, H3, the Iraqi missile launchers. Of course, Israel was saying very strongly to the United States that if Iraq launched missiles against Tel Aviv and they landed, Israel would retaliate. America asked Israel not to retaliate, to wait to give America the chance to take out those missiles. And as I say, now we're waiting to see what the result of the American attack is. If no missiles fall on Tel Aviv, that means then that Israel will probably be out of the war, no reason to take part, which of course would make Washington very happy indeed. We just heard there's a full curfew, news just in, Tom, a full curfew in the whole country. In the whole country of Israel, in the occupied territories. Nobody in the streets, everybody waiting to see whether the rockets will fall or not.
All right. Martin Fletcher, it's worth pointing out, I think, that American military experts were saying that the Scud missiles of the Iraqis should be sufficiently short-circuited that they wouldn't be very effective against Israel after the first wave of attacks. And, of course, that would apply to Iraqi air power as well. But there are other ways that the Iraqis could launch an attack against Israel.
That's right. The Air Force is the Iraqi Air Force is the other weapon, of course, that Israel's expecting. But Israel's much less concerned about the Air Force. Of those 700, I think the figure is 730 Iraqi warplanes that they have, very few would be directed against Israel, because the main brunt of the Iraqi defense has to be against the United States. And Israel is very confident that if airplanes from Iraq come over, they can be shot down before they reach Israel. Israel's much more concerned about the ground-to-ground missiles, the Scud-Bs, and in particular if they're armed with chemical warheads. That's the big fear Israel has.
All right. Martin Fletcher in Israel tonight. You'll be there on duty as this war, which has been launched against targets in Kuwait and Iraq, goes on. And at the Pentagon, NBC's Fred Francis with the latest for us. Fred?
Tom, just to follow up briefly on what Martin Fletcher said from Tel Aviv, the prime target, other than Saddam Hussein, a simultaneous target, would have been the Scud-B missiles. And they were located over here in southwestern Iraq in an area called H2 and H3. There were some 30 launchers in that area called H2 and H3 by oil pumping companies. And as you can see, a very easy flight over here. But those particular missiles, we were told weeks ago, the United States promised Israel that they would be among the first targets for U.S. warplanes. So we can only assume that because Martin Fletcher has not even heard an air raid siren, that those missiles were in fact launched. Now, I will tell you that the one word from the Pentagon in the last 15 minutes is that Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, will come into the briefing room at the Pentagon at 9:30 tonight, Eastern Standard Time, to brief after the president's announcement to the nation. And obviously we're waiting for that, but we do not expect to have details of how effective this initial wave of attacks has been, Tom.
Okay, Fred Francis, I'm still struck by the fact that that's rather a short order. NBC's Martin Fletcher in Tel Aviv. Martin?
Cheryl?
Martin?
Yep.
You're on the air. This is Tom Brokaw. What do you have for us?
Tom, the latest here is that the country has been told to get the gas masks ready. I have my gas mask here. We've been told to keep them in our hands, ready to put them on, but the order has not yet come over to put the gas masks on. That's the great fear, as I said before, that Israel has, that chemical war will begin. That would make Tel Aviv the first city in history, as far as we know, as far as our experts can tell us, ever to come under gas attack. The only village, there was once a village within Iraq that came under attack by the Iraqi army. This would be the first chemical war attack on a city in history.
All right. NBC's Martin Fletcher. And the reason, of course, that they are concerned about a gas or a chemical attack, maybe even a biological attack of some kind, is, first of all, the state of mind of Saddam Hussein. He'll do anything to get his way. He is an absolutely ruthless military commander. He used gas attacks on, effectively, his own countrymen, the Kurdish tribesmen, when he was at war with Iran during a dispute with them at that time. He's threatened to use gas again, but it must be pointed out that the gas attacks come from Scud missiles, and from missiles, they are not very effective, and they expect to be knocked out, and it's also not very directed. In other words, it can be diffused over a wide area. But it is an almost unimaginable fear that everyone has in that war theater. Now, we want to tell you what we know at this hour. The attack has been underway for, we think now, probably a couple of hours. It's uncertain just about when it was launched. It certainly was not 7 o'clock when we heard from Marlin Fitzwater. I think it probably began at around 5 or 4:50 p.m. Eastern Time today, when planes and Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched at Baghdad, first of all. Let's show you a broader map of the Middle East so that you'll have some orientation now to know what we're talking about. The cruise missiles were launched at Baghdad to military installations there, and there is the map. As you can see, the topical and the geographical relief of it all. Kuwait is that tiny oil-rich little country down there in the Persian Gulf, Saudi Arabia just below it, and it is believed that the most green of the Iraqi troops are on the southern border of that yellow area called Kuwait, and they probably are taking a real pounding at this hour, possibly from the B-52s. All the way to Baghdad, then, cruise missiles were launched to go after radar installations and other military sites. There have been reports of really horrendous explosions going on in the western end of the city. Credit where it's due, CNN is now reporting that it is black in Baghdad, although some smoke has been spotted in the area. That may have been the first wave of attacks. We still don't know what the strategy is. The president could come out tonight at 9 o'clock, announce what has been done, and said, Saddam Hussein, we have given you one more warning. Now we ask you, are you ready to pull out of Kuwait? And if there is no reply, he could go at them again with even more firepower. This has always been what I've called the Gaddafi model, that we'll show you what we can do, and then you respond to that. NBC's Dennis Murphy is in Amman, Jordan tonight. That's a country that's caught between Israel and Iraq. And one of the reasons that it is so volatile in Jordan, of course, Dennis, is that the population may be as high as, what, 70% Palestinian there?
Well, the Palestine would say it's more like 45% Palestinian, but you were here last week. There's no question. You walk through the streets of Amman, Jordan, and you see Saddam Hussein's pictures everywhere, by the taxi stands, by the news stands. What you have here is politically two separate groups. There's a Muslim fundamentalist movement, and there's also a radical Palestinian movement on the left. And both have found common cause. They're both united against the United States. And King Hussein has had to run that very tough course, Tom, of trying to be a neutral, trying to be something for everyone here. The country, in a belated fashion, finally endorsed the UN sanctions. But at the same time, you had that support in the street for Saddam Hussein. And frankly, Tom, I'm not looking forward to the dawn here. This is a city. You look out from the 15th floor here at the hotel over Amman. This is, again, like a sprawling Los Angeles. You were here just the other day. And what we're afraid of is that when dawn comes, there's going to be some movement in the streets. The greatest fear, of course, is that the missiles would be launched to Israel, as Iraq has promised, that Israel would respond, and that Jordan would be pulled into the middle of all of this. The king said he knocked on every door for peace, and was disappointed that he wasn't able to come up with some solutions. But civil unrest is what we're looking at for here in the next few hours. But it's a city asleep right now, Tom. It probably does not know that they're at war.
Are you able to get any Jordanian radio or television broadcast at this hour? Is that all shut down?
No, the radio is on. They've been playing patriotic music for the last few minutes. Earlier they were playing excerpts of the King's speeches, but the last news at the hour we had was at 2 o'clock. That was 41 minutes ago. It's 2:41 now here in Amman, Jordan. And there was no news about the war. They said only that we are prepared to go to war.
All right, NBC's Dennis Murphy pointing out for us the difficulties of being in Jordan. It could become a battlefield between Iraq and Israel. It has not yet come to that. There's no indication that there's been any attack whatsoever on Israel. It is a primary target. The Iraqis promised, but they may not be able to launch attack in that direction. But if they do so, Israel has made it clear it will respond in kind plus. It listened to the appeal from the United States and said, if we're under attack, then what we're going to do is we're going to strike back, and strike back hard. The animosity between the two countries is well known. Of course, it was Israel that took out the nuclear plant in Iraq several years ago now, because it was believed that Saddam Hussein wanted to use that to develop nuclear warfare. Gary Sick, your thoughts at these hours as a student of that part of the world and what's going on there tonight?
Two things, very briefly. One is that, in effect, this was a surprise attack by the United States. All of us, almost everybody in Washington and elsewhere, really expected the president to wait for some time. And one of the reasons we may not be seeing an attack on Israel is that I'm sure that those missile sites out there, which were the ones that would upset everything, if those missiles went off to Tel Aviv, nobody knew what the outcome would be. If those were not among the most intensely targeted areas, something was wrong. And the fact that no missiles have gone off yet at least suggests that something was done there. The other thing is that we really are going to have a period of calm here because everybody in the Middle East is asleep. And we will probably, the story on the political side will not really begin to emerge until about midnight or thereafter our time on the East Coast. And that's when we're going to be able to see what, in fact, does happen.
If we look at that with a Western mind, our immediate response would be to say, wait a minute, we have given fair warning to Saddam Hussein. We have told the Arab world what to expect. We have told the Arab masses in Egypt and Syria and Saudi Arabia and Iran, the other Muslim nations, that this guy is a threat to all of you as well. But are we to acknowledge as well that all that could go by the boards?
Absolutely. And at the same time that we've been making that point to them, they've been making the point in the street and with demonstrations and everything else that as far as they're concerned, any attack against the Arabs by the West is unacceptable, and they've put it in those terms. So all of our protestations aside, that's the situation that we're in. That doesn't mean that all of these governments are going to collapse all of a sudden, but it does mean that tomorrow and in the coming few days are going to be very, very dangerous indeed in any Arab country in the world.
A small but telling tale, I think. When I was in Baghdad over the weekend, I struck up a brief relationship, as you do, with an Iraqi citizen. I saw him 2 days running by happenstance, a university-educated man who said that he admired Americans and he liked it very much. He was very concerned about what was going on there. And then as I walked to my airplane at the end, I said, do you have a family? And he said, I have 3 small children. And I said, I hope that you'll be able to get out of harm's way. And he said, I think that we will be able to. And then a mask came down and he said to me, if something happens to my children, any one of them, I will fight you forever. And my children will fight you as well. And it seemed to me that that was probably representative of a lot of the feeling that goes on. It is a complex place. It operates to a different drummer than the Western cultures, and we have to be aware of that, too, I think, as we go on tonight. This is not might making right, necessarily, in the minds of the Arab masses.
And I think it deserves to be said as well that might is not irrelevant in this thing, and that the demonstrations and perhaps riots that we can expect tomorrow morning are not the end of the game either.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying from their point of view about how they're going to see it. Gary Sick is here. He will be with us all night long. And in Washington, his colleague in these studies, a man who has been in that part of the world a lot as well, Ed Peck, who served in the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. What are your thoughts? You have to be seeing Baghdad in your mind at this hour, Ed Peck.
Yeah, seeing Baghdad and wondering how they're taking it. One of the things that does cross my mind is the fact that the Iraqi people are inured to war. They had that 8 years of savagery with Iran. They are more accustomed to the losses of lives of loved ones and friends and neighbors. The Iraqis also got hit by missile and air attacks on a couple of occasions at least. So this isn't something that that is foreign to their experience as it would be to ours. And they're also a very tough people, known throughout the Middle East for the fact that they are tough, tenacious, proud, and the sorts of people who it is not wise to cross except when you have to. So that the man that you just mentioned, you having spoken to, who said he would never forgive us if anything happened to his children, evokes the idea that where we in the West tend to think more of our New Testament heritage, where you turn the other cheek and you let bygones be bygones and forgive and forget, the people of the Middle East are the people of the Old Testament, if you will, if the Muslims will let me say that, where they're much more of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, and you don't forget and you don't forgive, and you carry on the vendetta and the struggle long after people in the West would be prepared to say, all right, it's over, let's not worry about it any longer.
Ed Peck, thank you very much. We'll ask you to stay there as well tonight. Recordings on telephone calls that are being placed at Baghdad. This is what you hear if you try to dial into that Iraqi capital city. Due to an emergency situation in the country you are calling, your call cannot be completed at this time. Not unexpected. NBC's John Cochran at the White House right now. What's President Bush doing to prepare for his 9 p.m. address to the nation, John?
Well, he's sitting in his office right now with Vice President Quayle, Chief of Staff John Sununu, and his National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. Let me run through a few things for you. Between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, the president called congressional leaders, gave them their first word on the attack. The White House expected the first attack on Baghdad at 7 p.m. You know how they learned about it? They watched television, and they heard the reports coming from the reporters on the ground in Baghdad. They're saying here everything happened right on schedule. The president will be speaking at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That, of course, is, a little over an hour and 10 minutes from now. He'll be speaking about 10 to 12 minutes. He wrote it all himself, went through 4 drafts. At the office, he walked out of his office about 4:30 this afternoon, both he and Vice President Quayle, knowing what was underway. The orders obviously had already been given some time before. They took some time out, went over to their respective homes, and returned at 6 p.m. When I say the president went home, he walked over to the mansion part of the White House before returning to his office. As for his mood, we're told he is calm, expectant, waiting for reports, and they have no important military reports yet. The president actually has been doing a lot of watching of television to see what, as I say, the people on the ground themselves have been reporting.
Where's Harry Summers?
I beg your pardon? Tom, I'm sorry I lost you.
John, just keep going.
I'm sorry. So Marlin Fitzwater is briefing reporters right now. It's all happening as we speak before our eyes. They don't know how successful this mission is, and by the time the president goes on television, as I say, about an hour and 10 minutes from now, he's not going to know whether this was a completely successful strike. We also don't know what other targets there may have been other than Baghdad. I can tell you some things that the White House had said really is not a problem, and we had heard that it was a problem with the Israelis. The Israelis had complained complained that they weren't being clued in, as it were, on what our war plans were before the attack began. One thing the Israelis were worried about was that if, in fact, the Israelis felt in danger of those Iraqi missiles, they'd go in there with their jets and try to take them out. They might run into our planes there, and our planes and their planes might start firing on each other, or conceivably, I suppose, even collide into each other. Here at the White House, I'm told that they never regarded that as a serious problem. Their feeling was that the Israelis were trying to find reasons to get more information. Quite understandably, Israel has a deep national security interest here. The White House staffers I've talked to are not being critical of the Israelis. They say that's not a problem. What I don't know is how much information the Israelis have been given. Obviously, they're being given some. This is a very sensitive issue, Tom, because Arab countries are going to want to know whether or not the U.S. did this in cahoots with the Israelis, as you well know.
All right. John Cochran, you're absolutely correct in that. We want to give you an update on the situation now as you stand by there. It is called Operation Desert Storm. It has been underway now for almost 3 hours, we believe. It began with Tomahawk cruise missile attacks on the capital of Iraq, Baghdad, as you can see. That is an F-15 plane that we have flying over there. They were launched as well with long-range fuel tanks, probably to hit ground positions, possibly in southern Kuwait, but maybe military targets within Iraq itself. The primary objectives in the first wave appear to have been military installations and probably radar sites, because the radar would be crucial to the Iraqis in responding to any kind of an attack. There are now reports again coming out of Baghdad of a new wave of attacks underway. We do not know what that means precisely at this hour. The center of the city apparently still is intact. Saddam Hussein, where he is at this hour, we cannot say. We presume, of course, that he is in a bunker, possibly somewhere in the Baghdad area, but he could have gone to the mountains. He has retreats there as well. He is battle-hardened, 8 years against Iran. He's a man who fought and killed his way to power, beginning in a very small village in Iraq called Tikrit, and from there he built this enormous political and military power in the most ruthless possible fashion, killing anyone who stood in his way, saying, I know of the people around me when they're disloyal before they know. NBC's John Cochran at the White House.
Tom, we're just learning that the president has been working on the speech, which we'll hear later tonight. He's been working on it for 2 to 3 weeks. That gives us a lot of insight into his mindset. Obviously, he thought this was a likely possibility. You don't work on a speech for 2 or 3 weeks unless you think you're going to deliver it, although obviously hoped at the last minute that Saddam Hussein would withdraw his troops and he wouldn't have to go on the air with the speech of about 10 to 12 minutes duration. The few remarks that Marlin Fitzwater had a short time ago, that would be about almost an hour ago now, that was devised in a hurry. The president is still watching a lot of television. Incidentally, one of the reasons around here we suspected there would be no attack today is that Marlin Fitzwater came out to this podium behind me earlier today, this morning, and issued a personal appeal for journalists in Baghdad to leave. And later talking with Fitzwater privately, he said, listen, I'm speaking also on behalf of the president. He knows a lot of you guys. He knows a lot of you guys reporting from Baghdad. He's concerned about you. He thinks it's crazy that you're there. Fitzwater said, I tried to explain to him that's what you guys do for a living. That's the ethics of your profession, to be there where news is happening. And Bush was saying, try to get him out of there. However, the reason we didn't expect the attack today is there really was very little time for people to come out of Baghdad. Given the president's concern, we thought maybe he was going to hold off another day or two. So I would have to say most of us were caught by surprise here, Tom.
Thank you, John Cochran. We have some additional information for you. From a very high-ranking Arab source tonight, we are told that the Baghdad airport and a large number of missile batteries around it were the first targets. We're told that there was no ground resistance, that the attacks were successful. The early attacks were not massive, but they were concentrated and effective. That, as I say, from a high-ranking Arab source in a position to know. We'll tell you as well that in Tokyo and other places is the situation tonight. That could very well stabilize. We'll not know what happens in this country. Colonel Harry Summers is one of the best students of American military policy in this country. He's in our Washington studio right now. Colonel Summers, we have been talking about strategy all along. This business about using cruise missiles to go after other missile installations around the Baghdad airport and probably other sites. Come as any surprise to you?
Not at all. I think it's a very good use of trying to suppress their air defenses and pave the way for the manned bombers that follow.
Is there any possibility that they would do this kind of quasi-surgical strike, I suppose is the best way to describe it, as a kind of model of what can come next to get their attention, and then if there is no response politically from Saddam Hussein, they really pull the trigger?
I hope we're not falling into the mistake of using military forces as signaling devices, and we're using them properly as war-fighting devices. That was a mistake we fell into in the Vietnam War, and it had disastrous consequences.
And in fairness to President Bush, he said that that would never happen in this case. Fred Francis and I were talking earlier about the attack on the Baghdad airport and the launching of what appeared to be ground-to-air missiles. It did appear from this distance, and this is all speculative, of course, that they wanted to light up the radar systems. Does that make sense to you?
Exactly so. The way you get them to activate their radars, because as you know, some of our so-called smart bombs and smart munitions hone in on these kind of radar sites and can take them out. So, and to do that, of course, you've got to get them to turn them on.
All right, we're going to show you now a map of the general area, if we can, an electronic map, Colonel Summers, and you and I are going to talk our way through it here for just a few moments about what we're... First of all, this is Baghdad itself. The United States Embassy and the British Embassy have been evacuated. I was there on Sunday at the American Embassy, and it was curious. The doors were open and the phone worked, but no one was at home. Books were left on the desks and so on. The president has to be very careful, doesn't he, here, when he's going after Baghdad, that he does not, in effect, cause so many innocent casualties that it could backfire on him.
Well, we know that they're going to use that as a propaganda weapon, as the North Vietnamese did, so that we've got to be very careful about collateral damage and civilian casualties. But having said that, they're almost inevitable because a surgical strike is almost a contradiction in terms.
All right, now let's look at a wider map, if we can, of that whole area so that we can see Kuwait and Iraq and everything else. Kuwait down there in the bottom, right up against the border of Saudi Arabia. They say that targets are being hit in Kuwait, too, tonight. What would you think those targets might be?
I would think it'd be their missile sites, their artillery, anything they have capable of striking our forces and taking them out to the degree that they can, and also, of course, some of their air defenses there as well.
We have had no reports of any ground movement on the part of the American military forces. I guess that comes as no surprise to you.
Not at all. It'll probably be some time before we see that.
All right. If Colonel Summers, if you'll stand by, we're going to go back to Saudi Arabia right now to NBC's Mike Betcher so we can get an update from there. They're back on the air. Mike, I don't hear any air raid sirens in the background. Breathing a little easier?
Yeah, a little easier, Tom. I can toss this thing next to me. You have to keep it close here. There could be another siren. Nothing hit. Apparently people are coming out of the shelter now, so it looks like the all clear came. When we spoke to you earlier, power went down, it went black. There was no explosion, no problem in that regard. I spoke to you from a phone up here. And everything is calm right now. We hear no jets taking off, no jets coming in. It looks like, at least in the early minutes of this conflict, here in northeast Saudi Arabia at Dhahran, we've survived it without any sort of a hit.
Yeah, and Mike Betcher, can you tell me as well what you are able to learn from the Joint Information Bureau? Those are the military public information officers who are located on the mezzanine of that hotel. Are they helpful at all at this hour?
Well, the Joint Information Bureau went down to the bomb shelter, as they well should, well armed. And I don't know if they've come back up yet. I'll have to go check in a few minutes, Tom.
Okay, NBC's Mike Betcher. We're going to go from there to the Pentagon, where Fred Francis has been talking to people who are in the nerve center effectively, although it's being run, this war out of Riyadh. It's being closely monitored by the Defense Department. Fred, what's the latest that we have?
Tom, this is a plan of long standing, we are told. The only thing that has changed in several months on this plan is target updates. Satellites where Saddam would be moving some of the mobile missiles, the mobile Scud missiles, and those were updated on a daily basis. Target updates for the Tomahawk cruise missiles. We can tell you from sources here at the Pentagon that this is a very massive attack.
Bright flashes of light on the ground, and now due west of where we are. There's more fire going up. There's a bomb that has come down now. You'll probably hear the report at the refinery in just a minute. We saw the bomb come down. We saw the flash, and you just heard the explosion. And it was a big blast of bomb blast that came through this window. I'm going to back away from the window now. I'll still try to get a view for you, but that was a rough one for me. It was very far away, and I'm sure it was not dangerous, but it was the biggest blast of air that I've felt from a bomb so far. Peter?
You know, that could have been as heavy as a 2,000-pound bomb. The windows in the hotel room have held. Maybe they are bulletproof. Maybe they're also bomb-proof. The waves are coming basically every 15 minutes now. It seems maybe 3-4 planes. They're unloading their hardware and then heading off. These pilots, these American pilots, are flying through a lot of flak, a lot of anti-aircraft fired from the ground. The gunners are firing a lot. But they don't. The U.S. planes don't seem to be targeting any of the anti-aircraft weaponry at this point. They seem intent on hitting specified targets and then getting on their way. John?
Peter, could the reason that they're not worried about the anti-aircraft fire be that the planes are flying high enough so that the anti-aircraft fire wouldn't be effective?
None in Baghdad itself. Those early reports now are that the gunfire in and around Baghdad, at our last contact with Baghdad, that they had subsided. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News correspondent, is with the families of some U.S. fighting men and women in Norfolk, Virginia.
Believes both in the air and on the ground of our forces to be a tremendous advantage militarily.
One system used in the Gulf is called Lantern.
Secretary Cheney and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Colin Powell, we will not hear a great many details because, quite frankly, they're running this war from Riyadh, and a lot of details are not going to come this way, at least for the next 24 hours, and certainly will not be released to the public.
All right, there are additional reports now coming out, Fred, that there is heavy bombing going on in and around Baghdad. So it is the massive attack that you have described for us. Colonel Harry Summers in Washington, D.C. has been consulting for NBC recently. He is a military affairs expert. Does this all add up for you, Colonel Summers? Well, he may have stepped away to make some telephone calls to find out what is going on. Colonel Summers, you heard Fred Francis?
I did, sure did. And as you earlier question, I think it's really coming down to the plan that we've discussed earlier and pretty much right down for the scenario that everybody's been talking about.
All out. Get as much damage done as you possibly can. Go on for maybe a couple of days.
Exactly so. It's command and control facilities, establish air control, which is essential for everything that follows. I think it's just going right down the list.
All right, Colonel Summers, we're going to go to Saudi Arabia right now. NBC's Mike Betcher is on the Air Force from there. Mike, what do you have?
Well, we understand from a colonel in the Saudi Joint Information Bureau here at the hotel that there has been no retaliation in Saudi Arabia by Iraq. No missiles have struck Saudi territory. No planes have made it across the border from Kuwait to here. So far as we know, so far as this colonel has told us, there has been no retaliation inside Saudi Arabia yet.
And what about the success of the attacks within Kuwait and Iraq? Can he give you any judgment on that?
We're trying to get that now. I have nothing on that yet.
Okay, we're going to go to Martin Fletcher in Israel. The last time we talked to him, Martin said there was an advisory to keep your gas mask at the ready. Any additional or higher order of alert in that country?
No higher order of alert, Tom, but we did find out that President Bush did call Prime Minister Shamir early this evening to warn him of the American attack on Iraq. And it was a result of that. Shamir went on television to warn Israelis, not that the attack would happen, of course, to give the game away, but to tell them, to reassure them that Israel was in a perfect state of readiness and could repel any Iraqi attack if it came. Since then, there's been a state of emergency declared in Israel. People have been advised to stay in their homes. Only essential personnel should be out in the streets. Of course, that's not very difficult. Right now, it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. But at dawn, that's about 5 hours away here in Israel. That's the time span for which Israel is preparing to see whether or not Iraqi missiles land in Israel. That's the time, 5 hours, it takes to arm Iraqi warheads in western Iraq. So if no missiles have landed by daybreak in Israel, it looks like Israel will be out of the war.
And Martin Fletcher, can we assume that Israeli jet fighters have been scrambled tonight, that they have additional heavy air security underway now?
Well, it's certainly a fair assumption, Tom, but I haven't heard that yet. But it's certainly the way Israelis operate. They've had pilots rotating in cockpits on the ground for about a week now. Permanently, they can scramble their planes within 30 seconds. They've had electronic observation planes and fighter planes permanently in the air. It's certainly a safe bet that they've increased the numbers of planes in the air ready to intercept Iraqi fighters or bombers. But as I say, we have no news of it yet. An army briefing is expected momentarily.
Okay, we'll hear back from you after that time. Martin Fletcher, who is in Israel tonight, of course, that has been one of the many unknown factors here. It is potentially so explosive because the Iraqis promised to bomb Israel The hope on the part of the Iraqis would be that they would be able to then drag Israel into the war. That would set off a backfire of reaction on the part of the Arab masses. It would be very hard for, say, Egyptian President Mubarak, as closely tied as he is to the United States, to hold his people in line. We don't know what happened to Hafez al-Assad of Syria under those circumstances. At the Defense Department, Fred Francis. Fred?
Well, Tom, NBC News correspondent Catherine Kurek has been working the halls of the Pentagon for the past hour and a half, and a senior Pentagon official has told her just recently that the prime target that this building had for many, many months and had promised Israel that they would take out those Scud missile sites in southwestern Iraq. We do not know whether that has been successful, but we continue to hear from Martin Fletcher in Israel that there are no air raids, and so we presume that all of American technology and all of American targeting were focused on those missiles just across the Jordanian border in southwestern Iraq, and that was one of the prime targets. Catherine Kurek also reports that all of the other targets in Kuwait, the command and control sites, as well as the mobile Scud missiles, the ones in southwestern Iraq were fixed launchers. They have mobile missiles in Kuwait. Those were also prime targets. So it does not surprise me what Michael Betcher reports, that the missiles fired, there was nothing fired into Saudi Arabia, and it does not surprise me that Saudi Arabian airspace has been violated. You must remember, Tom, there are 2,200 American fighters and bombers based on the Arabian Peninsula and or in the seas just around them. Roughly 1,700 in the Arabian Peninsula and 400 to 500 on Navy carriers, 3 in the Red Sea and 3 in the Persian Gulf. A tremendous, absolutely tremendous collection of air defense, and so it doesn't surprise me that for the moment, nothing has been fired into Saudi Arabia. Tom?
All right. Fred Francis, thanks very much. Again, we have a very substantial Arab source within the Arab diplomatic community saying that in his 9 p.m. speech, the president will offer to stop for anything for a few hours or up to a day to give Saddam Hussein a chance to pull out of Kuwait, or else, having demonstrated to him the kind of damage that he can invoke. Fred Francis, let's go back to you for a moment. We've been hearing now from Mike Betcher tonight, from Martin Fletcher in Israel, from everyone. It is the great unthinkable on the minds of us all. What happens if he gets off some kind of a gas attack? Realistically, what are they saying about the Pentagon, about the chances of that being effective on the part of Saddam Hussein?
Well, there are 2 levels of this, Tom. The first level, both the Israelis and the CIA have said repeatedly that Iraq has never demonstrated the ability to use chemical warheads on his long-range or his medium-range missiles. He's never demonstrated that ability. And even if he were able to get a couple of those missiles off with chemical warheads into Riyadh or Dhahran or in that area, what we know about these missiles is they are notoriously inaccurate. If one were fired at a stadium, say, it might hit within a mile of that stadium. The second thing we know about chemical warheads on these missiles is that these chemical warheads dissipate very quickly, especially in the kind of environment you have in a desert. So they're not particularly lethal weapons. And the second layer of chemical attack is the one that is most effective, the ones that Iraq has used most effectively, and that is firing chemical warheads on artillery shells. Saddam Hussein did that to great effect against the Iranians during the Iran-Iraq War. But again, U.S. forces are not within range of those artillery pieces in southern Kuwait. So the bottom line of all this, Tom, is yes, it's good to have those gas masks, and that's the real scare, but it's just a scare. It's not a real lethal threat, pinpoint targeting, and in this building, and at least at the CIA, and even the Israelis, we're never totally concerned about the chemical threat.
Fred Francis, thanks very much. We know that you have additional work to do there, and you'll be back to us momentarily. Gary Sick, who, as I say, was a former member of the National Security Council staff, an expert on that part of the world. What happened with Iraqi casualties during the war with Iran?
Well, it's really an interesting point, because the point has been made that Iraq is prepared to take substantial casualties. In the Iran-Iraq War, over a period of 8 years, Iraq lost about 130,000 people, spread out over that 8-year period, which is about a little over 2% of the population, something like what the U.S. did in the Civil War. That was the level of attack that
very high price.
It's a very high price. And what's amazing is that he's been able to take his population back into war again after having experience like that. The other thing is the experience that they had with missiles. Iraq launched something like 200 missiles in the period of a month and a half against Tehran. And those missiles certainly scared people, drove them out. Not one of them had gas on it. And ultimately, it didn't really destroy the city. That was 200 in a relatively short period of time. And they were not able to really do that much damage. So the missiles should be regarded primarily as a terror weapon rather than as a weapon that is really likely to be able to do any enormous damage.
If they take the kind of hit that we think is underway right now, massive bombing, really terrifying explosions on the edge of the city, big damage all over Iraq, military installations, people will be coming awake this morning and seeing what is going on. They're probably huddled in doorways right now. How long can Saddam Hussein hang on to his people?
You know, I'm not sure that the people in Baghdad will wake up terrified and aware of massive damage around them, because if I really understand the plan, they're not going to be going after targets in the city. For instance,
but they'll be hearing what's going on.
They'll be hearing. Oh, of course. But Iran, in the course of that 8-year war, fired between 50 and 100 missiles at Baghdad, which came in over time, and again had almost no effect on the outcome. The thing that I think that the Iraqis are not expecting is the sheer volume, the magnitude of this, which would be more in the first few minutes than Iran threw at them in the entire history of that war. And during that entire history of the war, Iraq had air superiority. They were able to keep all of the Iranian planes pretty much out of their airspace after the first few months of that war. This is a completely new situation for Iraq. So the experience that they had in the Iran-Iraq war doesn't necessarily translate into their experience right now.
It should come as no surprise, after all, maybe not to the Iraqi people who are not able to read and to see CNN, which is available to the Iraqi leadership there. It should come as no surprise, however, to the Iraqi leadership that this kind of an attack is underway.
Oh, yes. No, I mean, the Iraqi leadership had every reason to know the magnitude, the nature of what was coming. And it still remains to be seen whether Iraq was itself planning to launch an attack of its own. We haven't seen that at all. But as I say, this was really a surprise attack on their part, on the U.S. part, moving in faster, hitting them harder, and catching them basically before their missiles could in fact be used against any other targets. Thus far, I mean, so far, so good.
All right, thanks very much, Gary Sick, who is going to be with us throughout the evening here as we keep track of what is called Operation Desert Storm. The president is expected to address the nation in about 50 minutes at 9 Eastern Time. He will report on the success, as he knows it at that time, we trust, of Operation Desert Storm, and he will tell us what his plan is next. We have been told by one major Arab diplomatic source tonight that, in fact, he will probably make an offer to Saddam Hussein to pause for a few hours or a day or so to give him an opportunity to reconsider a decision that he so far has resisted, that is to pull his troops out of Kuwait. The initial attack came as a cruise missile attack. We're told now that there is heavy bombing going on in the Baghdad area, a very substantial amount of bombing, primarily at... Okay, Kent and Betcher are standing by now in Saudi Arabia, I'm told. That is Arthur Kent and NBC's Mike Betcher, who are two of our correspondents there. Mike and Arthur, are you hearing anything from the Joint Information Bureau, the military information people upstairs?
Well, Tom, they've more or less closed down that avenue of information. What we're seeing here is very carefully planned and orchestrated program by the U.S. military to make sure that information is given out in a very measured way from the top. We saw that earlier this evening when there was obviously a lot of activity in the skies. Military people here in Saudi Arabia, in northeastern Saudi Arabia that is, would have no comment and signaled us to Riyadh. They at that time were signaling back to Washington. So there is a chain of confirmation, a release of information that you might expect in this kind of instant warfare to make sure that just that kind, quality, and amount of information is given out as the attack proceeds. But little by little, we are getting some pieces of information. We expect that as the attack continues, and we are again hearing some F-15 interceptors taking off from this air base.
Yes.
See a pair of them, Mike, right?
Two afterburners, so it doesn't look like an F-15.
Right. We'll be getting more information, Tom, we expect, as the night goes on.
All right, it's worth pointing out that Mike Boettcher and Arthur Kemp were part of that group that had a real scare some time ago now. A few moments ago, there was an air raid siren that went off in Saudi Arabia, and they were instructed to go down into the bomb shelter. This is what it was like. It'd be a chilling moment for all of those people in Tehran. Of course, they believed that they were safe. It turns out that they were, and we expect that they will continue to be, because it's a very, very heavily secured area. We're going to go now to Camp Pendleton with a Marine family. The Marines, we believe, are up on the front lines and not yet in action. There's been no indication whatsoever that there has been any kind of ground force movement at this time. So let's go to Margaret Larson now at Camp Pendleton. Margaret?
Tom, I'm in the Comer household, where I've been for the past 2 days talking to Tammy Comer and her 4 children. Tammy's husband, Carl, is a Marine who is deployed in the Persian Gulf. And as we've been discussing, this is very much like a death in the family. It's something you know is going to come, but still it is a terrible shock when it finally happens. Tammy, what's your reaction to the news today?
It really hasn't hit me yet. I think in my heart it's a sign of relief that we know it was going to happen, and it's happened. I'm happy that it's happened, that they can go in there, they can get their job done, and bring our loved ones home.
The wait has been excruciating for the families here in this apartment complex, where many of the wives are military wives, the children waiting for their fathers to come home.
Yes.
But you're pulling together.
We are. This evening we plan to get together and give each other support. We were together earlier when we got the news. A lot of children were with us. My phone's been ringing off the hook. Family members have called. People have called to give their support. We need anything to holler. And we're just going to be one big family and hang in there together.
Before Carl left, he gave you some advice. He asked you to do something for him. What was it?
To be strong. To be real strong. So we're going to do that.
Well, it's certainly what I've been watching you do for the past couple of days. Wish you the best. The families here at Camp Pendleton, 20 to 30,000 Marines deployed from this area, have nothing to do now but wait for additional word and to hope that their loved ones will indeed come home, Tom.
Margaret, I wonder if they take any comfort in the fact that the strategy is to have a very heavy bombing attack first, and the last idea is to send in the ground forces. Does that reassure them at all?
Absolutely it does. Not only are many of these men on the ground, but some of them are on ships out in the Gulf, and they are taking a lot of comfort in the fact that the airstrikes are going to make that an easier road for them if indeed they do have to go in. That is something that comforts them.
All right, thank you very much, Margaret Larson at Camp Pendleton in California. The first Marines to land there, of course, were from Camp Pendleton and from 29 Palms. They had had extensive desert training, and they got off the airplane sometimes, in some instances, off 747s from United Airlines, and within 24 hours they had gone from California and peacetime to the Persian Gulf and the prospect of war, a war that is underway tonight, Desert Storm, a war from the air at this hour. We'll be hearing from President Bush, we think, in about 40 minutes or so. We have a report now from NBC's Tom Aspel that we recorded earlier at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, the first wave of attacks. This is how Aspel described them from his hotel room in Baghdad.
Now, the sky just full of tracer now, and there's a very big explosion right up to the west of the city there, just winking. Here it comes now, Tom. There's a very big bang right out on the western side of the city. And now guns, there you go. You can hear that, Tom. There are guns, and there's more explosions on the western edge of the city. There's red tracer, white tracer. It's going up all over the place. I haven't seen a missile yet. Another big green flash out towards the airport. You can only see in one direction here, Tom, but let me see if I can get just over towards the edge of the window. Maybe you can hear this. Wow, what a sight. What a sight. A lot of flak going up in the air, all these tracers crossing, white blinking. Two big explosions. I can now see a pool of smoke out there. One was red, one was green, maybe some kind of flare. We're just not up on a war of the 90s. You know, we don't know what these explosions mean. We've never seen them before. We don't know how to recognize exactly what they are.
Are you hearing any airplanes?
Not yet, Tom. We do not hear any airplanes yet. Another big flash on the edge of the city.
That was NBC's Tom Aspel tonight about an hour and 20 minutes ago, and then his line went dead. So far as we can tell, it's been very tough, although some news agencies are getting reports out of there. It's been very tough to get any communications out of there whatsoever. In Washington, D.C., retired Colonel Harry Summers, who teaches at the War College, a military expert, and Ed Peck, who is at the Foreign Service, who is chief of mission in Baghdad at the embassy at this time. We had this report from a gentleman, I will describe him as a very senior Arab diplomat, that the president will go on television tonight and make an offer. This has not been confirmed by the White House. This is what we're told by the Arab diplomatic community, that after this initial wave of bombing, he'll pause and say, okay, now do you understand? Are you going to get out of Kuwait? Does that make sense to you, Colonel Summers?
It really doesn't. From a military perspective, it'd be disastrous. But of course, war is a political act, not a military act, so there are other factors at work here.
All right, Ed Peck, you wear the political hat of the two there. What would be your judgment?
I think that's probably a reasonable thing to do from the political perspective, to show again that we're trying to take every possible step to avoid real cataclysm out there.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and the night sky again lit up with beautiful red and orange tracers and white flashes again as airbursts continue to come, probably from the anti-aircraft guns, from all we can tell. And all around us now, we hear explosions, big explosions from great distances away from our location. As Secretary Weinberger was mentioning in his interview just now, Peter, they are not apparently, the Allies, the coalition forces are not targeting civilian targets apparently at all. And all the anti-aircraft fire, and we see more of it to the south right now, going straight up, seems to be very far from the center of town.
Well, right in front of me, John, to I guess the north, I see a series of surface-to-air missiles being fired up. They look like that to me. They're going straight in the sky. Who knows what they're aiming at? They're aimed at the attacking force, but there were about 5 were launched just within seconds of each other.
Yeah, just kind of boom, 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 boom.
They just went right up there, right into the sky.
Right, and we'll have to tell you again.
From Kuwait, and tonight, United States forces, backed by various allied forces, British, French, Egyptians, to name only a few, are attacking Iraq and Kuwait. I want to underscore that so far as we can determine, if Allied forces are engaged in the early stages of the air attack, we're not aware of it, although Bob Simon believed that he might have heard some of the British aircraft taking off from Dhahran, but we'll just have to wait later reports to see what we can confirm. Let's go down as Walter Cronkite moves into the studio to help us. Charles Kuralt, our CBS correspondent, gathering here as part of our live coverage. We'll be going to them shortly, but first let's go to Leslie Stahl at the White House. Leslie, what's the situation there now as we're about, 35 minutes from the time the president will be addressing the nation?
Dan, the president is right down this hallway. I don't think you can see it, in the Oval Office, getting ready for that speech. We are told that he began writing it 3 weeks ago. In other words, he had set this attack in motion at least 3 weeks ago. We are told that the decision to strike Baghdad at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, to start the war at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, was made at least 2 days ago. The president got the news that the attack had started off television news reports. He was in the Oval Office watching television. He was with the vice president, Mr. Quayle. He was with his national security advisor, Scowcroft. He was with his chief of staff, Sununu, John Sununu, and with his press secretary, Marlin Fitzwater. And he said, quote, "That is just the way it was scheduled to start." At 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the first bombers reaching Baghdad right then. So this decision, the firm decision to attack at that time, made at least 2 days ago, maybe even more. Marlin Fitzwater couldn't tell us. We asked the press secretary moments ago if this was going to be nonstop bombing, or would there be a pause. There have been some reports that the president had built in a short strategic pause to give Saddam Hussein some time to think it over. Marlon said all he knew was that the battle had begun to liberate Kuwait. He couldn't tell us much more than that.
Again, in the Persian Gulf itself, there are a number of American military analysts we've spoken to over the
air. Two big rear engines on those F-15s. It's got a twin tail on it. Those guys have very sophisticated radar on board and very heavy weaponry as well. We have a report now from NBC's Martin Fletcher in Israel. The Israelis, of course, have extraordinarily good intelligence in that area. He tells us that most of the targets have already been destroyed, including nuclear and chemical installations. F-111, F-17 stealth bombers started to fly the second phase. The British military communications network intercepted here by a ham radio operator. They've been listening and monitoring that in Israel. Martin Fletcher, based on what you're hearing on the radio intercepts, it's going so well so far?
Well, Tom, we have that one report from our radio operator who's intercepted the British military communications network. It seems as if it's going exceptionally well. There's been a report just now on Israel television, I can't vouch for it myself, in which they say that the missile launchers in western Iraq, H-2, were hit, and the Israelis' intelligence says that the missiles were not armed at the time they were destroyed. So that indicates that the Iraqis were not ready for the attack. And it also suggests that there is no way that those missiles will be launched at Israel.
All right, you're hearing that from what, British military radio transmissions?
British military radio transmissions said that gave the first part of my report, which is that the targets mostly are being destroyed, including nuclear and chemical facilities. And a ham operator who has been regularly monitoring military communications for us gave us the second report about the destruction of the weapons, which had not yet been readied. Martin Fletcher, any additional briefings from the Israeli military authorities at this hour? Well, they keep saying they're going to make a military briefing any moment, and it has not yet taken place. We're still waiting for it. Another report, Tom, I can say is that there have been very few casualties, we understand, in Iraq for the time being. All right, Martin Fletcher in Tel Aviv tonight. We'll know that you'll want to go off and get some additional information from the Israeli point of view. The monitoring devices out there, both civilian and official, are up and very active. Prime Minister Shamir, we're told, and Defense Minister Aarons were at their homes tonight receiving information on what is going on. Israel very much on guard and seems to be, at this moment, out of danger from an attack from Iraq. And that, of course, would have started a whole different phase and made this already very dangerous and complex situation all the more so. At the White House, NBC's John Cochran is there. John, the president is due in, what, 35 minutes or so? Do we expect this to be a long or a short speech? And have you learned any of the material that may be in it?
Well, we think it'll be about 10 to 12 minutes long. He will start at 1 minute past the hour, straight up and down. And we are told, as far as how long this campaign will last, the president's press secretary says, we hope it won't be too long. As the president has said, it's going to be swift and massive. We're not going to have another Vietnam. Bush will be awakened during the night if there are any major developments. Right now, he is in his office with him, National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, John Sununu, the White House Chief of Staff, Vice President Quayle, watching television, apparently still doing some fine-tuning of his remarks. Fitzwater also said, we are just starting this. No one anticipated this was going to be easy. It's not a case of relief around here. It's a case of anticipation. It's just beginning. There are many sleepless nights ahead for all of us. And Jim Miklaszewski is going to have some sleepless nights ahead, too, has just been on the phone. Jim, what have you heard? Jim Miklaszewski, the other White House correspondent.
John, I just got some information. It's pretty hastily scrawled, so you're going to have to...
Has started a war that we cannot predict. We don't know how it's going to go. We don't know at this hour what our pilots have faced over Baghdad in the way of anti-aircraft weaponry. We know that it's likely to be very intense. The Iraqis have some very fine late weapons, as you heard General Christ and others say tonight. You have been correct. There are Americans dying, undoubtedly, at this hour. We're assuming that their manned aircraft are over Baghdad. We haven't had the actual confirmation of that, but assuming that. The one thing, just in regard to that at the moment, Baghdad radio suggesting there are wave after wave of American bombers overhead. suggests, is rather typical, I think, Iraqi, Arabic overstatement. We don't attack in waves and waves of bombers anymore. That goes back to World War II. They're pretty much individual attacks coming in succession, indeed, but not in waves, I don't believe.
Excuse me, Walter. Scott Pelley, our young correspondent in Dhahran, is there. A Scud missile attack alert is underway. Scott, what are the details?
Dan, at this moment, there is an air raid alert. We are told here in Dhahran by U.S. military officials that it is a Scud missile alert. Apparently, there has been at least a scare. We are not sure if it has been confirmed, I should say, at this point, that Scud missiles are inbound to our location here in Dhahran. Dhahran is a city on the Persian Gulf. It is the center of the oil industry here in Saudi Arabia, and also the center of a very large military concentration, both British forces, American forces, and Saudi Arabian forces. I am reporting to you from the basement of a building here in Dhahran. We are told once again by military officials that this is a Scud air raid alert. As you know, Dan, the Scud missile is a Soviet-designed missile, surface to surface. There has been some concern over the last several months that the Scud missiles might be used to deliver chemical warheads to areas in the rear, such as where we are now. Dan?
Scott, perhaps it's as good a time as any to emphasize that there are defenses against the Scud missiles. For example, the United States military has the ground-to-air defense missile of its own called the Patriot defense system. And in our most recent visit a few days ago to Dhahran and the U.S. military installation there, it literally bristled with those Patriot protective missiles, which are designed to knock Scuds out of the sky. And as you look here at this map, you see Dhahran. It's on the on the east coast of Saudi Arabia, facing the Persian Gulf. That road runs straight from Dhahran all the way to Kuwait City. Along that road, north of Dhahran, as you look at the map, up close to Kuwait, at the point of the spear, basically United States Marines on both sides of that road. They also have Patriot defenses against the possible Scud missile attack at their disposal, as well as any number of U.S. air-to-air defenses. So when one says that Dhahran is on a Scud missile alert, that does not necessarily mean that Scuds are headed there, as Scott Pelley said twice. His source is a U.S. military source. He says is a Scud missile alert, that there are defenses against these Scud missiles. This is continuing CBS News coverage of war in the Persian Gulf. The showdown has come to showdown. The air war is underway. Walter, when we talk of the air war, so many people have in mind, I think, the air war as it was conducted in World War II at the very most, the sort of close air-to-ground support epitomized by napalm of the Vietnam War. But when we watched that wonderful documentary about the Civil War, we were reminded how much more deadly weapons get from one war to the next.
Yes, indeed they do. As we're going to find out a lot more in the next few hours, the next few days. Let's hope it's not into the next months ahead. We're going to find out really how deadly these weapons are. I don't know how long it takes a Scud to get from Kuwait down into Dhahran, but if Lee is right, if that report is right, we'll know in a very short time how effective our anti-aircraft, anti-missiles are against the Scud. Whether the Scud will get in, we may know very shortly. Whether Hussein is really going to use chemical weapons, germ warfare, whatever, at this early stage in the game. Already we're beginning to see some of our pre-war scenarios knocked down and supported, as a matter of fact. The scenarios put forth by one set of experts or another, one that we would attack just as we have attacked in this particular fashion, with the missiles first to get them to use up some of their anti-aircraft missiles, also to set them into some set of confusion in their command quarters, and then the airplanes coming in after that, hopefully with a lot of their missiles now targeted elsewhere. But on the other hand, we've gotten through now a couple of hours of this warfare, 4 or 5 hours of it, I guess. And the scenario, fortunately, that Hussein would strike at Israel right away has not panned out. We can be very happy to say, at this stage anyway. So we're going to learn these things minute by minute as we go along. And this is the major test in the next few hours, the next few days of the adequacy of our missilery, of our weaponry, of our aircraft, of our tanks, perhaps, and they get into action soon. And that is something we can hold our breaths about. We have confidence, or we should have, and hope we have confidence in our weaponry, but you never know in what they're going to face when they go into the actual combat. They've never done it.
And as we know, weapons in war are important, but wars are won by humans who aim the weapons and use the weapons. In this war, as in every other war, it will get down to the skill, the courage, the valor of those who have the weapons on either side. Another way of saying it's easy to forget when we talk of the technology, the missiles, and what a Scud can do, what our F-15Es can do, that it gets down to a young man, or in some cases, a young woman. David Martin at the Pentagon has some late information. David?
Dan, two things. One, there apparently have been some reports of some sort of attack on a Saudi airfield. My best information as of just a couple of minutes ago is that there has been no attack on any Saudi airfield, despite the reports we've heard of air raid sirens and the like in Dhahran. Second, initial reaction of U.S. commanders here is that the raid is going extremely well. Now, remember that the old maxim that first reports are always wrong, and commanders in the Pentagon receive those same incorrect reports. But first reports indicate that the raids are progressing as well as can be hoped, and that the Iraqi Air Force, which of course would be one of the main impediments that the U.S. Air Force would have to overcome, has not had any notable success in even getting off the ground. And in a couple more hours, it's going to be really academic whether or not they get off the ground, because the runways are going to be so badly cratered that if somehow they succeed in taking off, there'll be no place to land. So these are initial reports. They are fragmentary, but the U.S. commanders here in the Pentagon seem extremely pleased with the way the operation is going up to this moment.
Bob Simon is in Dhahran and underscoring that we've never reported that an actual Scud attack was underway on Dhahran. What we reported was that there was a Scud alert. Bob, what information can you shed on that for us?
Dan, there has been no Scud attack on Dhahran. I'm standing 100 meters from the large American air base here. There has been no Scud attack. We were told, Scott Pelley was told earlier by military officials, I do not know if they were Saudi or American, that there was a Scud alert. We have frankly been worried from the start of this crisis that when it got underway, when the actual war got underway, that there would be a lot of panic in Dhahran. This is a large civilian center. There are a lot of Saudis here who have been very, very anxious, whose nerves have been mounting for the last several hours. There have been sirens going off in the hotel. There has been no unusual military activity. There have been no fighter planes taking off from this base for the last half hour or so, and there is no indication at all that there has been or that there is about to be any form of attack. Dan?
Bob Simon, in Dhahran, as is always the case, particularly in the early stages of war, very difficult to sort out fact from rumor, very difficult to get a very clear picture of what's happening, and so it is here. We know that a tremendous air attack has been launched against Iraq and Iraqi forces in Kuwait. Beyond that, we don't know much about it, but we know about the weaponry that's being flown, the young Americans who are flying it. The casualty rate early on was expected by the Air Force to be not particularly high. because the Pentagon believed and hoped, this was before the war actually started, that perhaps Saddam Hussein would try to hold back as much of his air force as possible. But as David Martin was emphasizing there, it will be increasingly difficult for him to do that, because among the early targets are not only the Iraqi aircraft, but the airfields from which they operate. In Tel Aviv, Israel, is CBS News correspondent Bill McLaughlin. Bill, anything unusual there?
Well, the very latest, Dan, is that a full and complete, a total curfew has been imposed by the Israeli army on the occupied Arab territories, on Gaza and on the West Bank. No one can move. They're sealed up tight. Obviously, it's to block possible terrorism and to head off any riots or anyone crossing over the so-called Green Line into Israel proper. We also hear from Shamir's office, Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir's office, that he was not at all surprised by the move, and an aide says, in fact, that Washington informed him ahead of time. Also, as part of the state of emergency that now exists in Israel, people who are responsible for essential services, essential workers, have been ordered to work as usual. That means police, security, firemen, even people who are responsible for making bread and delivering milk, that sort of thing. Again, also as part of the state of emergency, people have been told to open up their gas mask kits, because this country has been menaced by Iraq, menaced by a possible chemical warfare attack. People have been told to attach the canister filters, but not to put their masks on.
Bill McLaughlin in Tel Aviv, Israel. Israel operating now under an official state of emergency. Its citizens being told to open up their gas mask kits and just be at the ready. All of this precautionary, Israel on the alert. From every available indicator, and there aren't many, from every available indicator thus far, the air war has been underway. Its first strikes about 4:50 Eastern time this afternoon, with, as Leslie Stahl reported from the White House, the center of the strikes beginning in and around Baghdad about 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight, and we had our own eyewitnesses, correspondent Alan Pizzi among them around Baghdad, reporting flashes in the distance about that time. But from every available indicator, noting that there aren't many, the early stages of the air war from the United States standpoint apparently going well. Charles Kuralt, our veteran CBS News correspondent with whom I covered the war in Indochina long ago and far away, Charles, places such as Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. You've been monitoring developments in this country and abroad, and you've mentioned to me a moment ago that so far we have heard no reaction from Baghdad.
Yes, I'm surprised. I thought that surely within an hour or two of an American attack, we would hear news of those Scud missiles landing. Lots of sirens in Saudi Arabia, but just a little while ago, the Saudis confirmed that so far there's been no attack on their country. You know, Dan, we've had 5 months warning. I am still finding it difficult to absorb the news that this war nobody wanted actually has begun. They are not having any trouble absorbing the news, by the way, in the closed rooms in New Orleans and in Houston where oil is traded. You said just a little while ago that oil was up $3. Make that $9. They say you can't buy a barrel of oil tonight in New Orleans or Houston for under $41. The all-time record is $41.15. I'm sure the price of oil is going to set a new record tomorrow. Americans are hearing about this news all over the country now, of course. They heard about it in Charleston, South Carolina, Dan, at a Duke Citadel basketball game. Here's how that went.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The White House has announced the liberation of Kuwait at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What the White House announced, of course, was the beginning of the liberation of Kuwait. The news that war is on brought a great cheer from the Citadel cadets and others. I think it's safe to say everybody in this country probably isn't cheering right now. I'm thinking of those little communities where the soldiers come from. There, no doubt, there's a fearful reaction. After a while, Dan, we're going to go to one place which is certainly feeling fearful tonight. Dearborn, Michigan, the biggest Arab-American community in the U.S.
Walter Cronkite, you were making the point.
Looking at the reaction there at that basketball game, I came in a little later than some of you others did, perhaps 40 minutes after the 7 o'clock. You went on the air at 7. and I was in the streets of New York, therefore, getting here for 20 minutes or so. And it is an eerie feeling. I was listening to the radio in the car and driving in, and it's an eerie feeling driving through the streets and seeing no reaction on the streets of New York. I kind of half expected somehow or other to come out of my house, Upper East Side, and find people off the streets rushing to their television sets or rushing to their radios. There wasn't much reaction. Now, of course, it's pretty early. These are people perhaps still getting home, but there was just no wartime feeling out there. And my cab driver, as a matter of fact, was a Haitian, it turned out, and I don't think his English was all that good. In fact, I'm sure it wasn't trying to get here. But he had the radio turned to some French musical program, and I said I wanted to listen to my radio, which I carried a recorder with me. And he said, but I'm listening to my radio. And I said, but there's a war on. And he turned around to me and he said, quite seriously, he wasn't trying to be ornery about it. He said, are you a soldier or something? As if only a soldier or something could be interested in this war. And I'm sure that's not a pattern among the Americans generally in this country, but at this moment it is weird that that life goes on. You feel that somehow or other it should be suspended for this moment.
Continuing our coverage, here are the latest developments from CBS News headquarters in New York, 15 minutes before the President of the United States addresses Americans and the world, and 45 minutes before the first official Defense Department briefing at the Pentagon. Quote, very, very positive. That is how the U.S. Defense Department officially describes the first hours of fighting in what's being called Operation Desert Sword, the first wave of United States air attacks over Iraq and Kuwait. A U.S. Defense Department spokesman tells CBS News, in fact says officially, that the airstrike is, quote, moving according to plan. The plan was to get air superiority very quickly. The Pentagon says that the U.S. air attack weapons include Tomahawk missiles. David Martin broke that story on the CBS Evening News earlier. The Pentagon now confirms it. That's a cruise-type missile from carriers and also from the carriers. Remember, there are 6 U.S. carriers in and around the Persian Gulf. That includes some in the Red Sea. From carriers, and also
peace process is his interest after all. If this does not go well for the Iraqis, who have been trying to portray themselves as champions of the Palestinians in the final weeks of this campaign, what happens to Yasser Arafat now that his 2 top aides have been killed?
I think Yasser Arafat must be a very lonely man in many ways now. 2 of the 4 men who helped him found Fatah, his wing of the PLO, are dead. Another, Khalid al-Hassan, who helped found the PLO, has taken a negative view of his support for Iraq and has sort of pulled out of the PLO temporarily. I think Arafat and the Palestinian cause has been greatly harmed by this, and I'm certain it will go well. It certainly, Iraq will be crushed by all of it. But what's going to happen now within the PLO will be extremely difficult, because they've lost a great deal of their financial support in all over the Arab world. They've lost their Saudi support, who had contributed millions and millions of dollars to the PLO cause. No question, Arafat will be an extremely harmed man. He said just a week ago to me in Tunis that he thought there was less than a 30% chance of war, that this would all work out, that there would be some settlement. Yasser Arafat was wrong about that, and Yasser Arafat was wrong when he decided to side with Iraq.
All right, thanks very much. Rick Davis in Saudi Arabia tonight. We have some additional information on how all of this unfolded today. We can report from reliable sources that in terms of the American attack, yes, the British were involved as well as the Saudis. The Saudis used 150 fighter planes in the attack. They have a pretty good air force in Saudi Arabia, more than a pretty good air force. In fact, Prince Bandar, who is the Saudi ambassador to the United States, is a fully qualified F-15 and I think even F-16 pilot. Today at 7:30, he was called to the State Department and told that this was likely to happen if they could get the go-ahead from King Fahd of Saudi Arabia, who is, of course, the king, the ruling member of the family there. That came back from King Fahd. It is all right to launch what they're now calling Desert Storm, and the attack was launched tonight. The Saudis have felt very strongly from the outset that there was only one way to deal with Saddam Hussein of Iraq, He is their neighbor to the north. They were extremely worried, and with good cause, that he was going to invade not just Kuwait, but Saudi Arabia as well. That started Desert Shield first. Now Desert Storm has taken effect in an effort to knock him out. The Saudis have profited from this from a oil point of view. They have pumped a lot more oil, and they've made a lot of money, but they're also writing big checks to help underwrite the cost of this whole operation. Prince Bandar has been a man in the middle of it all, working very carefully and closely with Secretary of State Baker and going back. Let's go now to Washington, D.C., to Colonel Harry Summer, who's standing by, and Ed Peck. They're two of our political and military experts who are with us tonight. Gentlemen, the President of the United States did not pull the trigger, in effect, until he got the go-ahead, if you will, from King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. That, I would think, is appropriate. Don't you think, Colonel Summers?
Oh, exactly. A war, as we said earlier, is a political act, and one of the main things we need to understand is that this is a coalition action. We sometimes, as Americans, think it's all our show, but it's not. And I think it's very significant, especially to the Arab world, that the Arabians were on board before, Saudis were on board before this began.
And Ed Peck, what about the role of Saudi Arabia now in that part of the world? They have been hand in glove with the United States in this massive military operation. In effect, their culture has been invaded by not just a big military machine, but by many of our values as well. And that has been effectively a closed society for a long time. How do you think Saudi Arabia might change as a result of all of this?
Well, I suppose that the first thing will happen is that when the shooting stops and the forces are drawn sharply down, as I assume they would be, Saudi Arabia will tend to go back to the way it was before. And the disruption becomes perhaps intense, but of relatively short duration. And I wouldn't imagine that it would make, to my own way of thinking, make an enormous difference in the overall scheme of things that large numbers of Americans were there for a relatively short time. Saudi Arabia is evolving like every other country in the world, and it'll continue to do so. But I never had the impression that the sort of events that have led up to this war would make a lasting, deep impression in that very short space of time in which there was this interaction.
You heard the United Nations ambassador from Kuwait, Mohammed Abul Hassan, talking about his country and what we can expect once they return to power, as he hopes, obviously, that they will. What can we expect from Kuwait in terms of a change in its political attitudes, Mr. Peck?
Sir, I have the impression that, that going back to reestablish Kuwait as the way it was is going to be a lot harder than you might imagine. If it's true that the country was almost totally pillaged by the Iraqis, in addition to the killings and all the rest of it, it's going to take it'd be a difficult job to reestablish Kuwait the way it was before. The ruling family has been shaken up quite a bit by the events that transpired. The country has been economically set back quite a ways. Politically, it's going to be altered dramatically. And I would suppose that once the Kuwaiti royal family gets back into position and begins to reestablish itself, that country will emerge markedly different from what it was before the Iraqi invasion of August 2nd.
Colonel Summers, let me ask you to go put on your old hat. You're retired now from the active military, but you did see more than your share of combat in Korea and in Vietnam as well. You're up near the front tonight, back in your old job. You've got a battalion under your command, and you're hearing these reports of an air attack. What's going through your mind at this hour?
Certainly a great deal of anticipation, a great deal of anxiety to some degree that you're ready. Anxiety more to the fact, are you prepared for this? Are you ready? Have you done all the things that you should have done to make sure your men are well-equipped, well-trained, and ready for this? So I think that's really the state of mind that's going on right now.
You've got a whole lot of people, however, in your unit who have never seen combat before. They joined the Army because they thought maybe they could get help with a college education, or for a variety of other reasons. They did not expect a shooting war to begin. Based on your ability to assess this Army from this distance and the kind of training that they've received, how confident would you be of the ground forces?
I must say, having joined the Army myself for a pre-college education and got caught up in the Korean War, I understand their feelings. But I think this is the best trained Army we have ever had on the beginning of a war, that the quality of the force is unbelievably good, and their training has been exceptional.
And the high-tech warfare that we can launch on the ground, do you have confidence in that as well? Those attack helicopters and the armor units in a very hostile environment, after all.
Well, I must say, as an infantryman, high-tech is a good infantry rifle. But yes, I think the equipment is good. But I think the soldiers, The Army is peculiar in that, in the Army at least, the weapons support the soldier rather than the other way around. And I think the weapons are good, but our soldiers are very good, and I think that they'll acquit themselves very well.
We're going to show another map, if we can, of that area. As you and I talk about this, Colonel Summers, we can point out where those forces are positioned in northern Saudi Arabia and along the Kuwaiti border. But you would not expect, I gather, that there would be a frontal attack right there where we see Kuwait spelled out, correct?
Almost certainly no frontal attack, except attack by fire, but certainly not by troops.
And if it comes to ground forces, describe for us, as we look at that map, how they would come in, left to right.
Well, I think what we'll do is, as I say, attack by fire along the line, and the objective there is to keep the Iraqi forces pinned down so that they can't move and that they can't maneuver against us. I think we will at least feint and maybe carry through with an invasion on the coast by the Marines. Even the threat of that ties down some 5 Iraqi divisions. And then at the proper time, when the enemy forces have been softened up as much as possible by fire, then I think probably to the west we'll see an armor thrust to pierce through their lines and get behind them and cut Kuwait off literally from Iraq itself.
What are our fears tonight about the Iraqi army? They've got a whole lot of tanks, and some of them pretty sophisticated Soviet tanks, correct?
Exactly so. Yeah, they have good. The T-72 is a good tank. It's not as good as the M1 Abrams, but it's a good tank, and they've got a lot of them.
But do we think that they can roll those tanks after this kind of an air attack?
And that's the critical point to understand. Air control is essential. Once we gain air control, and we certainly will gain air control, then their armored forces will be almost impossible for them to move. So that the air campaign and the ground campaign fits together.
That business about an air campaign, describe for us the kind of attack. What come from helicopters? The F-15 is not particularly effective, as I gather, against tanks on the ground. So it would be the new Apache helicopters and the old Cobras? It'll
be the Warthogs, of course, that are specifically designed as tank busters. The Apache helicopters with their Hellfire missile systems. But also, as we saw and we talked about a little bit yesterday, the B-52s used in a ground support role can be just devastating. That is, as we said yesterday, that whole divisions at Khartoum, for example, and Kaysan just disappeared. And we can expect that kind of very massive bombing of the front lines at some stage in this air campaign.
All right, thanks very much. Colonel Harry Summers, who's been on the front lines himself, military strategist and instructor at the War College, and a guy who's been following all of this very carefully, describing the kind of training that these men received. When you talk to those people at the field command level in Saudi Arabia, colonels, majors, captains even, they said that they were in fact grateful that they had 5 months in the desert sands to get their troops ready. The troops quickly got eager to go home or to go forward, but the commanders were very happy to have that 5 months to adjust not only to the climate, but to work out their forces and their strategy in the desert sands. And they got used to the idea of sandstorms, colder desert nights at the end, living among camels, and now moving up north and waiting to see just how effective this airstrike will be. President Bush is expected in the White House at the Oval Office to talk to all of us, to address this nation tonight on Operation Desert Storm in about 4 minutes. NBC's John Cochran is one of our White House correspondents. He's been there all evening long. John, any additional word on what we can expect from the president?
Well, I do think we're going to hear him make some sort of overture to Saddam Hussein. Whether he's going to talk about when he's going to stop the attack, we just don't know. I'm told the president was still working on this after 8 p.m. That was, in other words, in the last hour. So there could be last-minute changes, possibly based on what reports he's getting back from his military people, Tom. We are told, incidentally, that he made the decision to order this attack at least 2 days ago. Now, of course, it was a tentative decision. If Saddam Hussein had in a substantial way started removing his people from Kuwait, the president could have stopped this machinery. But he made the basic decision about at least 2 days ago. And the reason I say at least 2 days ago, that's when some of his aides first learned about it. They don't know exactly when in his own head he decided, Tom.
John Cochran, we're going to go now back down to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol, I think. NBC's Andrea Mitchell with Senator David Boren, who's chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He was brought into this process early on, and we're going to hear about what the targets were and how they were selected. Andrea?
He was briefed, indeed, as chairman of the Intelligence Committee by the CIA Director, William Webster. What targeting were you told about?
Andrea, I think obviously we want to knock out the command and control mechanism. The important thing is to decapitate the Iraqi military, to knock out the top leaders and their ability to communicate with their troops so they will feel deserted. The other important thing is to knock out the missile launch capability that could threaten other countries, our troops in Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other countries. That's extremely important, and also knocking out the chemical, nuclear, and biological warfare capability. I think we want to hear from the President. It's going to be interesting to see how successful we've been in severing this command and control network, because that will affect our ability of succeeding as this thing goes along. So that's extremely important. In my opinion, certainly they've picked the right targets. They're going at it the right way, and we just all hope and pray that this first strike will be a very successful one.
Well, stand by, Senator Boren. I know after the President speaks, we'll want to talk to you again about your assessment of his analysis. Tom?
Yeah, Andrea, very briefly, does the Senator know whether the President will offer a pause for Saddam Hussein to now get out of Kuwait?
The question from Tom Brokaw is whether the President will now offer a pause for Saddam Hussein to get out of Kuwait.
I don't think we know that at all until we hear it from the President. I don't know. Either this is a massive strike that will be continuing on, or it is in the nature of something of a demonstration to Saddam to what he can expect. And I think we'll wait to have to hear from the President as to which course he's following at this point.
Okay, Tom, and the official notification in writing did go to the leaders under that declaration, the resolution from the joint session of Congress, and that official notification in writing came from the White House tonight here to Capitol Hill.
NBC's Andrea Mitchell, thanks very much. The Senate Intelligence Committee chairman is Senator David Boren, Democrat of Oklahoma, and he was briefed, as you heard, by the CIA on what is going on. Intelligence is crucial in all of this, and of course the Congress now has established this apparatus so that it too can be a piece, have a part in the decision-making process and be briefed along the way. But ultimately the decision rests with the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. He did make the decision. We've been hearing that he made it 2 days ago. Today he decided to launch Desert Storm. It has now been underway for about 4 hours, and we're going to go to the Oval Office momentarily to hear from the President of the United States as he speaks to the country and what has been going on tonight in the name of everyone here. And here now is the President of the United States, George Bush, addressing the nation from the Oval Office, Operation Desert Storm.
Started when the dictator of Iraq invaded a small and helpless neighbor. Kuwait, a member of the Arab League and a member of the United Nations, was crushed. Its people brutalized. 5 months ago, Saddam Hussein started this cruel war against Kuwait. Tonight, the battle has been joined. This military action, taken in accord with United Nations resolutions, and with the consent of the United States Congress, follows months of constant and virtual and many other countries. Arab leaders sought what became known as an Arab solution, only to conclude that Saddam Hussein was unwilling to leave Kuwait. Others traveled to Baghdad in a variety of efforts to restore peace and justice. Our Secretary of State, James Baker, held an historic meeting in Geneva, only to be totally rebuffed. This past weekend, in a last-ditch effort, the Secretary General of the United Nations went to the Middle East with peace in his heart, his second such mission, and he came back from Baghdad with no progress at all in getting Saddam Hussein to withdraw from Kuwait. Now, the 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail. As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal. Initial reports from General Schwarzkopf are that our operations are proceeding according to plan. Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities, and among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein met every overture of peace with open contempt. While the world prayed for peace, Saddam prepared for war. I had hoped that when the United States Congress, in historic debate, took its resolute action, Saddam would realize he could not prevail and would move out of Kuwait in accord with the United Nations resolutions. He did not do that. Instead, he remained intransigent, certain that time was on his side. Saddam was warned over and over again to comply with the will of the United Nations, leave Kuwait or be driven out. Saddam has arrogantly rejected all warnings. Instead, he tried to make this a dispute between Iraq and the United States of America. Well, he failed. Tonight, 28 nations, countries from 5 continents, Europe and Asia, Africa, and the Arab League, have forces in the Gulf area standing shoulder to shoulder against Saddam Hussein. These countries had hoped the use of force could be avoided. Regrettably, we now believe that only force will make him leave. Prior to ordering our forces into battle, I instructed our military commanders to take every necessary step to prevail as quickly as possible and with the greatest degree of protection possible for American and Allied servicemen and women. I've told the American people before that this will not be another Vietnam. And I repeat this here tonight. Our troops will have the best possible support in the entire world, and they will not be asked to fight with one hand tied behind their back. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long, and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. This is an historic moment. We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders. We have no argument with the people of Iraq. Indeed, for the innocents caught in this conflict, I pray for their safety. Our goal is not the conquest of Iraq. It is the liberation of Kuwait. It is my hope that somehow the Iraqi people can, even now, convince their dictator that he must lay down his arms, leave Kuwait, and let Iraq itself rejoin the family of peace-loving nations. Thomas Paine wrote many years ago, "These are the times that try men's souls." Those well-known words are so very true today. But even as planes of the multinational forces attack Iraq, I prefer to think of peace, not war. I am convinced not only that we will prevail, but that out of the horror of combat will come the recognition that no nation can stand against a world united. No nation will be permitted to brutally assault its neighbor. No president can easily commit our sons and daughters to war. They are the nation's finest. Ours is an all-volunteer force, magnificently trained, highly motivated. The troops know why they're there, and listen to what they say, for they've said it better than any president or prime minister ever could. Listen to Hollywood Huddleston, Marine Lance Corporal. He says, "Let's free these people so we can go home and be free again." And he's right. The terrible crimes and tortures committed by Saddam's henchmen against the innocent people of Kuwait are an affront to mankind and a challenge to the freedom of all. Listen to one of our great officers out there, Marine Lieutenant General Walter Boomer. He said, "There are things worth fighting for. A world in which brutality and lawlessness are allowed to go unchecked isn't the kind of world we're going to want to live in." Listen to Master Sergeant J.P. Kendall of the 82nd Airborne. "We're here for more than just the price of a gallon of gas. What we're doing is going to chart the future of the world for the next 100 years. It's better to deal with this guy now than 5 years from now." And finally, we should all sit up and listen to Jackie Jones, an Army lieutenant, when she says, "If we let him get away with this, who knows what's going to be next?" I've called upon Hollywood and Walter and JP and Jackie and all their courageous comrades in arms to do what must be done. Tonight, America and the world are deeply, deeply grateful to them and to their families. And let me say to everyone listening or watching tonight, when the troops we've sent in finish their work, I'm determined to bring them home as soon as possible. Tonight, as our forces fight, they and their families are in our prayers. May God bless each and every one of them and the coalition forces at our side in the Gulf, and may He continue to bless our nation, the United States of America.
President George Bush speaking directly to the nation from the Oval Office tonight about Operation Desert Shield, now converted to Operation Desert Storm, as he described it. First of all, the military details as he shared them with us. The ground forces have not yet been engaged, but there is no indication that they won't be. The president talking about the success of American troops as they go forward in this operation. Everything has gone according to plan so far. The objectives, he said, are clear from a military and from a political point of view. Saddam Hussein must be persuaded to get out of Kuwait. He said only force now will make him leave. He has turned down every other diplomatic and political opportunity to get out of there. He wants to take every step conceivably possible so that they can get this over with as quickly as possible. The President tonight quoting Thomas Paine and American forces on the ground there, including American women, and there is a very substantial contingent of them as well. So there was no indication from the president that this is just the first wave and then a pause and an opportunity for Saddam Hussein to reconsider. The war goes on. It is called Operation Desert Storm. NBC's John Cochran is at the White House. John, can you tell us what they're sharing with you there about phase 2 now that the invasion has been launched?
They're sharing nothing, and I'd be very surprised if they did. There's no reason to. You don't tip off the enemy to what you're going to do. The president, as you noted, did talk about knocking out the chemical and nuclear facilities of Saddam Hussein. He also said we're going to knock out many of his tanks. Obviously, the president preparing for a possible ground action at some point. It's all air action right now, but we could have, of course, if it has to be a knockout blow by ground, the Iraqi tanks will be very important. I was struck by the fact that there was no table pounding by the president. You know, he's always said his big hero is Teddy Roosevelt, and certainly that was his model tonight. The president was speaking very softly, carrying a very big stick. He also, I thought, made an offer of sorts for the Iraqi people. He said to convince Saddam Hussein to withdraw. It seemed to me like that was an invitation to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Certainly no overture to Saddam tonight. Saddam Hussein could not expect any pause in the bombing that's going on, Tom.
All right, John Cochran, thanks very much. At the Pentagon, NBC's Fred Francis is there. Fred, all-out war has been launched against Iraq. The president giving no indication that he's going to stop the air war. It sounds as if it will be air first, and then, if necessary, ground forces will be sent in, although they are not now engaged.
No, Tom, they are not, and we are told by sources, NBC News has been told, that over the next 10 days, this air war will continue, 10 days, and that the prime targets after those chemical, biological, and nuclear facilities are struck, the prime targets will be the Revolutionary Guard units. Those are the tank units that straddle the Iraq Kuwaiti border, but they will be struck by air. They will want to destroy as many of those tanks on the ground. But in this next 10 days, sources tell us do not expect at all to see any of the U.S. forces crossing that line and going into Kuwait. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, Fred Francis. We want to go to Saudi Arabia now, where NBC's Arthur Kent is standing by at Dhahran, the air base there. We can now safely identify where it is, Arthur. It's right on the Persian Gulf, of course, and that was the major staging area. What's the latest that you're hearing there?
Well, we're seeing more launchings of interceptor aircraft. We believe U.S. and Saudi aircraft, probably heading northward toward Kuwait. The only details we've got so far, Tom, are that the strike aircraft involved are F-15E strike aircraft. Of course, the president has just told us he's interested in breaking the back, the military back of Saddam Hussein's war machine as soon as possible. That means that they're using very much larger and more effective strike aircraft. And what will really be taking place right now, and has been going on for several hours now, is a very intense, a very complicated, and a very deadly aerial ballet over Iraq and Kuwait. The stealth fighters, fighter bombers will be coming in from Turkey, also some based here in Saudi Arabia. There will be other strike aircraft, of course, and they were following in, first of all, likely strikes of guided missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles that would have been launched from the USS Wisconsin, the Missouri, out in the Gulf, the Philippine Sea, the Spruance, out in the Red Sea. So it's a convergence of very many different weapon systems.
Arthur, one of your colleagues there, the BBC's Brian Barron, is reporting that military sources at the air base have said that 5 Scud missiles were launched by Iraq, but that's all that he knows at this time. Have you heard anything about that?
Right, we haven't gotten any confirmation on that yet. Obviously, Brian's been speaking with some officials at the air base. There has been no visual evidence of that here. Certainly, we've been assured by the Air Force that the goal will be to suppress the Scuds before they're launched. They cannot be detected by AWACS aircraft. Nothing, in fact, heading into the air can be detected until it is actually moving. U.S. intelligence knows where some of these launchers are. They'll try to get them on the ground. Once they're in the air, it's a job of the Patriot anti-missile systems to take care of them. Again, no evidence that we have, either visual or in earshot, certainly, that anything has been intercepted. But certainly, it would be hard to believe that the Iraqis have not responded to this in some way. It sounds like a very massive airstrike.
All right, thanks very much, Arthur Kent, who's in Saudi Arabia. We want to report that all of the American people at Dhahran are just fine. That's a heavily secured area that includes the NBC News contingent. And we're very pleased to report to you as well that Tom Aspel, who is our correspondent in Baghdad, his communication with us was interrupted and cut off at the beginning of the evening. We are now told that he's fine as well. There is a bomb shelter in the hotel there. Some reports are getting out of Baghdad tonight, but only by special arrangements with the Iraqi government. We want to go now to NBC's military affairs expert for this evening, Colonel Harry Summers, retired colonel and military strategist. You heard the president, Colonel Summers. It sounds as if this is going to go from beginning to end without any pause. That's a relief to you, I gather.
It really is, because once you lose your momentum in war, as in anything else, it really comes at a major disadvantage. So I'm pleased to see that the military option is going to be exercised, to my mind, at least properly.
And what do we do about a Scud missile if, in fact, one has been launched, or maybe 4 or 5 from Iraq? What about our anti-missile defense system?
Well, the Patriot system should be able to stop them. Again, the best way to get them is get them on the ground before they're launched, and certainly we can almost guarantee that once they're launched and they know exactly where these launch sites are, there won't be a repeat of those kind of launches. So I think I'm just been amazed so far at least the lack of Iraqi response to all of this. It may be a result of just information not coming in, but I would have expected much heavier air defenses than at least we've had indications of so far.
It seems almost primitive by modern warfare standards, doesn't it?
What may well have happened is that we were able to knock out his command and control facilities, and unlike the American military, where commanders on the ground have a great deal of independent option, I'm sure the Iraqi commanders are very much bound to decisions coming from Baghdad, and if those decisions are not forthcoming, they may very well be paralyzed.
Let me just tie off the Scud missile business, because I know there will be a lot of concern on the part of our audience. We don't know whether one has been launched, in fact, or any of them. Are they very accurate?
You know, they can hit Saudi Arabia. Other than that, they're what they call CEP, which is circular error probable, is just enormous. Our missiles can hit the cruise missiles within a 25-foot radius, at larger ranges up to a 100-yard radius. Scuds are notoriously inaccurate, and as such are an area weapon, so that in some sense it gives us an advantage. They can't hit specific targets, but in another sense they're a little more worrisome because you don't know where they're going to hit.
I saw one of those Patriot units when I was over there, one of the companies that ran the Patriots, and it was clear, at least, that they had not had a lot of combat experience, not just the men on the ground, but we haven't used the Patriots really at war, have we?
Well, we haven't had to worry about anti-aircraft defenses since World War II, really, in any great degree. So the batteries of the artillery, anti-aircraft artillery batteries really haven't had any live practice in many, many years. But they have had a lot of target practice and a lot of training. So I think they're prepared for what's coming.
All right, Colonel Summers, you'll stand by, I know, throughout the evening as we continue to get an update on what is going on there. We're going to get the latest now from the Defense Department. NBC Pentagon correspondent Fred Francis, who was the first to report to us tonight about the cruise Tomahawk missiles as the first wave of attacks were landing in Baghdad. Fred, what do you have now?
Well, in fact, Tom, they were Tomahawk cruise missiles, and I don't know how many, but enough to do the job to knock out not just the communication systems, as Colonel Summers talked about, but we were told they knocked out tremendous amounts of radar. And in particular, we were told by a senior official just a short time ago that one of the reasons We have not heard about casualties, and as the president said, this thing is going as planned. One of the reasons is that the electronic countermeasures employed by U.S. and allied forces just totally blanketed Iraq, that none of their radars could work. They could not see the planes coming. They could not see the Tomahawk cruise missiles coming. And there is one report here, as yet unconfirmed, that the U.S. has not lost one plane as yet. And of the 150 Saudi planes that went up, all of them have returned to base after the first sorties. In clarifying how long this will go on, one official said minimum 3 days, tops 10 days, this is going to be over. Tom?
Fred Francis, describe for us that air attack. I mean, how many more targets can there be, or do they just keep going back and hitting them and hitting them and hitting them until they begin to get the idea that this is not ever going to be successful from Iraq's point of view?
Tom, earlier in the week, I started making a list after talking to Pentagon sources of how many airfields, how many military bases, how many logistics bases, how many communication sites. And I spent almost 2 days on that list, and it was quite a lengthy list. So you have hundreds of targets. But keep in mind, after those kinds of targets are struck, Tom, and all those around Baghdad that you can see there, industrial targets, munitions plants, communications facilities, radar facilities, after all those targets are struck, then they will begin working on the tanks and the artillery. The president mentioned taking out all of Iraq's tanks and artillery. Well, Iraq has 5,000 tanks, 4,000 of them in the Kuwaiti theater. Iraq has 3,100 pieces of artillery in the Kuwaiti theater. So this is going to call for tremendous amounts of sorties in the days to come, and even daytime sorties. Once the United States gains air superiority, and from everything I'm learning at the Pentagon tonight, that happened in the opening hours. I have not heard of one dogfight. Nobody has reported that the Iraqis even got into the air with any of their aircraft. But once the United States gains air superiority, then it can send in its slower moving A-10 Warthogs to start attacking tanks, its slower moving but very versatile Apache helicopters to start killing those tanks. And I was told, do not expect to see any ground forces crossing the line and punching holes into the very, very strong Iraqi defense. Don't expect that at all in the next couple of days, if at all.
Okay,
that's
Fred
what
Francis.
I was told.
Fred Francis, we want to just show some tape of what has been going on in Baghdad tonight. Reports from NBC's Tom Aspel and others on the attack that took place first on the perimeter of the city, out on the western suburbs of Baghdad, where the airport is. Here now is the tape of what was going on there. Well, we don't have that tape. Not everything goes according to plan. It seems to be going very well according to the Desert Storm plan tonight. Do we have on the telephone yet? Okay, we'll be getting back to you momentarily. My friend and colleague, although he works for another network, is Bernard Shaw of CNN, and they have had facilities, the only ones to be able to get out of Baghdad tonight. I'll be talking with Bernie Shaw momentarily, but let's go to the Capitol now, and NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who is standing by there. Andrea, let's talk about the political situation, first of all. Obviously, the Congress closed ranks once the vote was taken, and the President of the United States has been doing everything kind of by the book, I gather, in terms of sharing with the Congress what his plans were.
Exactly right. The formal notification went to the leaders of the House and Senate, and as well they sent Robert Gates, the Deputy Director of the National Security Council from the White House, to give a briefing to the leadership here, first in Senator Dole's office for Congressman Michael and Senator Mitchell, and then he went over to Speaker Foley's office and briefed Foley as well as Majority Leader Gephardt. So they have all been notified, and as you're absolutely right, of course the political leaders are falling in behind the president, among them those who voted against the resolution which would authorize him to wage war includes my guest here, Senator David Boren, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Tom, who voted against, who had concerns, he said, up until the last moment that we might be involved in a very protracted ground war. At least the initial reports, Senator, are that what was described to you as an attempt to a massive attack on command control and the initial targets, nuclear and chemical targets, may indeed be working.
I hope and pray that's right, and certainly I think all of us would agree that the president's targets that he's outlined are the right targets. It's the right way to proceed if you want to end this quickly and not have more Vietnams, as he said, and I think he certainly has unanimous support of the American people on that in our hopes and prayers. It'll be probably with first light in the morning in a couple of hours that we'll have a much better idea of whether or not we've really succeeded in destroying destroying the nuclear chemical capability, for example, whether we have knocked out those missile launching capabilities, and that's very important in terms of what kind of counterattack he might try to launch in the daytime tomorrow. And as has been said by the military experts that we've been listening to on the network tonight, the command and control is very important. Knocking that out, severing those communications links with the Iraqi military units, making them feel cut off, uncertain about what they should do, that's of extreme importance, and we can only hope that that has been successfully carried out.
Now, explain to us for a moment the nuclear and chemical targets. Could you knock out his nuclear capability with one target, and are we talking about chemical production basically in one place?
Well, Andrea, for security reasons, I don't want to get too detailed about that, but let me say there are a limited number of targets. There are not a huge number of targets. There are a limited number of targets. Obviously, we've had good information about them. As the President has said, they've already been hit, and we could really knock out his production capability and knock out a lot of his storage capability and the supplies that he already has. And when daylight comes, we'll have a very good idea, particularly on those kinds of limited targets, as to the kind of job that's been done and whether or not we've been successful.
Are you surprised at his apparent inability to launch a counterattack or to accomplish anything in terms of getting either his planes up or his missiles off, other than the one report we heard about the 5 Scuds?
Well, I think many of us felt that he would not have very much capability to stop us in the air, at least initially. And some of the analysts have felt that he would try to absorb the first blow, not really try to retaliate very much right initially, and then be prepared to launch a retaliation on his own time and on his own terms, probably in daylight, because he's much better at fighting in daylight. But it could have been a very serious mistake on the part of Saddam, because if our people have been successful tonight in really knocking out his missile capability, knocking out command and control, he could have a very, very difficult time in launching any kind of major counterattack when daylight comes.
Thank you, Senator Boren, and that is certainly at least the view that we are hearing expressed right now by our colleague Fred Francis at the Pentagon. Tom?
Thank you, Andrea Mitchell, and Senator David Boren, who is Democrat of Oklahoma, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who's been kept up to date on all of this. As for Bernie Shaw from CNN, we do expect and hope that we'll get a telephone call from or to him in Baghdad before too long. We have lost communications with Tom Aspel, who's our NBC News correspondent there. We're told that he's fine, and most of the people at the Rashid Hotel, we believe, are just fine as well. That's where the contingent of foreign journalists were staying. Here's what it sounded like and looked like, as best we can describe it tonight, in Baghdad as the attacks took place. A little composite, if you will, of what happened earlier.
Full of tracer now, and there's a very big explosion right off to the west of the city there, just winking. Here it comes now, Tom. There's a very big bang right out on the western side of the city, and now guns, there you go. You can hear that, Tom.
As we can with you. At 7 o'clock tonight, as you all know by now, Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Thursday morning in the Gulf, the armed forces of the United States began an operation at the direction of the President to force Saddam Hussein to withdraw his troops from Kuwait and to end his occupation of that country. At the direction of the President, I signed the execute order yesterday afternoon to undertake this operation, subject to certain conditions. It was to begin only after we'd met the terms of the resolution passed last Saturday by the Congress. Those conditions have been complied with, and proper notice has been given as required. And the operation was not to take place if there had been any last-minute diplomatic breakthroughs. The operation underway tonight, taking place in the pre-dawn darkness of the Persian Gulf, involves allied air forces of 4 nations: the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. As they undertake their missions, they do so after months of careful planning. At the direction of the President, great care has been taken to focus on military targets, to minimize U.S. casualties, and to do everything possible to avoid injury to civilians in Iraq and Kuwait. The targets being struck tonight are located throughout Iraq and Kuwait. Our focus is on the destruction of Saddam Hussein's offensive military capabilities, the very capabilities that he used to seize control of Kuwait and that make him a continuing threat to the nations of the Middle East. These are the same capabilities that now threaten American and allied forces in the Gulf. Our goal, the same one we have maintained throughout Operation Desert Shield, is to liberate Kuwait and enforce the resolutions of the UN Security Council. This portion of the campaign, directed against Saddam Hussein's offensive military force, is an enormously complex undertaking. It involves all of the services of the United States military and hundreds of U.S. and allied aircraft. It is an ongoing operation, and we must therefore limit the kind and the amount of information that we provide in these early stages. This obviously is different from what happened in Panama in December of 1989, where most of the operation was over by the morning of the first day. We understand your need for information about what will happen next, and we are well aware of our obligation to keep the American people informed. But you must also understand that we cannot talk about future operations without putting at risk the safety of those who will have to carry them out. I believe I can speak for all of us at the Pentagon tonight when I say that we had hoped to settle this matter peacefully. This has clearly been an agonizing decision for the President and the Congress of the United States. And we've reached the point of committing our forces to battle very reluctantly, only after the most careful consideration. But no one should doubt our ability and our resolve to carry out our mission and to achieve our objective. I have great confidence in the professionalism, the dedication, and the determination of the men and women of our armed forces. They are, without question, the finest young sailors, soldiers, airmen, and Marines this nation has ever sent in harm's way. I want to assure all Americans that we will do our very best to carry out the President's orders as quickly and efficiently as possible and at the lowest cost possible. We'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
General Powell, can you describe the Iraqi Air Force's resistance, if any, their losses so far, and to what extent do you think that you've already achieved air superiority there?
Well, the operation's only 2.5 hours old, so I'm not quite prepared to take on your second question. So far, there has been no air resistance.
Can you tell us if there's been any casualties so far?
We will, at the appropriate time, be releasing information on casualties. We're not prepared to release any specifics now. I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
Has there been any Iraqi response of any kind? What can you tell us about the Scud missiles that have been reportedly launched by Iraq?
There have been a number of reports of Scud missiles, but insofar as I am aware, they basically are false reports. General Powell, I want to say
Give us a rundown on the types of aircrafts and numbers that were involved in the raids.
I really can't at this time because it is an ongoing operation. Let me just say that it involved the Air Forces mentioned by Secretary Cheney and sorties in the hundreds.
Could you tell us were there cruise missiles involved with that?
I won't comment on specific weaponry. It's an ongoing operation.
What targets were we bombing near Baghdad, and have we bombed any facilities where we think Saddam Hussein might be?
We have not been targeting Mr. Saddam Hussein. The purpose of our bombing facilities in the area of Baghdad is essentially to go after the command and control system of the Iraqi armed forces. And we're looking at principally military targets, command and control installations, air defense sites that could put our planes at risk, but they are militarily oriented targets.
Have you heard any Iraqi response of any kind?
The response of the Iraqi forces at this point has been limited, I think would be the best way to characterize it. But again, let me emphasize, as General Powell did, we're in the very early stages of this operation. It is likely to run for a long period of time. I realize you've all got legitimate questions about it, but there simply are things we do not know yet because it is an ongoing operation, because pilots are just now returning, and there'll be a lot of work required to assess the success of the initial efforts, and there'll be a lot of follow-up work required as well.
Could you tell us, please, whether or not there have been any indications whatsoever that the Iraqi troops, the 540,000 Iraqi troops in the Kuwaiti theater, have been cut off from their command and control headquarters in Baghdad?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that at this point, Wolf.
What about, Mr. Secretary, could I follow up, please? Should I follow up? The President said this was strictly an air operation for the time being. When does the U.S. decide to send in the ground forces?
It is strictly an air operation for the time being, and I wouldn't want to speculate on the point at which additional forces might be engaged.
Have your targets tonight, did any Navy planes?
Laurent said on the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour this evening that we are, quote, now prisoners of our own country, in our own country. Now that we've defended ourselves from naked aggression in the Middle East, how do we defend ourselves here at home from terrorist attacks?
I'm confident that we can deal with the terrorist threat.
Have our targets thus far included tanks and artillery?
I don't want to get into specific target sets yet. As the information comes in and builds over time, and we can give it to you historically, we will give it out. But I'm not prepared to go into specific target sets and what targets have been hit and have not, because it really is just too early to give you that kind of bomb damage assessment.
If Saddam Hussein says tomorrow, I give up, I'm sorry, I will withdraw from Kuwait, will you pause to have a pause in your air campaign, or will you continue with it until you knock out all the priority targets?
I will do whatever the President of the United States directs us to do through the Secretary of Defense.
Secretary Cheney, from a military perspective, what went into your thinking in deciding to launch the attack at this point this evening? What were the factors?
Well, I think there were several factors. Of course, the President made the basic decision to commit the force. It was affected by, among other things, the expiration of the United Nations deadline that had been set on November 30th when the Security Council voted for the use of any means necessary to get him out. I think it was affected in part as a result of consultation with our allies, but it also was based upon the advice of our senior military commanders in terms of picking a time when conditions appeared to be most favorable for undertaking the operation. Let me emphasize, though, that the procedure we went through was to plan for execution of the operation at a point after the expiration of the United Nations deadline, but I had no authority to execute the plan until the President instructed me yesterday afternoon to do so, and it was at that point that we signed out the execute order with the qualifiers I mentioned in my opening statement.
Those favorable factors, can you tell us what some of those were?
I think I just leave it where it is.
Are you surprised that there was no response, or a very small response from the Iraqi forces at this point?
Again, I'm reluctant to characterize the response beyond what we've already said about it. We've not had an opportunity to debrief our pilots yet. Some of them are still flying missions, and I think it would be inappropriate at this point to convey the notion that somehow we've got a final fix on it. But I think it would be fair to say, and General Powell may well want to comment on this, that the initial reaction from the Iraqis is such that I'm generally of the opinion that we achieved a fairly high degree of tactical surprise.
Has there been any Israel or Turkey on the part of Iraq?
None to my knowledge.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us, the President mentioned that one of the objectives was to take out chemical and nuclear sites. Can you tell us in a general way if that mission was accomplished?
I can say that we have, in fact, gone after those targets. I do not yet have information on the effectiveness of those efforts.
Mr. Secretary, what about word of casualties at Baghdad? You indicated you wanted to spare civilians there. Do you have any sense about how that may or may not have occurred in the city? There was a lot of bombing, obviously, in Baghdad.
The best reporting that I've seen on what transpired in Baghdad was on CNN. And it would appear, based upon the comments that were coming in from the CNN crew in the hotel in Baghdad, that the operation was successful in striking targets with a high degree of precision. At least that's the reporting according to CNN.
Was there an Iraqi attempt? To launch missiles, sir?
Do you have any?
We've had reports of missile launches, but none of them have been confirmed.
What about the Scuds in western Iraq at those air bases on the border? Have you got any reading on that? Are those fairly high priority targets?
Yes, they are a fairly high priority target.
And how'd you do?
I'm not prepared to say how we did or what we've done so far.
A follow-up on this. At the end of this operation, this phase of the operation, when you get...
Defense Department briefing, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Colin Powell on your right, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney on your left. We're going away from there only to tell you that we now have on the telephone from downtown Baghdad, a hotel there, the very enterprising Bernard Shaw, representing the very enterprising CNN, which has been on the air tonight throughout the attack on Baghdad. Bernie, you're just fine, I gather. Everybody feeling secure in the hotel. And can you describe for us what's going on outside your window?
Yes, Tom, I'm fine. I'm sitting in a chair for a change. I've been crawling on the floor for the last 2-3 hours. And I should tell you that your colleagues from NBC, CBS, ABC, and those journalists who remain here on the ground are all down in the bomb shelter. And Ingrid on our staff tells us that all is well. There are babies down there and what have you. The skies of Baghdad are still black. There is nothing going on.
I really don't have anything I can give you on that.
Did you know where Saddam was? Did you know where Saddam was when the attacks began? And was that a target, even though he was not the target?
We have not been tracking Mr. Saddam Hussein for the purpose of targeting him.
General, can you characterize in any general way how long the current beginning phase of this operation will continue? That is, the air operation will be the rest of I guess, tonight and tomorrow morning, or throughout tomorrow? Give people any kind of general idea how long this first phase will...
The air part of the campaign will continue until the whole campaign is completed. It doesn't end.
Do you believe the threat of a missile attack by the Iraqis has been eliminated at this point?
I cannot answer that at this time until we get some assessments in.
Any damage to any oil facilities at all?
I don't have bomb damage assessment yet. I can't answer that question.
General, how massive is this first wave? Are we talking 500 missions, 1,000 missions tonight?
I think tomorrow we'll be in a better position to try to give you a handle on that, but this early in the operation, I'm reluctant to give those numbers out until I've had a chance to talk to General Schwarzkopf in greater detail.
General Powell, when you say hundreds of sorties...
All U.S. services were involved in this part of the campaign.
When you say, General Powell, that there were hundreds of sorties, does that mean that there were not more than 1,000?
I think I'll leave it at that, between a bread box or something else, hundreds of sorties. Thank you all very much.
Well, for those people around the country who are hungry, as I think probably the whole country is, for a measure of operational information, the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs are being very clear. Either they won't release information now for what the Chairman calls operational security, or in some cases they simply do not know, which is, at this point in any campaign, a perfectly legitimate answer, because as they point out, pilots are still in the sky. This was an entirely air operation up until now. There have been no ground forces committed to the battle as of yet, and some of the pilots are either still up in the air or are back at their bases and have not been fully debriefed. But the President set the tone in his remarks that the U.S. Air Force, and as it is confirmed by the Secretary, the British and the French, and in some way, we're not quite sure how yet, the Saudis and the Kuwaitis are involved in the initial attack, have been going for the offensive military capability of Saddam Hussein in Kuwait and Iraq. That, I assume, means they're going for almost everything that in any way, shape, or form could assist the war effort, but we'll talk to our military analysts in just a moment. The Kuwaiti Air Force, which fled tactical retreat, one might say, at the early hours of the Iraqi invasion back on the 2nd of August and flew out of the country, has been residing for some 5.5 months in eastern Saudi Arabia. They fly both U.S. and French aircraft. They fly the A-4, the American Skyhawk, and they also fly a French Mirage, something called an F-1. And we saw them over Thanksgiving sitting on the edge of an airbase in eastern Saudi Arabia, sitting there looking rather lonely, but with Free Kuwait on the side. They now regard themselves as the Air Force of Free Kuwait, and they have been involved in some way, so says the Secretary, in the campaign this evening. I want to bring in our two military analysts, Tony Cordesman and Bernard Trainer, who's up in Boston, to talk to us about what they hear. Let me go first to you, Tony Cordesman. And you know the language of the Pentagon so much better than we do. What do you pick up that we might be missing in terms of the characterization of how the campaign has gone so far?
Well, I think obviously there was no sign of pessimism. It's obvious that there should have been enough feedback so both the Secretary and General Powell would know if there were major problems, and I think it's very clear that they weren't, although obviously it's going to be hours and days before we'll know the detail. The key message here, however, is this is not some kind of limited initial attack. This is the start of a truly massive attack designed to root out one of the largest military establishments in the world. And just a few key statistics, Peter. We're talking about 20 main operating air bases, perhaps another 20 that have to be suppressed. We're talking about 250 missile sites, perhaps 12 command sites. We're talking about 50 to 70 surface-to-surface missile sites. We're talking, who knows how many, but in excess of 50 ammunition depots, radars, and other facilities scattered all over the country. So we're talking of thousands of sorties before we really can use air power to the point where we'll probably bring the ground power in.
And do you hear in the characterization of the mission anything that indicates to you that this is going to be a long and drawn-out affair in the air?
Well, long and drawn out, I think, in the air means that it will be long and drawn out in terms of the way we use air power to attack Iraqi targets. If they could not mount at least a surface-to-air missile defense of some note, or get a few aircraft off tonight, then it indicates that they are substantially weaker than we thought, or that they were very poorly commanded and very poorly led.
Let me go up to Boston to General Bernard Trainor to talk about some of the specifics of the briefing, which Tony Cordesman has already alluded to. General Trainor, here are the quotes from the Secretary of Defense. There's been no air resistance. Surprised?
Well, in a sense, yes. One would assume that the Iraqis might have gotten one or two aircraft up, but it certainly appeared to me that they were sending the message that Saddam Hussein's offensive air capability and his missile capability had been defanged. I've noted some of the points you just mentioned. Surprise was achieved, and of course that was a key in this operation. There was no air resistance. The operational performance and the casualties were, quote, encouraging. And there were no known...
Chief here of Gulf Forces, General Norman Schwarzkopf. So an encouragement, Mike, for everybody to focus on the job at hand, which is a lightning strike and a powerful strike at Saddam Hussein.
One of our cameramen, Tom, Kyle Epler, just made his way across town here. He says the streets are pretty deserted. There are increased security patrols. 4 Saudi airliners, which had passengers on them at the airport, ready to go, have been grounded. The passengers have been put in a bomb shelter at the airport. Some of the crew is here. In the lobby of this hotel, the Muslim staff is praying, facing Mecca and praying. And the hotel staff is continuing on as normal. They're polishing the brass in the hotel.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah, thanks very much. Mike Betcher and NBC's Arthur Kent, who are in Saudi Arabia. They will remain on duty. We want to bring you up to date on some other things that are going on. In this country, 3 oil companies at least, Conoco, Mobil, and Chevron, have frozen the price of gasoline. This after reports that on the world spot market, the price of oil had rocketed to $40 a barrel. And when prices went up sharply after the invasion of Kuwait, the oil companies understandably and deservedly received a lot of heat for raising the price of gasoline instantly. It is now reported that Iraq did manage to get off at least one Scud missile towards Saudi Arabia. We're told that it landed on the outskirts of Riyadh, which is the capital, but we think that it did no damage. This is an unconfirmed report at this hour. And this goes without saying. The State Department is saying to everyone tonight, American and others alike, that terrorism could very well go sharply on the rise after Operation Desert Storm, which has been launched. Let's go now to Dr. Momart, who is in Jerusalem, Ehud Momart, who is one of the close aides to Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir. He is there now in our Jerusalem studios. Can you tell us, sir, what the reaction of the Israeli government is so far to these reports of Desert Storm?
Well, we are following the reports, and we are encouraged by the very vigorous actions of the American army. We watched the American president, and all of us were inspired, as you were, by his strong words. And we hope that this action will be completed soon with complete success.
Minister Olmert, I know that your forces were on the highest possible alert. Do they remain so as this operation continues?
Well, absolutely. The danger for Israel is not over yet. All of the Israeli people were advised to stay home, very close to their gas masks, and we don't know that already the danger is over. So we have to wait and see whether all of his capabilities were destroyed or he can still shoot at us missiles as he promised to do.
But you must believe at this hour that the moment of gravest danger for Israel has now passed based on these initial very encouraging reports.
Well, the initial reports are very encouraging indeed, and we are quite relieved. But right now, perhaps it's a little bit too early. We shall wait and see in the coming hours if indeed it's all over with. It's, I think, a little bit too premature to decide, but we are certainly encouraged by these very vigorous actions. We have anticipated the United States to act as promised, and we hope that this will be successful entirely so that he will not be able to do what he has promised to do, which is to shoot gas missiles and chemical missiles on the people of Israel.
Let me ask you the very tough political question. If this operation, Desert Storm, goes absolutely as the United States would like it to, and Saddam Hussein is wiped out, his capacity to wage war is gone, and he has to pull out from Kuwait if he, in fact, personally survives, somewhere down the road in the not-too-distant future, is Israel willing to take up the wider questions of that region?
The Gulf. We'll be back to you. At this point, let's go to Lou now. Lou?
And I'm going to check it right over to the White House where Charles Bierbauer is standing by.
Paraphrase, but beyond that paraphrase, George Bush has now sent a much more distinct message to Saddam Hussein. And we got the first inkling of just how massive this was in the president's speech when he said that he's taking out the tanks, but he also said he's going at the chemical facilities, the nuclear facilities. He is dealing with not only Saddam Hussein's ability to occupy Kuwait, but also his ability to wage further war at any point in the future. This is what George Bush was talking about when he said not only is the objective to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, but to guarantee some sort of regional stability arrangement that gets beyond this situation. There was considerable concern about Saddam Hussein being at some point, maybe it's months, maybe it's years from having a nuclear capacity. But what Mr. Bush has done tonight in describing this kind of a military attack on Iraq is to also describe what he is trying to do in terms of rendering Saddam Hussein incapable of waging war for quite some time to come. And the second message in this attack is the message, or at least in the president's words, was his message to the Iraqi people. He said to the Iraqi people, perhaps you can convince Saddam Hussein to end this now. Lou?
Yes, Charles, I was wondering about that.
Certainly tacit hopes here at the White House among the Bush administration that someone would oust Saddam Hussein, but the signals that were given out verbally were ineffective, and perhaps no one is of that sufficient strength. Now he would hope that the people of Iraq might in some way, shape, or form say to Saddam Hussein, enough is enough. This is as strong a message as George Bush can probably send.
All right, Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Catherine.
Of course, people across the United States are watching and waiting. Let's go now to John Zarrella, who's standing by at Shaw Air Force Base. John?
Catherine, we are just down the street, actually, from Shaw Air Force Base. Not too far away, right, Lee? And I'm with Lee Esmonde. Thank you. And her daughter Shannon, and Kitty here sleeping. And Lee's husband, Bill, is in Saudi Arabia, and he's been over there since August. He's an air traffic controller, so there's a possibility that tonight he may very well have been directing some of the attacks that were going on against Saddam Hussein. And we've been talking while sitting here watching the president since about 8:30 tonight. And Lee, what did you think first of what the president said, and then, of course, what Secretary Cheney said about what's been going on?
Well, I was very impressed with
the president speaking, and I believe that everything is systems go, if you will. Things are running smoothly, on schedule. We are achieving our goals as we had set out to do as a result of the failure of diplomatic solutions to come about.
You think then, from talking to you earlier, that the president has taken the right course of action?
Absolutely. I think this has been going on long enough. We have had, the coalition has been doing their best to achieve some sort of a solution to this situation, and nobody seems to have been effective when it comes to Saddam Hussein.
You seem so strong through all of this. How do you manage?
Well, bless your heart. I guess since Bill's been away for several months, it's sort of seasoning. But with what's going on now, I am very, I hate to say this, but I'm glad that this has occurred. Not only the sooner it gets started, possibly the sooner Saddam will realize that we mean business, and rather than annihilate his country, we can come to a solution prior to going to that last step.
What are your feelings tonight as far as, you haven't gotten much sleep though in the last couple of days, and as far as your husband and where he is and what the troops and all the people are going through right now?
Well, from what I get from Bill, the morale is high, although the waiting can get too great on the nerves. And I spoke with some wives today, and they said that the people that are over there that used to be best of friends are now starting to squabble with one another, even under the best of conditions. I guess living in close quarters like that, that can occur.
What do you tell Shannon about all this, about what her daddy's doing over there and the job that he's performing, the service for his country? How do you put it to her?
Well, I try to be as honest and as upfront as I can. Sometimes you just have to say the truth regardless of the outcome. When it comes to kids, you can only shield them so much. She knows that her daddy runs the risk of not coming back home, but she also knows that what he is doing is vital and it is necessary, and that is what he has trained 15 years to do. And we're patriotic in this family, and we believe that what is going on now is unnecessary.
Lee, thank you very much for letting us invade your privacy at what is probably a very private moment for you and your family.
Actually, I'm proud that I could voice my opinions.
Thank you, Lee, again. And we will stay with you throughout the night. This is John Zarrella reporting live near Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina.
Good evening, everyone. You've been hearing about it throughout the evening. The United States is now officially at war with Iraq.
The U.S. and its allies launched air attacks against strategic targets around Baghdad at about 5:35 Houston time. That was 2:35 in the morning Iraq time. Now, reporters on the scene say an oil refinery, the airport, and military locations seem to be the targets. CNN's John Holloman, Peter Arnett, and Bernard Shaw are in Baghdad and were there when the attack began.
Air bursts visible here. We've seen two major explosions, one near the major telecommunications center, another one at a location that's not that major communications center, but somewhere else in downtown Baghdad. It's just, we don't know what might have been where that bomb hit, but it did appear there was a bomb. The sky continues to be filled with tracers as the anti-aircraft weapons continue to fire.
Well, John, it's just the same to the east as to the west. There is a bomb every few minutes. There's lots of anti-aircraft fire going up. I don't know the caliber, some large, some small. It's firing in all directions. I don't know how well directed it is. We haven't seen any hits on any aircraft. In fact, we've hardly heard the aircraft. They're not coming in low tonight. They're bombing, obviously, from quite a height. They're not coming down to meet this anti-aircraft fire, and it's you don't have any of those swooping dive bomb attacks. This seems to be more of a strategic approach.
Operation Desert Storm began with a squadron of U.S. F-15E fighter bombers, which took off from the largest U.S. air base in central Saudi Arabia. That's according to the base's chief maintenance officer. He said the F-15s were heavily loaded with bombs and underwing fuel tanks for the long trip north. They also were armed with cannon and air-to-air missiles for self-defense. The initial attacks came in waves of 7 or 8, and now, 3 hours after the Allies hit, there's word that the Iraqis have struck back. The BBC is reporting that the Iraqis have fired 5 Scud missiles at Saudi Arabia. However, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney is saying those reports of Iraqi retaliation are false reports. Just an hour ago, the president addressed the people of the United States. President Bush told the American people that air attacks are now underway against military targets in Iraq.
We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. We're here for more than just the price of a gallon of gas. What we're doing is going to chart the future of the world for the next 100 years.
That address, of course, recorded about an hour ago. The president assured the public that American forces would be given all the support they need to succeed.
The UN Security Council is expected to meet at any time now to discuss what is happening tonight. UN Secretary General Javier Perez de Cuellar, who met with Saddam Hussein last week as a final attempt for peace in the Gulf, told reporters tonight that he's saddened over today's events, but at the same time he expressed anger because he was not informed about today's planned attack in advance, he says.
After all my efforts, after all the efforts of so many countries and so many personalities, that we are now facing a war. And then at this very moment, only 1 hour and a half after the hostilities, I am not well informed. I have not a lot of details about what has happened. But I think it's for me to express my deep sorrow because of as Secretary General of the United Nations, the peace organization, I can only be saddened by the beginning of hostilities.
Now, one of the ambassadors from Cuba, which was one of the 2 countries that voted against the use of military force, plans to try to persuade the council now to stop the war. Saddam Hussein repeatedly threatened to attack Israel if the UN forces attacked Iraq. Well, now that Iraq has been bombed, Israel is in a high state of alert tonight. Now, in Jerusalem, army officials are advising Israelis by way of radio to stay at home and open the kits containing those gas masks. But there are no immediate signs tonight of a threatened Iraqi attack against Israel. In fact, an Israeli army officer is now saying that missile bases in western Iraq, now those are the ones that pose the biggest threat to Israel, were hit in the U.S. offensive. And the Israelis believe that reduces the chances of an Iraqi attack on their country.
The impact of the air attack on Iraqi installations is being felt by Houstonians who are watching a war take shape half a world away. We went to a local night spot to gauge public attitudes.
I'm glad they're doing it. Everybody's kind of tired of waiting. Everybody's, just real nervous and all the tension's up. And I think everybody's like, finally, we're doing it. But it's still real nerve-wracking. My heart's beating, real fast right now.
If we don't stop them now, it's further on down the line something would happen. So I feel it's best to go ahead and get the menace over with and just let the chips fall where they may.
I've got some friends that have some family there and other friends that have friends there. And, I hate to see it get really nasty. Feel sorry for all those people and their family.
I think Saddam Hussein couldn't be sure that George Bush had, in fact, ordered an attack. Obviously, if the president had disappeared from view totally and was doing nothing else, this would be a clear signal to the Iraqis that, in fact, he was, as you say, he would be bunkered down himself here in the Situation Room of the White House. George Bush didn't want to give that impression. The president's been acting for the last couple of days, quite frankly, maybe a little longer than that. We were told that he made the basic decision in his own head to go to war at least 2 days ago, even though the actual directive was not signed by him until yesterday. So we've seen a good bit of theatrics by the president, and for very good reason, so that Saddam Hussein wouldn't know what was going on. For example, now the president is supposed to meet the commissioner of the NFL, the National Football League, on Friday. I don't know if George Bush will go ahead with that or not. If he does, that means that the news is pretty good from Iraq and Kuwait, Tom.
All right, John Cochran, thanks very much. We expect to be posted on this. These are the times in which we live, of course, in which a war can be launched by the United States, and it's done so live on television with continuous coverage. In the case of CNN, credit where it's due, live reports from the city under attack itself. NBC's Tom Aspel was cut off and no longer has communications out of there. Chaos in the world financial markets. I think that's a fair way to describe what is going on at this hour. The markets are open in Tokyo. The price of oil shot up to $40 a barrel. The Tokyo market, which has a long way to fall, fell about 300 points in the opening rounds. Someone who pays a lot of attention to all of this is Robert Hormats, who has served in Washington and now is on Wall Street, one of the keen observers of American economic policy and how that applies to the rest of the world. If it all goes as the president absolutely wants it to.
This all in motion, but he didn't fill in the exact date, the final order that the attack would go today, until today. He wanted to give Saddam Hussein, we're told, 1 day of grace just to think about it. And again, they chose today mostly because of for military reasons, but he did want to give Saddam Hussein 1 day of grace. One final thing, Dan, we're told, and a point was made of this, that the United States still has diplomatic relations with Iraq. I heard Bill Plant say that at the State Department there's still hope.
Dual effect of terrorism and a continuing presence of American forces there.
That could be a major problem over the medium term. We could win the war and lose the Middle East in the sense that terrorism could increase. There could be pressure on the governments, on the moderate governments in the Gulf, the Saudi government and others, and that could have, in the medium term, a negative impact on oil prices and therefore on our own economy.
Bob Hormats, you have been watching American economic and international foreign policy and how they relate to each other. What should we learn as a society about the use of oil as a result of all this?
We should learn that we should not be so dependent on oil, particularly from the most volatile area of the world. Our overall economy is heavily dependent on this critical area of the world. This area is the world's most volatile, it's the most uncertain, and to put our economy at risk is, I think, a grave mistake. We need an energy policy, and if we don't have it, then this could happen again, and we're at the mercy of countries over which we have no control.
You're a keen witness of the American political scene. What are the chances of this happening? We've been talking about it for 20 years
We've missed several opportunities. Perhaps now we'll learn our lesson that we need an oil policy, and we can no longer put our economy at this sort of risk so that the economy is subject to volatility in an area that we simply can't control.
So the best case scenario from an economic point of view, short and sweet and total victory.
Short and sweet war, total victory, and hopefully no aftermath of instability.
All right, thanks very much, Bob Hormats, who is, as I say, an expert both on Wall Street and in Washington, D.C., and how they relate one to another. Bob, good to see you again. Operation Desert Storm, that's the name of it. It's coming up on 10:15 now. It's been underway for more than 3 hours. It officially began at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, although we do think that planes lifted off in the Persian Gulf at around 5 our time late this afternoon. Refueling planes and AWACS, those are the big air traffic controllers that get up in the sky and look down, if you will, electronically from a radar point of view on the whole region and alert American warplanes what is going on that may be of danger to them. An attack not just on Baghdad and the military sites there, but throughout Iraq and military targets as well in Kuwait. Described by Colin Powell, primary target, not Saddam Hussein, as we've been led to believe, but in fact command and control centers. That's the military way of saying those are the people who try to run the military operation from the Iraqi point of view. They wanted to knock out the communications, they wanted to neutralize the ability of Iraq to respond in any way, and they wanted to isolate the Iraqi troops who are dug in the desert. And they must be wondering at this hour if that has been successful, those Iraqi troops. What in the world can be going on? Many of them not battle tested at all from the Iranian war. These are young recruits who have been shoved into the service and put in a bunker deep in the sand, and we can only imagine what is going through their minds tonight. NBC's John Dancy is at the State Department, a man who has logged an untold number of miles here in the last 3 weeks as he has chased Secretary of State James Baker around the world for what proved to be a futile attempt to try to get a diplomatic solution to all this. John, share with us now, if it does continue to go well for the United States, what the next step from a diplomatic point of view is likely to be.
Tom, I think that we're looking at a period of diplomatic inactivity, as a matter of fact. Secretary Baker, we're told, has gone home for the night. This is really not a diplomatic story right now. It's a Pentagon story and a White House story, but Secretary Baker spent the day today notifying ambassadors and foreign ministers of what was coming. Baker, as you know, just got back this past weekend from a trip to the Persian Gulf, and during that trip, the final decisions were made to go to war, and all Baker was doing today was simply notifying people that the United States was going ahead with that activity. As far as diplomatic activity coming up in the future, there is none right now. There are no diplomatic demands being made on Saddam Hussein. There will be a period of waiting here until we see how Saddam Hussein, in fact, responds to what has taken place. But I thought that President Bush gave us a clue as to what the diplomatic initiatives will be sometime in the future when he spoke tonight, and he said very significantly, our goal is not the conquest of Iraq, it is the liberation of Kuwait. That seemed to indicate that the United States will stop at some point south of the Iraqi border, that it will not go in and try to take over Baghdad and perhaps set up some sort of puppet regime there, that we will stop once Kuwait is finally clear. That would be good news in the Arab world, because the Arabs certainly do not want to see the United States come in and be some sort of occupying power. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. John Dancy, who, as I say, has logged, I can't remember the number, is what, something like 50,000 miles as Secretary Baker went round and round in the Middle East, to Geneva, to Yemen, to Colombia to talk with members of the UN Security Force, and then back to Europe once again, returning home Monday of this week after stopping off in London and in Canada to brief American allies on what they can expect. And James Baker has gone home tonight, we're told, for what I think will probably be a very well-deserved rest, although he has not been sleeping well by his own account, by the account of his wife. James Baker, the cool hand Luke of American diplomacy. We want to go to Dennis Murphy now, who is in Amman, Jordan tonight. That is the country that is caught in the middle between Israel and Iraq. And as you talk to any expert on that part of the world, Dennis, the very obvious question is, who's the biggest loser? And King Hussein of Jordan is almost identified by everyone at the top of that list of the people who are now in peril politically.
That's right, Tom. There's no question that King Hussein has been caught in a terrible bind right from the beginning. He is a close friend of Saddam Hussein. This country, 80% of its trade was with Iraq. Kuwait was its #2 export market. They have no oil here, and they're very dependent on the goodwill of their strong neighbor. Tom, if you'll listen with me, we're just now hearing the call of the imam, the call to prayers. It's the start of the Muslim day here. And you can hear it ringing out over this darkened city of Amman, and we've been watching the lights come on. Most of the people here, we suspect, do not know that there is a war in the Gulf right now. They have been watching, if they've been up, Israeli TV, which has carried, so you can receive it on the TV antennas here, has had President Bush's remarks live, had Secretary Cheney's remarks. In about 5 hours, there is due to be a funeral here, Tom, of the 3 Palestinian leaders who were murdered in Tunis on Monday. So as we hear this start to the Muslim day, with this flashpoint, a potential flashpoint coming up of Palestinian anger, this is a city that has a great Palestinian population. Here they're going to bury Palestinian leaders, close friends of Yasser Arafat in just 5 hours. We have to wonder what the reaction is going to be in the streets, how King Hussein will be able to handle this situation. We don't want to be alarmist, but that's certainly what's on our mind here. Probably the best news we had is that the missile stands that could have attacked Israel apparently have been contained. The great fear here, of course, Tom, was that Israeli would be dragged into this with a direct attack from Iraq. That seems to be not the case, we hope right now, because Jordan did not want to become a battleground. But King Hussein, carefully nurturing long relations as the Arabs, as the best friend of the Arabs to the West, and the country has been tugged towards more of a pan-Arab nationalism. There's radical fundamentalism here. He is in a very difficult place, and I think the West should show a great deal of concern and compassion for both King Hussein and the country of Jordan.
Thank you very much, Dennis Murphy, tonight in Amman, Jordan. In fact, I saw King Hussein at his palace on Sunday night of this week. I've never seen him look more beleaguered. He is not a heroic figure, it is fair to say, and the part of the Bush administration, because in the early stages of the invasion of Kuwait, he sided so strongly with the goals and the wishes of Saddam Hussein, and when he came to this country, it was only after he expressed his kind of solidarity, I suppose you would describe it, with Saddam Hussein. So he is very much a man in the middle tonight, and there are many people who believe that he will not survive all of this. Let's go now to Washington. The director of the Arab American Institute in Washington, a man who has been a champion of Arab American causes and has caused all of us to think more carefully about our relationship between the West and the Middle East, is Jim Zogby. Mr. Zogby, you are hearing tonight what we're all hearing. Operation Desert Storm is underway. What would you expect that Saddam Hussein will do now?
Well, I don't know, and I don't know what the reaction will be in the broader Arab context. And I think an awful lot depends, really in the next few days, to see what kind of dust storm, in fact, Desert Storm kicks up, what the repercussions will be. I think it's a very dangerous time, really, for all of us. It's a war that has begun. My question is, when will it end?
You listen to President Bush tonight. As you listen to the tone of his language and his choice of words, were you encouraged or discouraged?
Well, it was very crisp and it was very clear, and I think it was an address to the American people and certainly must have provided solace for the families of service people and
right now it is eerily quiet here in Baghdad. We have the pleasure of being able to sit in a chair for a change. For the last few hours, we have been on our stomachs and on our knees and on our hands, moving about as we sought to observe and to report to you. We're well. All of us are, of course, exhausted. Our energy levels are way off the register, and that's the way it feels right now. Let me be quiet to listen for a question from you, and also tell you that Peter Arnett and John Holloman are here, and each will have something to say very shortly.
Yes, Bernie, it's near daylight now. Are you able to see any of the damage caused by what the Pentagon is telling us were strategic and pinpoint bombings?
Well, I can certainly vouch for that, and Peter Arnett will be able to stitch together some images in just a second. How does it feel to be at ground zero when a massive aerial campaign, unprecedented in military history, is unfolding around you? The only thing I can think of is that it's comparable to being at Cape Kennedy and feeling the ground rumble, the thunder, and seeing that huge shuttle with its booster rockets taking off and hearing the thunder. Only in this instance, in reality, here in Baghdad, you heard it sporadically. Bright lights. It was quite an experience to feel it, to see it, to think about it, to think about what it means and why it was happening, and, of course, to report it. I'm going to yield here now to Peter Arnett and John Holloman.
Yes, Peter.
Hello, Lou. Peter Arnett here.
Hi.
Just a small observation. It has to be pretty unique in journalistic history to have a front row seat to one of the great air bombardments of history. I'd just like to point out that these are just the first shots in this war, and there are no indications yet, we may have them later in the day, how Saddam Hussein feels about it, but he has a 1 million-man strong army. He said he will fight on with the cry, Allahu Akbar, God is great. And these are the first shots, and from this vantage point in Baghdad, we'll be interested to see how these events unfold from here. I'd like to hand you to John Holloman now.
Lou, what I'm going to do for you is look out the window and tell you what I see. It's something I do pretty well. I'll tell you, about 3 hours ago, the sky was brightly lighted with the tracer rounds from the anti-aircraft guns. Right now, the early morning fog that has inhabited Baghdad each early morning for the past several days is beginning to roll back in. But out on the 8-lane highway, which runs in front of our hotel, there are signs of early morning traffic. We've reported to you for many months that the society in Iraq is very well organized, and despite the fact that there was a major air attack here just a few hours ago, the morning commuter buses that are supposed to take off and drive down to the downtown bus station at this hour are on the road, and they're driving down to the bus station. As Bernie reported, we saw a hook and ladder fire truck go by, I guess about 10 or 15 minutes ago. We've also heard some small arms fire out the window in the past few minutes, but no sign of the conflagration in the skies that we reported to you on a few hours back. Downtown Baghdad really looks pretty calm right now, and the events of 3 hours ago seem to fade into memory. Bernie?
Thanks, John. We have a brother of the profession here, Don Kirk of USA Today, and this is our first eyewitness account from somebody who was outside where we've been reporting from. Don, how did you manage to make it back from the American Embassy to here?
I just drove back in the same taxi that took me to the embassy. He hadn't gotten his fare yet, so he wanted to get a full fare, so he took me back through darkened streets. There was tracer fire all over the sky on both sides of the river but the streets were dark and calm and somewhat eerie, and there was no sign of bombing or bomb damage in the center of the city through which I drove, which doesn't mean to say that something didn't fall while I was still at the embassy. The reason I was at the American Embassy, incidentally, was that I had an open phone line to USA Today when the anti-aircraft fire began going off. I called them once more, and the line went down moments later, leaving me with no way to communicate. I came back here, and the first thing that happened to me was that they put me in the bomb shelter along with a whole lot of other journalists who were stuck down there. I managed to sort of exfiltrate my way out and up to where I am now through the back stairs.
As you were driving back in your taxi, Don Kirk of USA Today, what were you able to see on the streets in terms of people?
There were no people on the streets. There were some cars on the streets. My driver wanted to drive with his lights out, running the risk of a rather serious accident. I persuaded him to put his dim lights on from time to time. We passed some other cars, some with dim lights on, some totally dark. There were no people on the streets, and incidentally, there were no signs of military on the streets. I did see some police cars go roaring by, and a couple of taxis madly dashing through the night, but that was about it.
Don, any signs of damage from this attack anywhere between here and the U.S. Embassy?
I didn't see a single sign of damage, and I might add that I went a route that took me by the presidential palace. Now, for all I know, the palace was not even there when I went by it, but the place was totally dark and silent as I went by. From the embassy, there was AAA anti-aircraft artillery going off around the embassy and around the palace very heavily with tracer bullets of differing colors all over the place. I heard a couple of thunderous explosions, which I guess you guys heard too, which was...
We not only heard them, we felt them. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has confirmed that they were going after strategic targets and such things as command control centers, anti-aircraft batteries. The intention, according to the Pentagon, was to blind Saddam Hussein and to cut him off from being able to communicate with his troops to the south of here.
Well, certainly there's no communication. There's no local telephone at this point. You can't even call another room where we are, and there's no communication overseas. Telexes are out, phones are out, and this means here is about the only one that I know, which is one reason why I happen to join you here.
Well, it's good to have you, brother. We're glad you're safe, and if the people at USA Today are listening, he looks quite safe to me, just a little bit winded. You have to go 14 stories high to get up here to the CNN broadcast position. Let me pause for a moment just in case our colleagues along the way have something to ask us or if they want to go somewhere else.
No, nothing here, Bernie. We're fascinated by what you have to say there.
Okay, we will... is that switch correct, John? We will continue here as a very satisfied Don Kirk makes his way out of our place. John, we're going to be able to see a little bit better here now very, very shortly. That's encouraging.
That's right, Bernie. Don Kirk, as you just pointed out, didn't see any signs of damage. And if what Secretary Cheney wanted the Pentagon to do was what it did and do surgical bombing, then perhaps we won't see much damage to the infrastructure here in downtown Baghdad. We can begin to see out to the horizon now, and you can see more and more cars with their lights on as we go along here.
I just have a reaction, a comment to make to what you were saying about Defense Secretary Cheney and surgical bombing. Very simply put, if this was surgical bombing, I don't like being this close to the operating table.
Bernie, good thought. I'll tell you, I can just describe what I see on the streets to you. Again, there's a large truck, not an 18-wheeler, but looks like the kind of truck you'd rent in the United States to move some things from one place to another. It's going down the street. There's some sort of fire of some kind that we just heard out the window. It sounded like large caliber weapons fire, but we don't see any sign of it because out here the fog gets thicker and thicker. Bernie?
One observation. When we first came up on the air and we were reporting the first seconds of the attack, the first raid coming in, we heard a lot of small arms fire around the streets. And as we have been reporting throughout the night, as the F-15s, 16s came in, you don't see them, you hear them. You hear them after they are gone. And imagine, if you will, a plane swooping in low, going toward its target, and then passing you by, going so fast, and then seeing tracers from the anti-aircraft batteries. There was no match, but apparently the civilian militias and these young boys, 15 and older, who were issued these Soviet machine guns and hand weapons, they were just firing into the air as they realized the battle was on.
Yeah, there were some reports, Bernie, you'll remember a couple of months ago, that said one of the Iraqi defensive strategies was to have everybody with a weapon pointed straight up if there were an air attack, and that might have been what we were seeing, or at least hearing some evidence of a few hours ago. It feels better here. It feels a little more comfortable, a lot more comfortable, in fact, than it did when we were lying on the floor and feeling these blasts.
I think I've been awake for, what, about 30 hours? How long have you been awake?
At least that long, a long time, Bernie, and the adrenaline's beginning to go down. You know, that rush after rush after rush is kind of working its way out of our bodies. I think both of us look almost like zombies, but...
Well, we feel like zombies, let's just hope that our minds will continue to serve us, and our senses and our abilities to continue reporting to the world what it is we are experiencing and seeing here. I just hope, I've said it once before, I just hope that as morning unfolds, we'll be able to find and talk with and listen to some responsible officials from Saddam Hussein's government. Right now, everybody continues to hunker down. Let me turn the switch off to see whether Lou has something for us.
All right, I will do that, Bernie. And I'll tell you one more thing, Lou, before we do that. We made a great deal of videotape. I mean, there's going to be some fascinating pictures which we took out the windows of our hotel. The Iraqi officials came up after the attack, confiscated them. We hope they will give them back. They said they'd give them back to us after daylight, and we'll just see if we can show those to you later in the day. Lou?
All right, gentlemen, you're sounding tired. Take a little rest. We'll be back to you soon. That's Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett in Baghdad, reporting live to us. Catherine.
Countless U.S. families are watching these events unfold, are on alert just as their loved ones are serving in the Gulf. Let's go now to one such town, the site of a naval air base, and CNN's Tom Mintier in Norfolk, Virginia. Tom?
I am between Norfolk and Virginia Beach, actually a little closer to the Virginia Beach side. You know, Peter and Bernie and John were talking about the world watching. Well, the world is behind me right now. This is a restaurant here in Virginia Beach, and a lot of people have been glued to the television set throughout the evening, watching what has been going on in Baghdad, watching what has been going on to the Pentagon. It is something that everybody around here pretty much knew was going to happen. They just didn't know when. Let's talk to some of the people here now. You, I understand, you're in the Coast Guard. What do you think about what President Bush has done?
I agree with him 100%. Back him 100%. He's right.
Did you think this was going to come tonight?
Yes. Not tonight, but I knew it was going to happen.
Okay, there's another fella down a little bit farther down that is also a Coast Guard member. A lot of military frequent these restaurants, and they're in here most of the time. You are also in the Coast Guard. Yes. Are you concerned about what's been going on?
Yeah, I'm very concerned about what's been going on lately. It's kind of scary, actually, to think that, you know, I could easily be over there, and it's dangerous. It really is.
Do you think the president should have done something different? Waited?
I don't think he could have done anything else, but he gave Saddam every chance. He laid down the ultimatum, and he just didn't follow it.
Okay, there are a lot of worried relatives. We have talked to several people in here who you find in this town, they know someone who is in the Navy or they are related to someone. Your brother is on a support ship with Wisconsin, right?
Yes, that's correct. Very worried as well. You know, you sit there and you wait and been waiting all this time, and finally it's happened. I'm glad it's happened, though. I mean, because now we can get it over and everybody can come back and get back to the life on a normal basis.
What makes you think that this is going to be a short duration military action?
Because unlike Vietnam, we're going in with all our forces this time. As the president said, we don't have one hand tied behind our back this time. They're going for it, going all out, and I think it'll be well worth it.
When the bombing was going on, were you watching it on television?
No, actually, I was at work at the time when I got into the car and heard that the bombing had gone on. And, you know, was glad to hear that because, you know, I've been over there since August 2nd, and I think it's time for something to be initiated.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about what has happened all over this area. There are military families that are at home. They're getting support either from their churches or from the Navy. They have a support center set up as soon as the bombing started. While it was still going on, as a matter of fact, we were in a church, and they were already making calls to their congregation to make sure they had people to go to the home of the military family to make sure they were not alone during these times. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Virginia Beach.
Day is beginning to break in the Middle East. CNN's Doug James is at his post in Amman, Jordan, and joins us now live with his report. Doug.
As you say, it will soon be daybreak here in Jordan. We've already heard the first calls to prayer at the mosques. Clearly, the previous prayers for peace have not been answered. With me now is Senator Mohammed Kamal, the former Jordanian ambassador to Washington. I wonder, sir, what your reaction is to the events of this evening.
Well, what happened early this morning has been expected, and most unfortunate that no peaceful resolution of the problem has been reached, and it makes people in this part of the world very unhappy and resentful.
What kind of reaction do you expect from Jordanians?
Well, Jordanians are definitely will be, they were expecting this, as I told you, and I was actually expecting it myself, and they will definitely be very unhappy about the whole situation. And the Jordanians and many Arabs look at the problem this way. They see a strong, young Arab country, Iraq, defiant, emerging from 8 years of war with Iran and promoting nationalism and patriotism. And it gave hope to the Arabs. And it is not that the Arabs are condoning their annexation of Kuwait or things of the sort. And many people don't approve of that. And especially Jordan and the King say they never accepted or condoned the annexation of Kuwait by Iraq.
Is that hope dead now?
Well, it is not. The Arabs generally, especially in this part of the world, have seen for decades, they have been living in a state of frustration, disappointment, humiliation, and happiness. They see the growth of Israel in arrogance and power. We have engaged ourselves in 4 wars with them, and we have been defeated. We see the influx of Soviet Jews to Israel, to give them more power, and therefore taste for expansion and further desperation. And we see tens of thousands or millions of displaced Arabs in the diaspora who lived, some of them, in the most miserable conditions. And Iraq gave those people hope. And they see the United States and its allies are trying to assassinate and kill that hope.
Many Jordanians have said they're now willing to go and fight for Saddam Hussein, to fight for the Iraqis. Will that happen?
Well, I believe so. I mean, the general feeling is that they see this episode as a determined effort by the United States and its allies to frustrate and assassinate that hope among the Arabs. It is not that they condone the occupation of Kuwait. It is simply Iraq gave them hope. That hope could be misguided, could be false, could be exaggerated, but it gave them that hope. And they see the American administration and their allies trying and working very hard to destroy that hope.
Saddam Hussein said one of his first targets, in fact his first target, would be Israel. We haven't seen any evidence of that yet, but do you think that will happen? Do you think it will be possible to keep Israel out of this war?
Well, in the early hours, we don't see the impact of the first raids on Iraq, and we haven't seen yet any reaction from Iraq regarding this attack, and we have to wait and see. But the bitterness in this part of the world is not because they approve of the occupation of Kuwait. It is they see it is the American administration is fulfilling the desires and wishes of the Israelis to have this area downgraded, helpless, powerless.
Thank you very much, Senator Mohammed Kamal.
Thank you.
This is Doug James reporting live for CNN in Amman, Jordan.
Now we go to Benjamin Netanyahu standing by, I believe, in Jerusalem. We may have lost the transmission there at this point in time. So, monitoring the events throughout the evening from our State Department is World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter. Ralph?
Catherine, I can tell you that Secretary of State James Baker engaged in one last round of diplomacy today before the attack on Baghdad began, but it was not diplomacy aimed at achieving a settlement. It was diplomacy aimed at simply giving notification to a lot of countries who were participating in the strategy against Saddam Hussein and others who were on the periphery of things. Baker spoke with the new Soviet Foreign Minister Alexander Beshmertnik, who is in Moscow at the moment, and he also spoke with met with here at the State Department the Saudi ambassador, the Israeli ambassador, the Kuwaiti, the German ambassador, the ambassador from Syria, and from Japan. There were a whole slew of telephone calls that went out, diplomatic phone calls to inform a lot of other countries, including the NATO alliance, the Netherlands, the foreign minister of Luxembourg, who happens to chair the European community at this period of time, as well as the leadership of the congressional committees to which Baker reports as the Secretary of State, the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate, the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives. A new travel advisory was issued here by the State Department.
Ralph, let me interrupt you for just a moment. We do have now the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, standing by. Mr. Foreign Minister, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
We understand earlier, of course, a national emergency was declared in Israel. What is the status of events there now?
Well, as you know, Israel is not involved in this conflict, but we follow the events very closely. We wish the American and coalition forces Godspeed and full success in achieving their missions, and we hope that they'll come home safely, all of them, and quickly.
Have you received any reports about possible destruction of Iraqi missiles along the western border?
Well, we heard the statements that have come through various communication lines, the news media, and so on. But this is very early on in the operations. We are waiting, like everyone else, I believe like the American government, for precise reports following the accomplishment of the missions.
Has the alert status therein, your country, diminished at all given these first waves of bombings?
No, we have long experience in this, and we know that this is, we listened to the American statements that this could be a long engagement. We have made the preparations for our population. We've asked them to take certain precautions, asked the people to stay in their homes for the moment. So we have not relaxed our state of alert, but we follow things, as I said, very closely and wish the American and other forces full success.
Well, as morning has come to Israel, what steps will you take now in regard to the population, notifying them about events?
They're all notified. Our communication lines, our television, our radio are now broadcasting instructions to the people basically to stay home or around their homes. The schools, as you know, are closed. We have now basically taken the gas masks out of their kits, so people are ready just in case something does happen. We hope that it won't, but we're ready if it will.
And what about the status of the Israeli military, the alert status at present?
Well, the military is ready for any contingency. We hope that none will be necessary.
What about the reaction of the Palestinians in the territories? Are you worried at all about that?
Well, we did hear some communiques from the Intifada leadership that is directed by the PLO to side with Saddam Hussein, to attack Israeli targets and so on, and to use the opportunity of the crisis to do so. We've said to the Palestinian population at large, not to these handful of insiders and terrorists, that we will protect them. But we will, of course, take action against those who will violate it. So far, we've not really had to.
Mr. Netanyahu, thank you for joining us, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel. Lou?
Thank you.
We're now going to take the pulse of Middle America in Independence, Missouri. CNN's Jeff Flock. Jeff.
Lou, we began this day talking with folks about the prospect of war. We now talk with them about the real thing. We are at the Courthouse Exchange restaurant in Independence, Missouri. Your thoughts?
My thoughts? Very sad. Lots of us have been to church vigils. I believe in prayer. I believe in freedom, but for everybody.
Your granddaughter on your lap there, Erica, what do you make of all this?
I wish it would get over with soon.
I don't think you're alone. Your thoughts, sir, as you watch this broadcast tonight from Baghdad, the stuff that we were glued to earlier, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the course was set early on. I'm sorry it came to this. I frankly, at this point in time, would rather have a battery to run my car than the gas.
And you, sir? What was the impact on you?
Well, I think most of all we think of friends or family, and all of us have some that are over there and are concerned about them, but my thoughts are that we're doing the right thing. We need to be there doing what we're doing.
What about you, ma'am? Same thoughts, or?
Same thoughts, basically. My heart goes out to those who have loved ones over there, but I think at this point in time we're doing what we need to do.
Any dissenting views here at all from any of you? Dissenting views?
I don't want to be at war, but at the same time, I believe in our leaders, and I believe what we're doing is the right thing. It's sad, but I'm glad we're there, and I'm glad we're standing up for what's important.
Impact on you folks as you watch that coverage, as you watch it unfold before you? What are your thoughts?
Just still trying to absorb that it happened. Knew it would happen, but still trying to absorb. Just hope and pray it gets over quick.
And ma'am?
I've been thinking all day about the Bette Midler song that's out now about God is watching us, and that's what I keep thinking all day long, is watching what we're doing and what everyone's doing.
Thank you very much. We will continue to watch it here in Middle America and continue to take the pulse here, and as events unfold there, we'll continue to watch it here. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Independence, Missouri.
And now for a tactical analysis of the events throughout this evening, let's go to James Blackwell, CNN's military analyst in Washington.
Catherine, let me try to put some of what Bernie and Peter and Ralph saw in Baghdad in a larger perspective based on what we know and what we can anticipate. They actually witnessed the very precise bombing of several strategic targets in and around Baghdad. We can't be for sure what exact things they hit, but the kinds of targets they will go for will be communications towers, government centers, and various other important political targets that would sever the command and control link between Saddam Hussein in Baghdad and other places near there and his soldiers in the field. They reported lights off in the south and in the west, off in the distance. They couldn't see what was being hit, but they reported seeing the flashes of the bombs. That probably indicated the hitting of the targets that were identified as unconventional weapons sites. There are several that are within some proximity to Baghdad, a number of them just south and just west, within 20 to 50 miles. It's likely that long-range, deep penetration bombers also struck unconventional weapons sites even farther in the north and west of Iraq. Then the part that they probably did see was the strikes on the airfields, the air defense sites, and the Scud missiles that are located farther to the south. Those air bases are spread throughout the depth and breadth of the country of Iraq. The Scud missiles, it seems, were all shut down with impunity, and this operation, by and large, was a tremendous success from a planning standpoint. General Powell said there were more than a few hundreds of sorties. It probably was well above 1,000 to have hit all of those targets. One interesting thing that they observed in Baghdad was a helicopter flying around, or at least they thought it was a helicopter. Iraqis don't like to fly their helicopters at night. It might have been an allied or a coalition helicopter, which would be there perhaps infiltrating special operations forces or commandos to take out terrorist sites, to report on the results of the bombing, to do all kinds of unconventional missions inside of Baghdad.
What about other sites? Have there been any reports? You reported on some outside of Baghdad, but other sites possibly in Kuwait. Received any information about that as of yet?
We've received no information, just the information from the press briefing. I would expect that in later tomorrow morning, when the Pentagon sets up its routine briefings, we'll hear a lot more specific details about what targets were hit, and in the coming days we'll hear about the results. We can be sure that the President said they were going to go for tanks, artillery, and the entire military force that's deployed in Kuwait. I would guess that a lot of targets in Kuwait were hit tonight as well.
James Blackwell, thank you for that analysis. Luke?
We were talking to CNN's Doug James a little earlier in Amman, Jordan. He was not yet on the streets, but did make mention of the fact that day was about to break in Amman, Jordan. That's where CNN's Tony Clark is. Tony, I see you. You're outside. Go ahead. We have a breakdown? Not there. Get me to Blitzer. To who? Where are we going? Blitzer. All right. We have a communications problem with Amman, Jordan momentarily. Instead, we're going to head over to the Pentagon. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has a report for us. Wolf.
Lou, we're beginning to get more reports about the nature of this massive U.S. air assault on Iraq. CNN has now learned that virtually the entire Iraqi Air Force, in the words of one Pentagon source, has now been decimated. In addition, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy bombers have decimated much of the elite Republican Guard in the northwestern section of Kuwait and in southern Iraq. Beyond all of that, there are not yet any reports, any confirmed reports of any U.S. casualties. No reports of any of the U.S. fighter aircraft that may or may not have been knocked down. There are no reports that any pilots or navigators have been lost. All U.S. and Allied planes, we are told, at least this preliminary report, have returned safely to their bases, including the A-6 Intruders, the carrier-based fighter bombers that actually took off from the carriers, the 6 U.S. carriers. They went to forward air bases in Saudi Arabia. They then, from those forward air bases, took off, participated in this massive U.S. air assault, and returned to those forward air bases so the pilots wouldn't have to take off and land on those carriers. The operation obviously appears to be a great success. According to all indications, the Pentagon performed, at least these initial accounts that we're getting here, brilliantly, with no reports, let me repeat that, no reports of any U.S. casualties. One other note, Lou, we're also told that there was some resistance from Iraqi planes, but very little. Hardly any of the Iraqi MiG-29s, F-1 Mirages, or any of the other sophisticated Iraqi fighter aircraft even managed to take off from their bases. Most of those Iraqi planes were destroyed on the ground in this massive coordinated U.S. drive. Obviously a great success for the United States. It's not over yet. The Pentagon officials here believe that with the decimation of much of the Republican Guard, though, the elite Republican Guard troops in northwestern Kuwait, as well as in southern Iraq, about 150,000 troops. We don't know how many have been killed or injured, but with the decimation of a big chunk of that Republican Guard, there is clearly a hope here at the Pentagon that the balance of the Iraqi soldiers in Kuwait, within a matter of days, perhaps would surrender, and this whole operation could draw to an end. Clearly a very great air success for the United States.
Wolf, would you give us a sense of the significance of the Republican Guard? They're behind the frontline Kuwaiti troops, and what was the strategy there?
The
Iraqi strategy.
The Republican Guards, Lou, have always been the best trained, the most sophisticated, the best equipped of the Iraqi soldiers. They were the ones that first stormed into Kuwait. After the Iraqis established their positions in Kuwait, the Iraqis brought the Republican Guard back to a secondary line beyond the front lines. But clearly these were the most professional, the best paid, certainly the best trained of the Iraqi soldiers. And there is a growing conviction among Pentagon insiders here that with the destruction of much of the Republican Guard, clearly if the U.S. does have to send in its ground forces to mop up and liberate Kuwait, it would obviously be a much easier ordeal for the U.S. military.
All right, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. We've now reestablished communication with Amman Jordan, where, as we mentioned earlier, it's almost daybreak. CNN's Tony Clark is out on the streets. Tony.
In fact, Lou, we just have been driving around the area. As you say, it's a little before 6 in the morning. There is little traffic out on the streets, few people out. It has been 3 hours since Jordanian radio and television announced that the attack on Baghdad was underway, but few people have yet heard about that. We went to the Iraqi embassy here. It is brightly lit. Asked the guards outside. There are a couple of Jordanian guards, machine guns in hand. Asked them what was the situation there, what was the feeling there at the Iraqi embassy, and they kept saying, it is normal here, it is normal, nothing unusual. The ambassador is not here yet. We asked if we could take some pictures to show that it is normal. They said, no, there is a tension in the air. We were at a mosque. The call to prayers occurred just a short time ago. And just as we were standing outside the mosque that is not very far from the Parliament building, a police car swerved in front. The police officers jumped out, wanted to know what we were doing there, told us it was time to leave. Sort of a sense of the tension here. But as we have gone around to bakeries, which are essentially the only places that are open at this hour, and talked to some of the bakers, they said they have heard about the attack on Baghdad. They are sad about it. They are worried about what might happen here, but they are trying to keep their lives as routine as possible. There is not a feeling. We did not sense any hostility among the Palestinians outside a Palestinian refugee camp that we went to. None of that feeling yet, and that is probably because it is still very early here. A little bit later today, there were scheduled funeral processions for some of the Palestinian PLO leaders that were assassinated in Tunis earlier this week. No word yet on whether or not that will occur, but if it does occur, those could turn into very vocal, potentially violent anti-American, anti-West rallies by the Palestinians, something that we will be watching for throughout the day. Lou, Catherine?
All right, Tony Clark and Amman Jordan. Catherine?
Describing the bombing raids throughout the evening, throughout the early morning hours in Baghdad, 3 CNN correspondents, Bernie Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holloman, live at the Al Rashid Hotel. John Holloman is standing by. John?
Catherine, hello to you. I'm going to go back over to the window because dawn has broken here. Bernie Shaw is with me. We're going to look out and tell you if we can see any signs of any damage after what happened here in the hours preceding. The sun's coming up here this morning, and I must be honest with you, I don't see any signs, but I do smell something. There's an acrid smell in the air that wasn't here yesterday or the mornings before this, to my knowledge. It's as we look out, you can see the early morning Baghdad fog, perhaps not as thick as it has been as it was yesterday or the day before. You can still see the Baghdad tomb of the unknown soldier, their memorial to their war dead from previous battles. We can still see an oil refinery off in the distance where we thought we saw a bomb go off earlier. And we can still see a tower from a broadcast transmitter, which was another thing that we thought, might possibly be a target, but apparently was not. And the only thing that, oh, wait a minute, I begin to see through the fog the communications building. Yeah, that's it right there, Bernie. You can just barely see it in the fog, but we can't see clearly enough to tell whether it's been damaged or not, but it does still seem to be there.
Yes, it's still standing.
Another point that several of our colleagues have made, Don Kirk from USA Today was here a few minutes ago. He had been at the United States Embassy, which of course has been closed to diplomats because the diplomats have gone home. But he was able to use a telephone there at the beginning of the raid, but his phone line went dead. And he reports that all the phone lines in this hotel and at the embassy and in that area were closed or were shut down by this bombing. We don't know whether that was by the Iraqi government or as a result of the bombing.
In the frenzied moments of the first wave, which came in very low, I was very concerned that we had been knocked off the air, and I rushed into the other room, the adjoining room, and punched up the operator, the hotel operator. And I won't say what he said to me, but I said I want to place a call immediately to the United States. And I was summarily told, you are not getting out of anywhere on this telephone.
Yeah, I'm sure that was true, and that might have been a government direction. There's some clouds in the sky this morning. I'm going to look out now more toward the north. You can see the city, the office buildings, the government housing complex seems to be intact. After all the explosions and the flashes that we saw in the preceding 3 or 4 hours, Catherine, I must tell you that it looks remarkably undamaged here in the city center.
I assume, John Holloman, what is going on the part of the military leaders of the Revolutionary Command Council right now, and this is purely assumption on my part, and I so label it, I'm assuming that right now what is happening is reconnoitering, damage assessment. And I don't know, but we certainly are hoping that later today we can talk to this government and find out what it's thinking, why it's thinking it, and what it's going to do.
That's right, Catherine. As I look out the window now, I can see it would normally be the beginning of rush hour in Baghdad. There's no rushing. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars out on this 8-lane highway that runs in front of our hotel, and that's the sign that some people at least are trying to go to work. Bernie.
And so, Catherine, to sum up for you, it has been one hell of a night here in Baghdad. Wave after wave after wave of planes came in, jet fighter pilots and the bombers streaking to their targets. All around us, the sky alight with bursts and sparklers, and on occasion when these planes were going after strategic targets relatively close to our location, when the bombs fell and when those bombs exploded, it shook you. It shook you to your soul. And all of us, along with working, were praying and hoping that there would be nothing indiscriminate in the way of bombing, and there was not. As I said earlier, if this was surgical bombing, I don't like being this close to the operating table. But the first experience of action is over, and you heard our CNN correspondents indicate that this could go on night after night after night. But right now, it is morning in Baghdad. There are more cabs on the streets, more trucks, more cars, but not the usual volume because of what Baghdad went through during the night. You want to flip the switch, John, to see whether Catherine or someone else has something else for us.
Are proceeding according to plan. Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. It is my hope that somehow the Iraqi people can, even now, convince their dictator that he must lay down his arms, leave Kuwait, and let Iraq itself rejoin the family of peace-loving nations. When the troops we've sent in finish their work, I'm determined to bring them home as soon as possible. Tonight, as our forces fight, they and their families are in our prayers. May God bless each and every one of them and the coalition forces at our side in the Gulf, and may he continue to bless our nation, the United States of America.
The president spoke at 8 o'clock Houston time. He was then followed by Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and by Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Following these developments in the nation's capital tonight, Channel 2's Chris Kelly, a former Pentagon correspondent for the network. Chris?
Bill, the attack came sooner rather than later, as forewarned by the president and his top advisors. And it was staged under the cover of darkness, as military experts said it would. But not everyone supports this fight.
Not long after the attack began, anti-war demonstrators assembled across the street from the White House. Many of them had been holding vigils on and off during the tense days before tonight's action. Police formed a barrier between the protesters and the White House grounds. But these people did not seem bent on trouble, just out to express their outrage at U.S. military action.
I am ashamed to be an American tonight.
You feel that?
I am so sorry for those children over there.
I'm sickened and appalled by this.
I think it's a disgraceful moment in American history that this country, which has very destructive forces, is engaging in war needlessly.
But at least some demonstrators say now that war is here, it's time to rally behind those fighting it.
Whatever happens, we have to support our troops. It's kind of our duty as Americans.
At the Pentagon, Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, said U.S. pilots met no resistance in the initial strikes. He said the operation went well and will go on from the air.
The air part of the campaign will continue until the whole campaign is completed. It doesn't end.
But in the grim face of war, Senator Phil Gramm, a supporter of force, fears for America's sons and daughters who stand in harm's way now.
The bottom line is these are not machines. These are people that are carrying out these missions. And I think there are clearly a lot of people in danger tonight, and there will be people in danger continuously until the conflict is over.
There's no telling tonight how long that conflict will take and allied forces to accomplish the mission. While most Americans support it, political analysts have been saying if it drags on beyond expectations, if the trauma of returning body bags containing young men and women becomes overbearing, popular opinion could change the other way, Bill.
That's something we'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much. Chris Kelly reporting live from our Washington Bureau tonight. We heard in Chris Kelly's report from Texas Senator Phil Gramm in Washington. Joining us here in our studio tonight is Congressman Jack Fields of Humble. Congressman Fields, in September, you and I were having breakfast in Washington in the congressional cafeteria, and you told me then that you did not think Saddam Hussein would back down, that we would end up attacking him. It develops that you were correct about that.
Well, and tragically so. He had the hand of peace extended by President Bush. He could have grasped that olive branch, and he did not.
Congressman Fields, how is it that we were able to go in there in the past few hours almost without resistance, almost without him firing a shot?
I think the technology that we've invested in over the past decade, the stealth fighter bombers, the satellite technology, in the briefing I had last week with Secretary Cheney, I'm convinced that every particle of sand in Iraq and Kuwait was photographed, and our people were very well prepared and briefed.
So we knew where everything he had was?
That was my understanding from that briefing. We knew where the planes were, we knew where the tanks were, the missile sites, we know where his command bunker is, we know everything.
If it's true that we were able to get rid of all his defenses, and he is defenseless today, and it's daylight there now, do you think that there's still a chance that he may withdraw from Kuwait voluntarily rather than see his country destroyed?
Bill, I don't think he's defenseless, and I am not sure we got everything. Certainly tonight it looks as if we've gained air superiority. If we have, then that gives us an opportunity to come in and attack in a very substantive way those fortified positions. But we don't know what is sitting out there in terms of tanks. We probably did not get all the missile sites. He had some on that were mobile launched, and certainly those probably were not gotten tonight. So I don't think he's defenseless, but I would say that Saddam Hussein is looking around tonight and realizing that a lot of his toys are gone.
We heard from some military analysts tonight on NBC say that perhaps the president might give him one more chance. Do you think that President Bush, knowing what you know of him, will do that, or do you think that once we've begun, it's just going to continue until it's over?
Well, once it's begun, I think we had some objectives. If it did begin, I think one of our chief objectives was to take out his nuclear capabilities, his chemical and biological weapon capabilities, and in listening to the president's speech tonight, I think we did that. I also think we took out a lot of his planes, if not all of his Air Force, and tonight, Saddam Hussein is a paper tiger with some very dangerous neighbors, Iran, Afghanistan, and Turkey.
What happens next? What happens when we prevail militarily? What's the next step?
I don't think there is really an answer to that, Bill, other than some type of pan-Arabic conference in that region, and hopefully the people who live in that region will get their house together.
I guess what I'm asking you is a military solution going to be sufficient to solve the entire crisis?
I don't think so, and I fully expect, along with others, that America will have a continued military presence, probably in Kuwait, just as we've had a presence in Europe for the last 50 years.
Do you think the president's going to be able to hold true to his intention tonight to bring the troops home soon?
I think he is, and that came through loud and clear in the briefing with Secretary Cheney, that we were going to use everything that was available to us to knock out his military potential and then bring our troops home as soon as possible.
You represent a lot of constituents in this area who have sons and daughters over there right now. What would you say to them in closing this evening?
I would say that their sons and daughters are heroes, and they're serving their country, they're serving the interest of the world, and we should all be very proud of them, and we should all stand shoulder to shoulder behind our president, who is our commander-in-chief.
Congressman Jack Fields, thank you very much for joining us this evening. For months now, we have seen almost daily reports about Texas troops heading off for the Persian Gulf. The community of Fort Hood in central Texas has thousands of troops taking part in the operation tonight. Military officials there have set up a media headquarters on the base, and our Larry Audis is joining us from there live now. Larry?
Bill, from this location, the Army says it will give us information about those Fort Hood troops in Saudi Arabia. Also keep us up to date what's happening on the post. As you say, there are some 20,000 troops from Texas, from Fort Hood in Saudi Arabia. The 2nd Armored Division continues to deploy. Some 80 of those folks leaving today. As you can imagine, folks in town really concerned about what's happening, watching their TVs tonight.
And listen to the streets. We held our microphone out this window, you'll remember, Bernie, at your suggestion, in the middle of the battle, and we were hearing all these loud booms and things. What you hear now is the sound of early morning traffic. There's an electrical generator that somebody brought in here, a small portable one, that there's still no power anywhere in Baghdad. There are no lights on anywhere at this moment. A couple of buses taking commuters to work. There's some birds flying around over the war memorial here. There's Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, the Iraqi version of our Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And on the streets, there's still a little stillness. We still see broadcasting transmission towers off in the distance. It appears through the fog that the main telephone company may still be okay. And we don't see any signs of destruction in town. Bertie, it's remarkable to me that as powerful as some of those blasts that we felt. I know I was standing right here, and a blast hit me that felt like the blast from the space shuttle when it takes off.
That is what it reminded me of. You know, when you're down at Cape Canaveral and that shuttle goes up, the ground literally shakes and rumbles, and it's just controlled thunder. I know the report that you're referring to, that big bomb that went off, and as soon as that happened, I went right for the hallway, right? The hallway, because I was coming between rooms, and I just went right to the floor, and I was hoping that it wouldn't be nearby.
A catastrophe, yeah. We were very lucky, I think, that it wasn't a catastrophe, but you know, for us on the ground here, we can't tell you in Atlanta or anywhere else in the CNN network how powerful these bombs were as far as what size they were. We can just tell you about the effects as we felt them here. And that one blast, although it wasn't close enough to do any damage that we can see right now, certainly was powerful enough to shake us up in our hotel room.
So, John, I think our words are inadequate to describe what has happened over the past several hours during the night. You had to be here, but I realize few of you would want to be here. I know. Before we go back to Patrick, there is one sound I will never get out of my mind from this experience.
What's that, Brian?
That was hearing this rooster down there somewhere off the grounds of this location. Hearing that rooster crowing, it's still pitch black, and the bombs are falling.
That was an amazing, you know, they say that Baghdad is always a surreal place to live and work, and that was just one more sign of that nature of this city.
And Patrick, as John Holloman, Peter Arnett, and I come back to you, you know, they say all roads lead to Baghdad. During the night, it seemed that all aircraft led to Baghdad. Back to you.
Absolutely.
Bernie Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett, thank you very much for that remarkable reporting throughout the night, and we will be checking in with you, of course, for the very latest throughout the day here. Right now, let's go to the Pentagon, where CNN's Pentagon correspondent Wolf Blitzer has been stationed all night, and he has some information about the possible destruction of the Iraqi Air Force. Wolf?
Patrick, all night we've been getting reports, very positive reports from the U.S. standpoint, that the airstrike was massive, was devastating, and indeed those reports appear to be very, very impressive as far as the United States is concerned. Iraq's air bases, and there are probably about 100 Iraqi air bases, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, according to Pentagon officials, who tell CNN that those air bases were pinpointed by the F-15s, the F-16s, A-6 carrier-based aircraft that came into Saudi Arabia, landed at forward bases, and then took off and returned to those bases in Saudi Arabia. The Iraqi Air Force, except for a few notable exceptions, didn't even come up to challenge the invading U.S. fighters. It was an extremely impressive U.S. airstrike. I'm sure military planners and military strategic thinkers for years to come will view this airstrike and study it at war colleges and elsewhere. In addition, we are told that all of Iraq's chemical and nuclear plants, facilities throughout the country, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, as well as the Scud missiles. Certainly, according to Pentagon officials who tell CNN that the fixed Scud ballistic sites, not only the regular Soviet-made ground-to-ground Scud missiles, but also the improved longer-range, what the Iraqis call the El Hussein and the El Abbas, those fixed sites appear to have been destroyed before those missiles could even take off and go after targets. Certainly in the western part of Iraq, the Israelis were always very nervous about what the military intelligence people call H2 and H3, the most westward of the Iraqi Scud missile bases, the ones that could have endangered Israel. Those were, of course, amongst the first that were destroyed by the U.S. Air Force. Now, joining us now from the CNN Bureau in Washington is James Blackwell. James Blackwell is a highly respected military analyst at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Now, Mr. Blackwell, if these initial indications are true, what, in your opinion, does this mean as far as the war is concerned?
Well, Wolf, these are some remarkable descriptive terms already being ascribed to the results of this air strike. the total destruction of any nation's Air Force, much less one with 700 to 800 aircraft, is a remarkable accomplishment. Killing all of the Scud missiles on the ground before they could be launched implies an incredible degree of the achievement of surprise and shutting down air defenses in the process in order to accomplish that. Perhaps the most impressive rhetoric or report that you have passed on to us out of the Pentagon is the decimation of a large portion, indeed perhaps the majority, of the Republican Guards force, which is in fact, in the judgment of many of us, the center of gravity of the Iraqi occupying forces. If all of this has happened, then this war will be over very, very soon, because Iraq has virtually no choice whatsoever except to sit there and be surrounded and then to surrender. I stress that that's a mighty big if. What will happen today in broad daylight will be counting tanks, re-looking at the airfields to make sure that the destruction that we're reporting now has in fact happened.
Mr. Blackwell, let me ask you this other question. Do you sense, though, that there could be an element of overconfidence coming out of these initial reports, or do you sense that this is that the United States and others simply had overestimated Iraqi military capability in these months leading up to this war?
I don't think they overestimated Iraq's military capability. They may have, if these reports are true, they may have underestimated the capabilities of our own high-technology systems, as well as the American forces' ability to orchestrate this kind of combat power. After all, they're the ones that are going to realize that this has never been done before. And they probably approached it with a prudent degree of military conservatism. Even General Powell and Mr. Cheney have expressed that kind of conservatism in their reports. Certainly the kind of descriptions you've been getting exceed that of the language used by the General and the Secretary early on. Again, I'd have to stress that if I were in a command post in a field getting these kinds of reports, I would insist that they be checked and double-checked and actual counts be made and pass that kind of information in before we make those kinds of conclusions.
Well, one thing that we have learned only in the last few minutes is that, and this comes from well-placed Pentagon officials, one thing we have learned is that it appears that the U.S. airstrikes have now stopped, that there has been a pause, at least for the time being, that the satellites will fly over and we'll take some pictures and see exactly what the extent of the damage was. As I mentioned earlier, though, there are no reports, at least coming into the Pentagon yet, of any U.S. fighter aircraft that have gone down. Now, if, Mr. Blackwell, if there is a pause now, if the U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters have stopped bombing, what does that signify to you?
Well, it probably is a brief pause in order to conduct reconnaissance and battle damage assessments, because doctrinally, even when you are sure you hit, say, an airfield, you want to hit it again a couple of times in the coming 24 hours so that the local capability to rebuild or to repair airfields is not reestablished and airplanes come up unexpectedly. So this doctrinally would be a pause before you begin the next wave, digesting some of this battle damage assessment. But if the kind of destruction that they've been describing to you has happened, then there's nothing doctrinal about this. This has been an outcome that far surpasses even the most optimistic air power advocates' estimates of what would happen.
Let me ask you this question about the elite Republican Guards. If, in fact, the U.S. Fighter aircraft, the bombers, did manage to destroy a big chunk of those Republican Guards, the elite forces, the best trained, what will that mean for the Iraqis as far as a ground war, a land war with the U.S. military is concerned?
Well, it depends on how much of the Republican Guards was destroyed. If American air power was able to destroy most of the tanks that were dug in, then Saddam Hussein has lost the capability to reinforce his defenses in Kuwait. He's lost the capability to...
This evening's operation, after the aircraft drop their ordnance, after they come back to base, these ground crews can turn those planes around in 15 minutes, fuel them, put new ordnance up, and that's why a few planes from a squadron like this, from Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, a few planes like this can fly several sorties in one night because of the way the ground crews turn them around. And actually, you're seeing them taxi out into the ramp for the taxiing out on the ramp now for the actual takeoff going into the operation.
New arrangement now. The ground crews get to put their names on the airplanes as well, and they become bonded in a matter of speaking, not just to the airplane but to the pilot. So it's a team, 3 people. Many of them were women. Many of the crew chiefs were women. And the woman who was in charge of taking care of the ordnance in the depot right next to the Dhahran Air Force Base was a very impressive woman, black woman it turns out, coincidentally, who ran all these sergeants and young airmen, and Colonel Broom just could not have been prouder of her, and he made sure that we all went by to see that operation, which was at the same time not just crucial but delicate as well, because there was a lot of very explosive ordnance in that bunker.
Well, you know, of course, that this country has laws that say that women cannot be involved in combat. But in the kind of combat that we are seeing in the Persian Gulf tonight, Tom, these women are very much on the front line as those who are flying those aircraft when another country has missiles that it can fire. And that's I was going to say that looked like a female crew chief right there.
Admiral Moranville?
Yes.
What kind of targets would these F-15Es have with their long-range capacity tanks on them?
Say the question again.
What kind of targets would they likely to have, these F-15Es?
Over there.
Well, they can hit any target that you want to send them after. They have the range when they carry the external tanks on the wings. You can extend the range of the aircraft to cover any target that you want to cover, and they have the capability to attack any target.
The difference between their capacity and, say, the stealth bomber? Describe that for us.
The F-15E will, and I don't know specific weights, but it'll carry an equivalent load to the stealth bomber. It'll take it considerably faster. The range is not a concern if you air refuel it, and they would do that.
Yeah, they were putting up tankers early tonight, like at 5 p.m. I think Eastern Time, 2 hours before the actual attack itself. They were out and in position over the Gulf, we think.
I guess I could give you a better answer if I answered in this manner. If you're going to send an airplane at night and you're trying to achieve surprise in the mission, obviously the stealth bomber, if it can get in without being detected, can get over the target without getting shot and hit.
That's an
Where an F-15E or any of the conventional airplanes wouldn't be able to do that, to achieve that kind of surprise. So if you needed to do that on a particular target, then obviously you'd send a stealth bomber.
Huh? Yeah, this is a 14.
Oh, very similar.
Right. All right, I can tell you as someone who's ridden in the back seat of an F-15, it is, pardon me the expression, one hell of a ride. Those guys undergo an enormous amount of physical strain when they're up there as well, because it is so fast and so quick. The G-forces are enormous. You're in a pressure suit and you're pumping all the time, trying to keep the blood pumped up to the upper levels of your body. But to think about this, flying at Mach 1 or 2, Mach 1.1 or so, at 800.
The U.S. air bases in Saudi Arabia, this looks like an F-15 that obviously returned at night. Clearly, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy wanted to undertake all of these airstrikes at night. We're told that F-117A stealth fighters, the radar-evading fighters, were very much involved in knocking out some of the major Iraqi strategic sites, the chemical weapons facilities, the Scud ballistic bases. We're told that most of the Iraqi Air Force, all of the major air bases appear to have been destroyed. Pentagon officials are obviously very pleased by the work by these fighter aircraft. Here is an F-15 returning to an air base in Saudi Arabia. Technically, these are Saudi air bases. This was a joint operation between the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Great Britain, the four countries that participated in so far what is still an air war. Here are some of the ground crew awaiting the return of the first U.S. fighter aircraft sent into Iraq and occupied Kuwait to go after several of the most important Iraqi strategic targets. Clearly, these guys are pleased. Even as we speak right now, the Pentagon has received no indication that any of the hundreds of U.S. and Allied fighter aircraft involved in the strike, that any of them were damaged or destroyed. We're told, at least as of now, these are initial reports, that they appear to have returned safely to their bases in Saudi Arabia. Here are some more planes returning from the first wave of U.S. airstrikes at Saudi Arabia. Still dark in Saudi Arabia. This is the first videotape that the Pentagon pool has released to the American news media. Clearly there is a great sense of relief, at least based on these initial reports. And we're going to get more information, of course, during the daylight hours as the intelligence and satellite reconnaissance photography goes over and assesses all of the damage from these massive bombing runs. Here comes another U.S. fighter aircraft returning to a base in Saudi Arabia from its mission in Iraq. Seems to be taking, is it landing? That seems to be taking off and going. This videotape obviously was taken earlier this evening as the United States undertook this massive operation codenamed Desert Storm. Interestingly enough, Storm probably came from Stormin Norman, General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Shield. Here's looks like a ground crew person, but we can't hear exactly what he's saying. This is Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Now back to you, Patrick, in Atlanta.
Again, what we're watching here is U.S. pool tape, and there is an interview, as you can see, but the audio, we don't have any control over that. That has been fed in. We do not hear what exactly he was saying, but again, that was U.S. pool video, presumably of the fighters returning from their mission into Iraq and into Kuwait. Susan?
Again, we also need to point out that we expect to hear an address from Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television. We don't know when this will be, but CNN's crews in Baghdad have been told to expect an address from Saddam Hussein to the Iraqi people on television, quote, momentarily. Now, we should point out that we don't know when that address was taped. We will, of course, attempt to bring it to you live or as soon as possible. We also plan to broadcast our own video shot by CNN crews that weathered the artillery, the storm, last night in Baghdad. We will bring that to you live, unedited, as soon as it is fed into CNN's headquarters here in Atlanta. Meantime, in the United States, members of Congress were quick to react.
Erupts over a large city such as Baghdad.
But at the time of this report, I do not know.
People run for cover in the darkness.
The bombs and missiles
And the sky lit up like, apparently for hours this way. Last night over Baghdad.
They were destroyed by high-tech weapons.
These pictures were taken from high above a hotel. I can tell where the location is here, roughly. One of the three major hotels, probably the...
It was a crystal clear night, making the pilot's task a little easier. The attack planes were at high altitude. I only heard the engines of one. Seen through a night sight lens, the scale of attack and defense can be seen much more clearly. The illuminated sky was filled with a star-spangled display of lethal force. It was terrifying to watch an attack on this scale and so close. Iraqi anti-aircraft gunners probed the sky with trails of tracer bullets, but no attacking aircraft were visible to the naked eye. Behind this curtain of light, the electronic guidance systems of planes and missiles sent their payloads to Saddam Hussein's front door. Those who were caught out in it ran for cover, but at the time of this report, I do not know the extent of Iraqi casualties. The bombs and missiles targeted Saddam Hussein's palace, his communications centers, his warfare production plants, and his missile bases. They were destroyed by high-tech weapons in a theater of war hitherto unwitnessed. It was impossible to pick out all the weaponry, but I saw cruise missiles skidding across the skyline to their pre-programmed targets. The Iraqi defenses were spectacular in their intensity. But where was Iraq's iron fist, its air force, and much boasted defense plan? To all intents and purposes, it was non-existent in this crucial phase of the war. Minutes after Baghdad erupted into battle, the Iraqi authorities ordered all the journalists they could find to stay in a deep bomb shelter. It was safe from the falling explosives, but pitched foreigners and Iraqis side by side. The Iraqis responded with a song of defiance. There was no hostility on these faces. There was disbelief that a real war had broken out and misplaced confidence. By first light over Baghdad, the mayhem had silenced. The attack formations and incoming missiles had stopped. There was an eerie calm. This was a city stunned by the gravity and speed of action. Roads were virtually empty, but some motorists were speeding away. It was impossible to report accurately at this stage of the conflict on how much fight was left in Iraq's war machine, or what potential, if any, remained in Iraq's hands to enlarge the war zone with a strike on Israel. The city itself was by no means physically devastated, but it was in mental shock. If Saddam Hussein was not expecting this to happen after invading Kuwait, he made an historic miscalculation. Brent Sadler, ITN, Baghdad.
Now, the cameraman who shot that extraordinary video, I'm talking particularly about the aerial bombardment and, of course, the anti-aircraft maneuvers of the Iraqis. That cameraman is Sebastian Rich, who is standing by now, live in Amman. Sebastian, can you hear me? The way you're shaking your head, you can?
Yes, I can hear you, but I'll have to stand you corrected there. That actual footage was shot with a night scope by your own ABC cameraman, Fabrice. The other stuff we had was all ITN material, a company that I work for, but the really spectacular stuff was shot by Fabrice.
Well,
so all credit to him.
Is Fabrice still up in Baghdad?
Well, Fabrice was behind me in a convoy, or supposedly behind me in a convoy. I haven't seen or heard of him for the last hour or so. I'm getting a little concerned.
I was going to ask you how you guys made it out. Now, that's a long drive. It's about a 16 or 18-hour drive, isn't it, from Baghdad down to Amman?
Yeah, it took us 14 hours. What actually happened, communications went down completely in Baghdad. No phones, our Inmarsats, our satellite telephones were confiscated by the authorities. So we were almost ordered out. But what we were told before was that when we wanted to go, we would be escorted by Iraqi officials and militia to the border. What in fact actually happened is that we were given a bit of paper with indecipherable words on it and told to bugger off to the Jordanian border, which we did.
And that's what you did. It's amazing. Did you drive by day?
We drove by day and then well into the night. As we were nearing the Jordanian border, we got caught up in a lot of anti-aircraft fire, and we saw what we assumed to be a cruise missile hit the last of the Iraqi Scud missile bases. Unfortunately, it seems that it hit it rather too late before the missiles got to Israel.
Now,
that's in fact where they came from.
Well, in point of fact, talk to me about that a little bit, because as you can understand, that story is of particular interest tonight. You're saying that you actually saw a missile. Obviously, you can't identify the nationality of the missile, but you're convinced that what it hit was a Scud missile base.
Well, the Scud, we actually drove through a very known area where the Scud missiles are. Obviously, we don't know whether certain forces hit those missile bases the night before, but we've seen a couple of cruise missiles go up in Baghdad, and I now know what the intensity looks like. So I am pretty sure that's what hit, we think, a Scud missile base, or what was left of one.
Before we go back, Sebastian, and talk about last night and what that looked like, I'd like you to tell me a little bit more about your journey from Baghdad to Amman, because if, in point of fact, you were driving through in a sense, a field of Scud missiles, I would assume that that's rather heavily guarded. Were you stopped at any points, and did you have any fear that you wouldn't be able to get through?
Well, yes, of course. There was. We actually. It's a very, very good road from Baghdad up to the Jordanian border, but the sites are obviously well off the road. We were stopped innumerable times by militias and police and so forth. Yes, and we were very concerned for our own safety, because we're driving that close. We knew that the Americans were very, very surgically bombing all targets and being extremely accurate.
Now,
we didn't want to be part of that.
How many cars were in the convoy, and who all was coming out? Was this essentially what was left of the Foreign Press Corps, or are there still some left up there?
there are still some left there, some from my own network who've opted to stay to see it out. They unfortunately are now completely trapped because they don't have any communication whatsoever, and I do fear for their safety. The convoy that left was our network, ITN. ABC was some little ways behind, CBS and French network, and WTN, which is World Television News.
Now, forgive me for being a little bit parochial here, but who all was in the ABC car? And as you say, you were in convoy. Were you close together? Were the cars close together?
No, unfortunately, it's a slightly chaotic convoy. I think ABC were the last to leave in the convoy. We actually, our drivers are getting very, very twitchy indeed, and we had to go, otherwise we'd run out of daylight. In fact, we did run out of daylight. And ABC were the last to leave. And as I say, the convoy was somewhat fragmented, and all I know is that the BBC, who were with us, are now back safe and sound, and as you can see, we're back. But as far as I know, the ABC crew have not arrived.
And what about the CBS crew?
CBS crew, I don't know either. I've literally been back half an hour, and obviously I've been debriefed, if you like, by my network, and as soon as I've done this, I will go and see if I can check out the guys.
Yeah, I can imagine it's been an extraordinary couple of days for you and couple of nights. Take me back now to last night, if you would. Where were you physically during the bombardment?
You mean the first bombardment?
Yes.
In Baghdad?
In Baghdad.
Yeah, well, we were actually in, it's probably not very good for you, but we're in the CNN Cable News Network office on their 4-wire, talking to London, and our London office had just made the decision to pull the whole group out of Baghdad on the grounds of safety. No sooner had we put down the 4-wire and walked into the hotel corridor, we heard ack-ack fire. We dived into an open doorway of someone's bedroom and saw great streaks of light go up, and then what we found out later to be the flash and enormous explosion of a cruise missile. We then, immediate gut reaction is we ran down to the bomb shelter, a very secure place in the bottom of the Al Rashid Hotel, and then gathered our senses and climbed back up the stairwell of the hotel to place our cameras in the windows. And as you can see, Fabrice from your network got some quite amazing pictures. Now,
how long did the attack go on?
The attack went on sporadically through the night, but it started at approximately 2:45 in the morning, and the intensity was for about an hour and a half at great intensity, and then it slackened off. The air defenses from the Iraqis, I think, were more colorful and pretty than effective.
Sebastian, what we have been hearing from Eastern, and we're taking a look at some of that video now while I'm talking, so you don't have to squint into that bright light so much. But what we've been hearing from Eastern Saudi Arabia is that there is just wave after wave after wave of aircraft, U.S. aircraft, British aircraft, Saudi aircraft, heading over Iraq, and we've had the sense that Iraq has been under almost continual aerial bombardment for the past 24 hours. And yet I get the sense from you that it lasted a relatively short period of time. What happened after that? No more bombing?
Well, no, but yes, there was, as daylight hours came up, there was, it intensified once again from about 9 o'clock onwards. We left, as I say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then bombardment continued at 3 o'clock, just an hour after we left. And I do know that the CNN network had cut their conversations and took refuge in the bunker.
Now,
yes, I mean.
Yeah, go ahead, Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean, I have since learned that you know, central Baghdad is under very heavy bombardment.
Now, what about on that road from Baghdad down to Amman? I realize it's a huge country, but did you ever see any formations of aircraft flying overhead?
No, nothing at all, nothing whatsoever. We just saw a few Iraqi military trucks and the guys that stopped us and searched us. I mean, the material that you've been watching, the Brent Sadler cut spot, was spent 14 hours in my underpants. So it's it was a little bit sweaty for your editor to cut.
Yes, well, it gives us particular relish to know where it's been, Sebastian. But the as far as the bombardment is concerned, I'm just astonished that you folks were actually allowed to make it out and that you weren't accosted in any way by Iraqis when you were Did you walk through the streets at all? I mean, before you came out?
Well, no, we weren't allowed to take the cameras into the streets, but we were allowed to look around, and we did see that the Ministry of Defence building had taken what appeared to be 3 hits, and the telecommunications tower had the back missing off it. But back to being accosted, yes, we were fairly well strip searched at the Jordanian border. I do know that NBC's material was taken off one of the carriers. I think the BBC were carrying NBC's rushes and cut spots, and they were taken off. All photographic film was ripped out of cameras, certainly out of my camera and Agency France Presse. I think photographer. They were physically removed out of the cameras.
Now, did you have a chance to walk through the streets of Baghdad at all before you left?
Only outside the hotel. It's just before we left, as I say, the ACACs were starting again, and it was ill-advised to go walking in the streets.
All right, Sebastian, anything you feel I've left out? I realize you probably want nothing more than a hot bath and to go to bed and go to sleep, but yeah, go ahead. I'm
looking forward to having a hot bath and going to sleep. My main concern is that your crew and everyone else's crews get out safely. I think that's going to be a problem for them because, as I said before, law and order, we were under very strict control in Baghdad. We always had a minder or a government official came out everywhere with us where we were filming. Now that seems to have gone, as we say in England, straight out of the window. Everyone is just left to what appears to fend for themselves. So my main concern is that the rest of my team get back, your team get back, and everyone else gets the hell out of there.
Well, that certainly echoes our concern, too, and congratulations. We're awfully glad that you're out safely, and obviously our prayers go out to our ABC colleagues who are, I hope, on their way out, and if you see them, tell them to call quick, will you?
We will, as soon as I can.
Sebastian Rich, cameraman for ITN, just back from Baghdad in Amman, Jordan. I'm going to take a quick switch now from Amman back here to Washington and to the Pentagon, where our Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick is standing by. Bob, you have new information on additional casualties?
Yes, Ted. Sources in this building say that a second Navy plane is missing and in all likelihood shot down over Iraq as a result of action this evening. The first one that you reported was shot down by a surface-to-air missile over Iraq last night. As far as any other details, they're just not existent right now, not even whether it was an A-6 or an F-18 or whatever type of plane.
But you're still under the impression, Bob, as we are, that the sorties are just continuing in an almost endless stream. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. In fact, if anything, we've heard that the bombardment and number of sorties over Iraq may even be greater than last evening. Not only are they searching for additional targets and going after it.
Certainly the battle did light up the skies. The Iraqi ground defense systems, I think, were actually more pretty than effective. It's the first time I've seen a cruise missile land. I mean, it does light up the entire night sky, turn it into daylight. But as I say, the Iraqi defense systems were more pretty than effective.
Nigel Baker, how about you? What were the most impressive things you saw and heard?
Well, I think that one of the main things is that obviously people initially weren't sure how heavy this attack was going to be. A lot of people went to the shelters at first until they knew what was happening. But obviously the cruise missiles were very, very precise. They left most of the town centre, in fact, in Baghdad, intact. And despite an awful amount of anti-aircraft fire, the missiles landing, it looked spectacular at night, but did by obviously what the Americans must regard as a very effective job. Buildings on the ground the following morning could be seen with the backs blown out. One telecommunications building was left a heap of twisted metal, broken glass, bent satellite dishes on the roofs. But astonishingly, across the road, a bus station, people were carrying on life as normal, and the whole area was
almost as normal apart from that one building. And that was the most, I think, the thing that sort of had the most impact on me, that you expected to see the following morning a devastated landscape, and what you saw was in fact particularly targeted areas, and despite the spectacular displays the night before, it had been a very surgical operation by the American forces.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the hotel itself that we were filming from is actually smack bang in the middle of a military area, but just 1 kilometre away from it is a military airfield, and the Ministry of Defence, which was hit 3 times, is just about half a kilometre away, so the precision bombing or precision missiling was absolutely spot on.
May I follow up on that? I find this very interesting. I think our audience will as well. There's a great skepticism among Americans and worldwide when someone talks about the precision of the cruise missiles. Everybody says, yeah, but you get in combat, they won't be that precise. I gather by what you saw and what you're saying now that you were struck by the precision of the missiles, that they were on target, and it is entirely possible that civilian casualties were kept down, at least during this attack, because of that.
Well, it's the safest bombing raid I've ever been in. I mean, you don't, in a bombing raid, say in Beirut, you immediately take cover, but it became apparent that they were only going after strategic targets. So if that's anything to go by, we felt safe at that period of time because we knew that they were going for strategic targets.
It's also interesting that beforehand, obviously, there'd been a lot of speculation as to what the targets would be. I mean, it seemed sensible that if you want to sound a warning to the country and destroy some of its defences, that government buildings, telecommunications centres, runways would be the obvious targets. The Iraqis have been aware of this, and for the previous 24 hours before the attack, a large area of the city had emptied, and a lot of the government buildings had also emptied. I saw personally 2 or 3 days ago one government building, people removing documents. They were preparing for this. So in that sense, certainly the first night's fire, which we witnessed, served the effect of sounding a warning to Saddam Hussein and his people without inflicting too many civilian casualties. At least that's our surmise, because the Iraqis yesterday were not making any mention of numbers of civilian casualties at all, and their perception of how many of the battle in the skies was very different. We were told with glee by one border guard last night that they thought 44 American, British and other planes had been hit out of the sky. I believe they're now claiming that's gone up to 60, which is very different to the West perception of what happened.
Sebastian Rich, Nigel Baker, thank you very much again. Congratulations, and we're glad to see you out of there.
Thank you.
Reaction is coming in from the British and the French to the Iraqi attacks on Israel. We'll have some of it for you as our CBS News coverage of the war continues.
That's really very, I should think, reassuring for all of us to think that we have military men, and having been a military man, I have a certain sense about that, but to find people that are scholars in uniform, people who know something about the area that they're working in and who are in fact sensitive to political issues as well, and I think that's a wonderful choice for our commander there.
And we have it not only in General Schwarzkopf, who's the man on the ground there, we also have it in Colin Powell, 4-star general, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who was National Security Advisor.
And before that, we had it with Bill Crow, the Admiral Crow, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a PhD from Princeton, political scientist, long political experience as well. I mean,
so in a way, the job description for the jobs at the top of the military ladder has been going through some evolution, hasn't it?
I think it really has, yes. I mean,
now, Gary, so you worked for several years in the National Security Council at the White House, really concerning yourself with affairs in Iraq, Iran, the Persian Gulf area. People who really